What's up? Welcome. Today I'm continuing work on my little game I'm making in Godot. It's intended to be a learning project. I'm still learning. I'm like less than a year using Godot, less than a year learning text code or any of that. I hope you'll come along this journey with me. If you're watching it after the live stream, hello, welcome. Feel free to skip around or whatever, like that's not gonna hurt my feelings, but I'll be here working hard and trying to keep the spirits high. I'll be here for like 8 hours, maybe less, maybe more, probably 8. So yeah, what have I got in store for today? Well, as you see, there's a bunch of aliens on the screen and they're hopping around. This game is about abduction of humans and animals as you, the alien. And today I want to work on a main menu. Yeah, for real, like in a design capacity, not in like a code way. Maybe well, yeah, there's gonna be some code, but more fun than what I've been doing. I'm gonna actually design the main menu. This is the beginning of the main menu. As you can see, we have a bunch of aliens. If I click, so I can click out of here, I click over here, that doesn't do anything. If I click on one of the aliens, it starts loading something. Yeah, and we got a game, yes, main menu. Now, there's not much going on here. It's just like a black void, but that's okay. We'll make it be something. But eventually, if we run for a little bit, it's the level. So this game is about being an alien and you are tasked with abducting things in the world and getting points. Right now it says there's a minimum number of abductions that you have to reach, and if you reach that number, you're going to get to the next level, and that's pretty much the game. Now there's going to be like enemies and stuff too. There's a power-ups menu that we've been working on that's been turning out kind of nice. There's a lot left to do in this game, but I'm here for the long haul. I'm going to stream my entire journey working on this game. I'm here for it entirely. And you know, I don't want it to be a huge game, but I want it to be of a medium size. My plan is to put it on itch.io for free when it's done. And oh, we leveled up, and then get some feedback, iterate on it a bit, and then put it maybe $5 on itch. You know, not a big deal. It's a learning project for me, and it's something where I'm learning about the prototyping process. As you see, we have some silly power-up names. This one is good. It's the 7th one. The 10th one, you use this when you're playing. Good advice. Makes sense. Power up 8 plus 1, so this must be 9 naturally. This amazing power up will help you be better. Wonderful, wonderful. What's up, Cheetos Plays? Yeah, of course I remember you. How you been? Hope you're doing good. You remember this since day 1. Yes, it has been many a day. But it's coming along. The other part of this game is that you injure your limbs. You can see sometimes the limbs be flashing red and your limbs actually shrink, and that's going to affect your ability in the game and how well you can play it. You see, I just fell on the ground and stuff. This is level 2, it's empty. I haven't made level 2, but we're not here to worry about level 2. We're looking at main menu stuff. So yeah, I'm excited to dig into this. If you haven't subscribed to this channel yet, might be a good time to do it. I stream frequently, and I also put up like some shorts with some little like tutorial things in Godot, and I'm working on videos for the future. So yeah, I hope you'll consider hitting that subscribe button and seeing what Hyper Game Dev can do for you. I'm just kidding. I don't know what that means. All right, so now there's a lot of important things to think about with a main menu. For example, the title of the game, right? Like you kind of want to display the title of the game up here. So not only do I want to design the main menu, I really want to like have a title for the game today. I look, and it doesn't have to be the final title. Like I'm okay with not deciding on the title entirely today, but I would like to have something to put into that main menu area. So yeah, so those let me type out my tasks. Those are my tasks: main menu design, and the code that might be necessary for that. And let's bring out the tasks. Main menu design. Main menu design, and let's see, let's number it. 1, main menu design. 2, what did I say? Title of game. Wow, let's just keep it short because I don't have a lot of room on the screen here. And then 3, I would like to set up main menu code, right? There's some things, for example, like let's say we die in the game. Right now, it's not going to take you back to the main menu. I would like it to take you back to the main menu. So those are some things to maybe think about that I might want to do today. So here's my vision for the main menu design, by the way. My vision is that when you click on one of these aliens, I mean, it'd be nice if there was like a little marker that appeared to let you know when you hover over it. And when you click on one of these aliens, I want an orb to descend from the sky and grab that alien and take it away. And then we see all of these aliens disappear, right? So like right now, there's like an infinite amount of them. I'd like them to start vanishing. And then maybe we could even do it simpler with like a flash of light and then they're all gone or something like that. And then you're going to see that alien be dropped back down onto the playing area, and then that's you. Now, couple things to keep in mind. You might notice that this alien has arms and legs, whereas the aliens in the intro do not have arms and legs. That is by design. The aliens in their natural form on their planet do not have arms and legs. And the idea is that when you invade Earth, you're invading Earth in order to get limbs from creatures that you eat and that you find. And so I am actually in the process of remaking the player character. I do that on the Monday member streams. If you're interested, you can hit the join button on the channel page or right here near this video, and you'll get lots of perks like I sing you a song whenever you come through and say something in the chat for the first time, and I see you there. I'll sing you a song during these devlog streams. You'll also get badges, emotes, and this very chunky live stream I do on Mondays, where I work on game assets. And one of those game assets that I've been working on tirelessly, it feels like, is remaking the player character. And the player character model, that's the new one right there. That's the new one. This is the current one that's in the game. It looks like this. And then the new one looks like this. So quite a bit different, as you can tell. And part of that, what you see in the beginning of the game, are these little aliens, right? So that's the same new alien. They're so funny with their faces. This is the same alien, the new one, without arms and legs. And so what is actually gonna happen? The new one is chunky, yeah. What is actually gonna happen no, you're actually right. You're actually absolutely correct about that. That's very true. That's kind of intentional, actually. Because their bodies are supposed to be like these orbs that the same orbs that descend from the sky are supposed to be what their bodies are made of. So I wanted it to have a bit of a belly on it. So good eye. Yeah, so the idea is that you're going to actually start the game as this alien without arms and legs. But I haven't really set that up to be that way yet. So it's not properly implemented. So we just kind of have to have it be the arms and legs one for now, and that just has to be okay. But we can always imagine. So there's a couple other there's other weird thing that's happening with the main menu. I don't really know why, but you'll notice that the texture of the alien here is this like cartoony, less shaded green. And the same thing with the menu. But for some reason, when I load it in now, it's not that textured version. It's missing those materials, and I don't really know why. It has something to do with hiding the player character and then showing it when the main menu happens. I don't fully understand why it's doing that, but it is. So I'll have to figure that out. We can dig into the code a little bit to see that. But yeah, and then man, those faces are so good on those aliens. So I mean, I'd love to even have like a way where we could like see the aliens' faces. I mean, in a way, this is how we see the character in the game most of the time, is from the back. So I do want to like lean into that. But at the same time, I would love to have like a camera change somehow. But moving the camera it's risky business, for sure. I do have a way to like offset it. If I'm gonna rotate it, I'd have to do that in the transform here. I know it's probably like pixel soup on the stream. It doesn't like being rotated. And the reason why it's pixel soup is because, well, it doesn't handle all these beautiful graphic movements very well. I wonder, I can probably pause it. Yeah, we can pause it. Oh, whoa! Why does pausing it advance it? Oh, did I click? Whoa, I don't even understand. That's interesting. There's some things to think about. Cheeto says, I can finally enter the game jams again. Oh, nice. Well, I look forward to seeing you there. We do a game jam every Friday here. Best title is Hungry Jumbo Josh. Oh, yeah, because that's a character. Yeah. What's up, Muhammad? I see you. I don't know what that word is you typed, so I can't put it on screen. But welcome. Good to see you. Big Jumbo Josh. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so let's see. Why... Okay, so it's not advancing. I don't really know that's going to be tricky, I think, is getting the rotate, because what I really want is for the camera to be rotating around. Oh, maybe I need to do the cam target. So the way it works is there's like an interpolation thing happening. Hey, welcome, Psychedelic Kitten. And I wonder if it will follow that. Oh, there we go. Okay, cool. So if I want to change that, can I do like position too? Not really. Don't mess with that. I would not recommend messing with that. So it's kind of clunky because I got to come to the cam target. And the reason why there's a cam target is so that way the camera interpolates and it follows the player. I got to come to the cam target to adjust the rotation and then come over here to adjust the X and Y values, which is a bit clunky. So something else I'd love to add in here at some point is like an alien environment, right? So maybe talking about some little rocks, some alien, some like alien rocks or something in the background. Something that like is fun to look at. It gives that vibe of an alien planet. This is pretty funny. I mean, I gotta be honest. I feel like the main menu would be stronger if we start out looking at something like this, and then the camera like interpolates into the main position. So wait, let me keep it moving and see what that. So this is a little weird because it's actually going wow. Because it's too fast. It's moving backwards, which is fine in theory, but as you can see, those things are disappearing over there. But I don't really know. Using something called Julian's Editor. I've never heard of that. What's Julian's Editor? That's pretty cool sounding. So you make mobile games and it's easier. Nice. Oh, cool. And you can submit it via an HTML link for the game jams. That's awesome. Let me adjust this, not like that. We want to do the offset, I guess. Maybe on the Z axis. Whoa, maybe not. Maybe that's the wrong way on the Z axis. So the worst thing about doing this is I'm messing up these values. Okay, so there's a bit of a better spot, so it looks, because what I want it to be is like with the camera is like moving, right? Not the aliens moving. It's not that the aliens are moving backwards. This is also much too fast. All right, this is interesting. I'm gonna do some severe Control Z stuff here, just to make sure we're not missing anything. Did we have a member in the house? I feel like I saw somebody. Camwin is here. Camwin is here, but I don't know if Camwin is here, so I'll wait till Camwin says something else. What I do sing a song for members, as I mentioned. But I don't want to be singing a song if somebody's not even going to hear their song. That's no fun. I will play some music in the background, though, while I get working. So here's what I want to do. I want to play around. I want to mess around for right now. And just see what we can do with the camera, how we can set those states in the camera and move it to different states. And move it back, preferably. There we go. I'm noticing this X rotation at -9, and I feel what I would call a bit concern about that. Is that correct? Is that... Oh, because that's like angling it down a bit. So I believe that is correct. Yeah. Okay, cool. Good. So here's something I'm gonna do. I'm gonna come in here and... Where do I want to set this up? We have main scene. I made a main menu script of some kind, right? Didn't I? Let me look in this file browser. Power up menu, Alien 4 menu, debug menu. I guess I technically didn't make like a main menu script. So maybe I should do that. We do have a script for the aliens that are part of the main menu and how they behave. So it plays their bouncing animation. Hey, what's up, Rolrick? Welcome back. Good to see you. How you been? I'm working on main menu stuff, and I'm just kind of getting situated with being able to design it and whatnot. I'm excited to do that. It's going to be a creative endeavor, but a good one nonetheless. Something else is I want to think about like title for the game and stuff. I should probably start a poll as soon as possible. I did start a poll on the channel yesterday, so not a lot of votes. We got 27 votes. And basically I'm asking about this particular configuration of the title with these words Harvest Earth, or Earth Harvest, or Harvest : Earth, or The Harvest : Earth. This idea came from Hollow Tempest in the chat, and for Earth Harvest initially, and it just kept coming back to it, and I was like, I like this title. This is a cool title, and so I was asking y'all what you thought about that title, and if you thought it was a good title or not, or really just which of these configurations do you like better, or do you like something else? And the something else's have been definitely capturing my attention. I will at least share this with you guys. Oh, that's not the share that I was expecting. I was expecting a link, YouTube. That would be more helpful. But here, I'll just put the community tab if you guys want to vote in this. But I want to put some polls up today because y'all have raised some interesting suggestions about the title. So especially, I'm thinking about what Thomas here is saying. I love the harvesting idea, but the word itself puts me in mind of farming simulators like Harvest Moon. Maybe something similar, but without that specific word. So that's kind of like what... Like, I actually have also been thinking of Harvest Moon when I think of Harvest Earth. And a part of me was like, that's okay. Like, let it be evocative of that, even though it's a totally different kind of game. And then they were suggesting a lot of ideas that have, like, the word reap in it. It makes you think of farming. Right. You don't know what the game is about? It's not a farming game? No, it's not. It's not. Yeah, so the game is about an alien. You are the alien. It actually could be about many different aliens. It's a roguelike. It's set up like an endless runner. And you're tasked with abducting as many animals and humans as possible. And there's a couple caveats to that. They have to be the good kind of humans, or really they have to be bad humans. You don't want to abduct good humans. But really it's just about avoiding obstacles, fighting, kind of shoot 'em up style enemies that'll be coming after you, and finding things to abduct and dropping them in this orb that descends from the sky. So that's the game, and I guess the idea was that you're on Earth harvesting animals. My working title was always Alien Meat World, meat spelled like meat, like the animals and the humans have meat, but I didn't really like this title. So I've been thinking of some other ones based on some of the suggestions that people have made here. But I like, the Reaper stuff, I like the Reaper, but Reaper, it gives me like a horror game vibe. And I want this game to be kind of cartoony. And so I'm kind of worried about that. But I have had some ideas from this. This is hilarious. Intergalactic shopping basket. Terra Reaper, Gaia Reaper, Reap the Planet, The Gleaning, Intergalactic Shopping Basket. Let's see. Harvest the Earth. I like that. It's an interesting one. But again, it kind of just goes back to that farming thing. And like Rolrick apparently already thought it was farming based on all that. Camwin, there we go. Take us to your legs. Take us to your legs instead of leader. Oh, Abu here said, what about farm abduction? And so there's more than just farms, so we could do like Earth abduction or something like that. You like intergalactic shopping basket? It's too long and it's silly and there's not shopping. It's too silly. It needs to be a little silly, but that feels a little too silly. All right, we got Cam in the house. Cam is a member. Thank you for supporting Hyper Game Dev. It means the world. What song are we singing a song to you with? Below, beneath. Okay. Okay. Can I sing to this? Is this a song I can sing to? All right. Maybe we can make this work. Can win this game, I bet. Can win this game, I bet. We're winning with Cam in the house. We're winning with Cam in this house. Oh, we're winning with Cam in this house. Cam win this game. Cam can win this game, oh yeah. Cam can win this game, oh yeah. We're winning with Cam in the house. We're winning with Cam in the house. Am I broken? No, I'm singing a member song. We're singing a member song. You're welcome, and I'm also sorry for that. But that's what we do. When a member comes through and they say hello in these devlog streams, I sing them a tune. What's up, Entropy Tamed? Everyone loves naming things. So fun. Yeah. Earth Abductions is pretty straightforward. It is straightforward. Yeah. Hey, what's up? Where am I? Right here. You're right here. Welcome. Good to see you. Thanks for coming through. All right. So, yeah, there's a lot of possibilities here. Yeah, of course. Anytime. All right, so I mean, there's a lot of different interesting ideas. I mean, so clearly from that poll that's over here, Harvest Earth, among these options, the variants on Harvest Earth, it seems like this is the winner, at least for now. So I'll at least put that on here as an option. I don't know how to use this effectively. Title. I kind of want to like. We're not gonna do this fancy style. Let's do it like this. Let's do the second line. Harvest Earth. Okay. Can we make it just a touch bigger? Just a little larger, maybe? Let me see that. Let me see all that. And you're allowed to fit in there. I think that would be fine. Thank you. Okay, Harvest Earth. If there's not shopping, why do you browse for things you want and put them in a basket? It's not a basket though, it's an orb. You're making a good point. Earthly demise. I don't know. So, okay, so here's an idea I had. I had this idea. All right, snag and bag. But like, what I don't like about it is it doesn't say anything about aliens. Here's another idea I had. Reaper Runner. Or what about the Reapening? The reason why I don't, so I actually really like the Reapening, because in this game there's also a karma system, and you have to like choose to abduct good or evil humans instead of like good innocent humans. And so in that way it's kind of like a reckoning for like the bad humans. But what I don't like about this title is it's giving like horror game, which I'm not feeling that it has. I don't want it to have like a horror vibe. So like maybe like Alien Run and Grab. So I'm trying to think of something that has Alien that implies the gameplay and that is cartoony without being ridiculous. You know what I mean? Hey, what's up, Joe Schmo? Intergalactic Harvest Earth. I mean, it feels like a lateral move from Harvest Earth. I like it. I like it. I like it. I don't like it enough. Snag it and put it in the orb bag. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. But like snag and bag, it feels so general. You know, like it's not... Also, I wonder about the word snag. Like, do people know what the word snag means? Like, is that like an American word? I don't know. It feels like a word I don't hear very often, and maybe there's a reason for that. But yeah, so these are kind of like, you know, tangent. I'm putting these in the same column because they're kind of similar. Like Alien, or like Alien Reaper Run. Something, you know, because it also is a runner game. Yeah, you don't hear very often, which could be like a good thing in a way or a bad thing. I'm not really sure. What all do you eat / harvest? Humans or animals, mostly humans, primarily humans. But I mean, all that I usually demo is us doing that with cows. There aren't many aliens putting things in orbs, neither. That's true. That's true. Yeah. So yeah. You're what you're eating and harvesting are the animal. Right now it's only cows, but most of the game is going to be humans. I just happen to have only worked on the level that has cows. So yeah. I don't know. You know. I guess I should keep it like in the background or something and like think about it. Because if I'm going to do this main menu, it would just be real nice. Beam me up, Uttercup. I mean, look, that's only the first level that has the cows. That's the thing about that. So it's like, you know, it's not like most of the game is humans, which is tough because I'm only ever showing you guys the one with the cows. But that is... There's artistry in the puns that you've put together here. Very nice, very nice. But yeah, you know, in something like Harvest Earth or maybe like Abduct the Earth. I found someone else who made a game called that. Abduct, like we could use the word abduct the Earth. Because what I'm looking for is like none of these quite hit it right. Like, for me, the Harvest Earth, what I don't like about it is the harvesting. I even don't like the Earth thing that much. Because it's like you're not really doing the Earth, you're just getting these humans, you know? I mean, I could always just try, like, different titles or something, and we can work it out. But I'm just not sure. Hey, what's up, Dragonblade? I'm working on the main menu today, and I'm not entirely sure like what name I want to go with particularly. But I know that I'm not hearing it yet. Earthling Harvest, Earthling Harvest, Earthling Harvest. It's you know, it's something I like about that. Something I like about that. Earthling Harvest. It doesn't like have a ring to it, but like it kind of matches what I'm, you know, thinking of. Was I overwhelmed when I first started Godot? You've seen the live stream. I know you have. You were commenting on it. That's what I was. A little bit, but you know, not as much as like when I started Unreal Engine or something. I was less overwhelmed. I was overwhelmed by text code in general because I hadn't done any text code before. So I didn't really know what to expect. Oh, when you die, it gives you an infinite plane, right? I haven't fixed it so that something happens properly when you die. I seemed pretty good at it. Wow, thanks. Well, I mean, yes, I mean, to me, I wasn't that overwhelmed. I mean, I had been working on games outside of Godot, you know, for a short time, so I had some familiarity with like game engines in general. But I guess I was so excited. There was so much fun in putting it together that I wasn't necessarily overwhelmed. I don't think overwhelmed is a word I would say. I was overwhelmed with text code, but with Godot in general, it was just excitement, you know? Just like, wow, look at all these things I get to do here. Make it pixel art, found the perfect tools for that. Pixel art? I don't do pixel art. What's the tool? Terrain takeout? What's Terran? Is that a real word? Terran? An inhabitant of the planet Earth. Whoa, that is a word. Whoa. You post them in some thread in Discord. Okay. Well, you guys should check that out. It feels woefully unrelated to anything I'm doing, but you're so excited that, you know, it's infectious. Earthling harvest. There's something about that I like. Reap, earthling, snag. Something about that works. You like Terran takeout? I don't know if I like it. I mean, I feel like the word Terran sounds cool. It sounds like takeout. It feels like a mismatch, you know, like mixing candy and sushi. I don't like it just like doesn't make sense. It is completely unrelated. Okay. Oh, and I like that you made a new place for it. Pixel space background generator. Whoa. These look awesome. Planet pixel generator, space pixel generator. Whoa, these are cool. Nice. Head over to the Discord if you want to check this stuff out. Candy with sushi is great. I figured someone would say that. I don't know. It's like I don't know. Like, how can it be fun and imply the alien thing? It does. Like Terran, it's good. It's good. But like, are we really? Earthling abduction. Earthling. I don't know. I'm not gonna worry about it much right now. I don't think I have anything we can poll really. You know, none of these feel poll worthy yet. But we can keep working on it. I should put a thing up here. Game. Tell me your game name ideas. Earthly takeout. Earthly takeout. I don't know. The takeout thing. It's like, to me that says food. You know? It feels like food. Like eating. In a way that's not this kind of eating. It feels, I don't know, it's like going to a restaurant. Sometimes in space games, the humans are called Terrans. Right? Like serious space games, though, right? Like, not like silly space games. That's what I mean by the sushi and candy thing. Like, takeout is like candy, and Terran is like sushi. It's like refined, distinguished food. What do the aliens do with them? Technically, the aliens, well... Here, I'll tell you a little bit. Where Am I has a question. You have studied writing. I have, that's right. How was working in writing, and what led you to become a game dev? I hated working in writing. I despised it. Really, it was wanting to tell stories in a way that was more interactive. For me, like I wanted to tell a story, and I wanted to get feedback immediately about how that story was going. And I found that incredibly challenging with traditional writing. And the reason why I found that so challenging is because when I make a game, when I'm telling a story doing a game, it's like I can test that right away. If I'm writing a script, like, I have no idea what it feels like. Like, I can't get all the actors together or whatever, or even if it's a novella, like, I can't read a whole novel or a whole book all at once, you know? So for me, it was more, I wanted that constant feedback as I was working on it, and writing didn't give me that feedback. That was really the big thing for me. And in general, you know, I found that I often had to write things that in a way that I didn't want to, like if I was gonna get work, right, like sell scripts and stuff, and it was very competitive in a way that it felt like it would go nowhere, and yeah, I didn't enjoy it. I felt very trapped to the pages, and that wasn't that fun to me. Whereas with games, I can try something, test it, and keep doing that. And that's what I love about game dev the most. Okay, so the aliens look like this on their home planet, right? This is what they look like. And in the sky are these orbs that are formed, sort of like a pearl in like an oyster shell, right? And the winds in the sky make these pearls happen. And there's all little aliens, they're just heads. And then they see these pearls and they slobber all over them, and they have secretions in their saliva that get on the orb, and it causes the orb to fuse with their head and essentially become their body. So their body is now that orb, and their organs like go and match down into the orb and stuff. And so that's their most evolved form on their home planet. Until one day, humans were sending animals into space just to see what would happen, right? Like dogs and mice and things like that. And one of those animals crash landed on the alien planet. There's going to be a cutscene for that. And as the alien does, it slobbered all over the animal and ate it. And when it did that, it grew the limbs of that animal. So now we have an alien with these like mouse hands and legs. And so the aliens are like, yo, we need to go to Earth and we need to get more of these animals, whatever these things are, so we can all have limbs and build a great society with our limbs. So that way they can take those magic orbs they have on their planet and build domiciles and big civilizations and stores and just have a great society with all their useful limbs and stuff. So that's why they've got their sights set on Earth, and that's what they plan on doing with the humans, is literally harvesting them and farming them on their home planet so they can, take their little head children. So they eat them. And they also farm them. We don't see that in the game, but technically, they would just make sure, okay, hey, little head alien, here's your orb, there you go, here's your human, now you got limbs. And in theory, they might research the human DNA and be able to not have to eat them. But yeah, they do kind of eat them. Yeah, it's true. So harvest takeout. Yeah, but takeout is so evocative of going to a restaurant and ordering food. I feel like this betrays that. This game betrays that. And I feel like if I'm playing a game that's talking about takeout, I'm gonna expect there to be jokes or references to ordering food. You know what I mean? It's sort of like with the harvest thing, where harvest creates this idea of farming. To me, this creates an idea of restaurant. And to me, if it's missing that, it's I don't know, it's just kind of weird. Terran Takeout is a cool iteration. It does. Alien Run. Yeah, maybe something like that. The thing about Alien Run is it's so common, I feel like there's gonna be a lot of games called Alien Run and a lot of things called Alien Run. So that's the other part of it, is how is it kind of a unique, right there. We've already got three games, okay, 2 games that load up immediately, So I don't want to be worrying about that. Yes, backstory. I don't want to be worrying about that competition and I want to have a name that's unique for the game. Earthlings to go. You keep typing Earthings, and I don't know if that's what you mean, but that's interesting. Earthlings to go. Yeah. Earthlings to go. It kind of has that same thing for me, with where it feels like a restaurant implication. Earthly Run. And so then this is the problem I have with Earth in general. Is it really Earth, Is it really Earth? Yes, we're going to Earth and we're doing things, but really the game kind of feels more like... So for example, when I was searching abduct the Earth, I searched this earlier today, and I found this game that I don't know if this person is ever going to work on again or what. You know, it's 2 years ago, something that they might be working on. I haven't seen them post any updates about it. But take a look at this game that they're calling Abduct the Earth. And you see how like this like spaceship is like draining souls from entire cities, and then the numbers are like decreasing, right? Like I'm like, oh yeah, that is Earth stuff, right? Because you're literally going to the planet and you're draining numbers from, you see like the land masses, right? It looks like you're on the globe of Earth and you're doing stuff. Whereas the game I'm working on, you don't really get that same feel of the Earth. You know? I don't know. And maybe I'm nitpicking, but it's just the way I am, I guess. Alien nom noms. Oh man. And I know I've rejected a couple ideas you guys had, like someone said something about intergalactic. The word intergalactic is too long. It's just too long. I can't with that word. It has cows, so it's probably Earth. Right, it's like, right, but like, you know, like, it still, you know, it just seems a little too general. What's up, CVR? Does a main alien character have a name? It does not. No name. They don't even have, I don't even know what their species is called. But no, because technically it's a roguelike, so the idea is that you are one of any alien that happens to be the one that's being sent. So when you die, you're not the same alien when you come back. You're like a different one. So it's kind of more, yeah. That's actually a good thought. Like I was thinking, like if these aliens have like a species name, that could be in there. But I don't really know what to call them. You know, if you bring up Earth, it implies things other than Earth. That's true. That's true. You love Alien Nom Nom? It's definitely silly, but you know, and again, I know I'm being pedantic, but this is how I am. This is who I am. You know, then I'm feeling like, let me see a game where we're constantly eating things. Now, you are going to be able to eat the things, and I haven't set that up yet, but you are going to be able to choose to, instead of abducting them into the score dunk, you will alternatively be able to eat them, and you will see them, the things being eaten. With that said, it's not like the only thing, you know? I don't know. Harvesting Earth. Yeah, I mean, it's something. It feels more like a lateral move from Harvest Earth. Sorry, my network lagged for a second. That's okay. I get what you say. Writing is extremely competitive, but also game dev, and both are hard to make a living considering the art-based business. Absolutely, totally. And so here's the other thing about writing, where am I? Is I felt like in writing, like there is no Steam, right? There's no itch.io. There's not really I mean, there is, I guess like ebooks, right? If you're writing novels and stuff. But the writing I was going into was screenwriting, television writing, and playwriting. So I wanted to write things that were going to be performed by people. And there was really no place there's no way to be an indie developer, writer, or something, you know? And so it was like really hard to see what I could do other than, like, you know, setting up a vast production, right? Like hiring actors. I can't just like get friends together and have them put some, like, it's just gonna be crappy, you know? I guess for making games, the barrier to entry felt a lot lower. Right? Like I could as a solo dev make the characters, put everything together. Yes, it's complicated, but it's possible for me to actually do it. And you know, I can have assets that other people made. I don't have to collaborate with people in this very real, tangible way that is very complicated. I don't know. It felt, and so anyway, so it felt like there was no, it's competitive in a way where the resources that you need to produce the content is competitive. Like getting access to those resources is competitive. So if I wanted something to perform my script or whatever, you know, it was competitive to even like make a script that some production company would be willing to even put on in the first place or try to put together in the first place. Whereas I can make any old game and get it up on Steam and sell it, and there's nobody saying like, no, that game isn't gonna be one that we try to make. Do you know what I'm saying? Like there's no version of that for writing and stuff. Getting it to the consumer is easier. Yes. Yeah, exactly. Well said. That's what I was trying to say. Cam asks if you'll be able to heal limbs by eating. 100%. Yes, absolutely. Definitely. Exactly. That's going to be the whole point of eating, is healing limbs. And then you have to make sure, you're making a tactical decision if you are going to potentially lose karma for eating an innocent human because you're about to die. And so, well, I don't want to die, so I'm going to eat an innocent human, right? But then your karma goes down and that has consequences. Abduct and Conquer. Welcome, Pierogigon. We got a member in the house. That means it's song time. Abduct and Conquer. I mean, it's like fun, but like, what does it really mean? It kind of just feels like a little pointless for the game, like they're not really trying to conquer, but it's fun, and I appreciate the suggestion. I don't know that I even want to write it down. All right, let's give you a song though, naturally. What song is playing? I can probably sing to this, maybe. I don't know if I can sing to this one. This is a tough one to sing to. Okay, here we go. Pierogigon, oh Pierogigon, you're here and that's great. Pierogigon, you're great. I appreciate you, Pierogigon. You're great. I appreciate you. This song is hard to sing to. I don't know, it just doesn't have a singability to it. Hold on. Let's pick a better one. I can't do it. I'm not feeling it. Let's get a different one. Not that one. Give me something. No, not that. Give me something better. Oh, see now, there we go. Pierogigon, oh, Pierogigon, yeah, Pierogigon. You're on something in a good way. You're on fire. Pierogigon's on fire in a good way. I can tell Pierogigon is on fire in a good way. I can tell Pierogigon is on fire in a good way. I can tell. Pierogigon is on fire in a good way, I can tell. Pierogigon is on fire in a good way, I can tell. Oh yeah, Pierogigon is on fire in a good way, I can tell. Alright, that's it, that's all I can do. Wow, not my best song day today, but that's what happens, that's what you get. Thanks for being a member, I appreciate it. I don't know guys, I couldn't do it today. There's A3, what is A3? What does that even mean? Getting feedback for writing is impossible. Yeah, it's hard. I mean, because you have to ask people to like read something really long. You know what I mean? And like, and then, yeah, and then like, what's their feedback? And I don't know. Yeah, it's hard. It's hard. I think it's cool that you have your community to help you with ideas and give you input. Yeah, me too. I love it. I'm so thankful. It's a pleasure. Abduct and collect. Abduct and collect. I feel like that's saying the same thing twice, but I like where you're going with it. Pierogigon is on fire. Innocent alien probing. Yes. Oh God. Oh no. I don't know, buddy. We're not doing a probing. It also has a downside to sound like Command and Conquer. Yeah, it does. Abduction run. Oh. You know, I kind of like that. Abduction run. That's not a bad name. Why do I like that name so much? Now that brings up the other problem I have with the running things, which is that kind of cheapening the game, but it is a cheap game. Abduction Run, AO3. Okay. You've added a letter and it still makes no sense to me. I gotta say, I'm not seeing any other games. Oh, here's Abduction Run. Okay, here's another game called Abduction Run. Doesn't look like there's much competition there. Wow, look at that. Look at that game. That looks kind of like a game that makes sense for Abduction Run. Interesting. This is interesting. I don't know what this game is supposed to be. I can't say this is particularly helping me. It's not a very popular game, but... Alien Cow Abduction Run? Alien Cow Abduction, Cow versus Aliens. Grabatron. Ancient Aliens, the game. Wow, there's your probe. There's your probe. Abduction Run is interesting. I really kind of like it. So I do the character animations. When I first saw it, it was weird. But after a while, it just had its charm. Thank you. Abduction Runner can work too. Yeah, I guess because the word abduction is so long, I prefer the run because it's short. But I will say, Abduction Runner, there's not as many, if any, games named that. The Abduction Run game looks like it would run alongside Family Guy Funny Moments shorts. Yeah, it does. It absolutely does. AO3 is the writing for indies. Well, it got to a point where it's just a fan-made stories that are questionable. Great, sounds awesome. But like that's not the kind of stories I'm talking about, right? So the stories that I'm talking about are screenwriting, playwriting, and television writing, right? Which are very different from the, so I didn't do novel writing and stuff like that. Prose. I didn't do prose. I was writing for stuff to be performed, which was even more prohibitive because it's not like it exists as words and that's its final form. The purpose is that it's a script, like very much like code, that's supposed to have an engine that makes it do stuff and models and lighting and sound, except instead of being all done on a computer, it's done with human beings who are normally very much expecting to be paid and are usually tied to some institution that makes it difficult for that even to come together in the first place. Unless your script fits within a very narrow idea of what a script should be, which is why I got bored with it. Abduction Run sounds awesome. Yeah, I kind of like it. I kind of like it. Honestly, this is the front runner for me so far. Shockingly. Because it's so simple, but it works. Any others? I mean, I don't know. You like it too? I don't know if I even have an alternative. I mean, there's Harvest Earth. I feel like Harvest Earth is a strong one. Although I have liked Earthling Harvest. It's simple. Yeah. Yeah, and maybe is it too simple, you know? And I don't even know. Abduction Runner? Do I like Abduction Runner better? I don't think I do. It feels too long. You know, almost makes me want Abduct and Run. Something like sillier, you know? Yeah. Well, that's my plan, is to do a poll. Absolutely. It's just like, what are my faves? I don't even know what my faves are yet. Kind of figuring that out. Yeah, totally. Abduct and Run. It's a little goofy. Because you're not really abducting and running. You are. It's good. This is interesting. It's something to think about. Abduct and Run. This is a good one. This hell has promise. Something that I need to do is I need to make a script for the main menu. I wonder if we could do that on the main scene. I feel like that's a good... I haven't made a main scene script yet, but I kind of feel like this is the time to finally do it. And so something that I want to do is I would love to be able to see the face. Oh, and then I remember someone was talking about the animations. Who was saying something about the animations? What was it? Did you do the character? Oh, where am I? Yeah. I did. So I'm actually remaking the alien animation. So this is the original one. I made this a while ago. It's got a walk and a run cycle. And we can switch between those here. Walk to run. And I'm actually in the process, during the member streams that I do every Monday, I'm in the process of remaking the player character. And so this is actually the new version of the player character in the new walk cycle. So there's the walk cycle. It does have a run cycle. The blend, unfortunately, is currently a bit broken. It's bringing up an age-old glitch that I've had where they don't blend together properly. But I did finish the run cycle, a version of the run cycle on Monday. So I can at least kind of show you what that looks like. But yeah, this is the new, it's a totally new model and it's a new animation. But and I think I want to make the run cycle, the arms come out a little more. They're a little close to the body. But yeah, so it's currently being updated to be a little bit nicer. But you know, and since we've got this nice face, I would love in the main menu if we could see that face. But in order to do that, I'm gonna need to have the camera sort of flip around a bit. And I need to somehow set up in code what our like default or our constant values are for the camera, and then when we go into these other positions, where the camera will go. So you know, I could fake it a little and detach this camera, and we could fly around here and get to like, you know, sort of where I might want to be ultimately. But that's very sort of. You know, like, see how it's way too fast? So I also need to come and adjust the speed of it so it moves slower. And it also, you know, raises questions like, what are we doing? Are we the camera I mean, ideally, in theory, we're the camera flying across. But, you know, it could also be that these are all running forward. That's an option as well. I would just have to, you know, turn them going the other direction. That'd be interesting to, like, literally have them facing the opposite way. That would be a nice, like, little trick. Then I wouldn't have to worry about, like, the camera position if I flipped all of these around. Yeah, the environment. Yeah, environment will help. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I'm gonna have to make those assets. That's usually what I do in the Member Monday stream, but since I'm working on the player character, I don't really have time to work on anything but the player character. Yeah, I do want to put some, like, mountains in the background. We could just slap some, like, prisms in there, something for the sake of things. But yeah, I agree with that entirely. But I guess I'm also just conceptually trying to figure out how I want to do it. So again, the idea is you pick one alien and you click on that one alien. All those aliens in one scene and the camera flying over looks awesome. Yeah, nice, right, I want that. Maybe we could even like have like an animation for the camera, like where it sort of like gradually flies around in different spots, in different ways. I don't know. I think we should just pick one angle and stick to it. Yeah, maybe we flip them around. I'm kind of liking the idea of flipping them the other way, which would be so stupidly easy to do. All I gotta do is come in here and have them go 180 degrees. That's it. not complicated. Bam. Then it's like they're running towards the camera, and we get to see their faces, which will be nice. Okay, that didn't work at all. Why not? Okay, cool. I think because this is an instanced value, so you would have to put this at a lower level. So don't do that. You'd have to do like the mesh. So let's flip the mesh around. Hey, Coffee Stained, welcome. First time smeller, long time dealer. What? You've confused me, but there's aspects of it that I appreciate. I think I moved the position 180. Good to see you, Coffee Stain. Thanks for coming through. I'm looking for some title suggestions for my game. I want to make the main menu today, but I'd love to like work on like a stand-in title spot. And these are some of the more compelling suggestions that I've seen. My favorite so far is actually Abduction Run, even though there's something kind of plain about it. You know, it feels like it works the best. I kind of like Abduct and Run because it's a little more playful, but I kind of like Abduct and Run. I feel like I'm gonna bold Abduct and Run. I like that. Harvest Earth has been an option as well. But yeah, so the game is it's a roguelike game set up like an endless runner where you abduct humans and you put them into an orb. Beer run, abduction run, yeah. Yeah, it's kind of like a beer run. It kind of evokes that takeout to go thing again there. They who smelled it dealt it. Oh, first time smeller, long time dealer. Nice. Thank you for explaining the joke. It actually was funnier when you explained it. Thank you. Sometimes that is true. There's also, we can also say like reap and run. Reap and run. Reaping is not bad. The thing I don't like about Reap is it feels like spooky, like a scary game or something, you know? But I don't know. I like the N run because it's like playful without being too ridiculous. It seems like putting the word run in there is an exciting possibility. Reap and run. Reap and run, abduction run, abduct and run, harvest earth. I guess I could put a poll up. How many poll options do I get? It might be a good time to put up the poll if we have enough possibilities. So I'm the reapist. I don't think so. I think that's a little too close to a bad word. Or not a bad word, but an unsavory word. A word that is not one I want associated with the game. E.T. eats. I'm not sure about the IP reference, but I like where your mind is going. I think we can do up to 4 poll options, right? Start a poll. Let's see. Yeah, I can do 4 options. So that's how many we have. So let's see. Let's just take stock of what we've got so far and see what we think about it. What's up? What's up, Roger? I'm looking for some suggestions for a title for my game. And I'm going to run a poll right now with some of these. Now, this isn't the final poll deciding what we do. It's just to get like a feel, since we have about 4 that at least I feel okay about. Just to get a feel of like where we're leaning here. Okay. All right. Poll. Oh, yeah. Let me get rid of the pin. Sometimes if I don't get rid of the pinned comment, it gets a little angry. So I should unpin the comment. Cabbage Inquisition. Okay. That is very silly. Fixing the animated control plugin so I can do actual fresh install tutorial for it. That sounds serious. That sounds really serious. Silly joke. I've been eager to watch a new stream of yours. I was stoked to see this was on right now. Let's go. I'm so glad you made it. Let's go. I'm glad you were joking because I was like, surely you don't mean that. I do feel like with a lot of these, like the word reap in general opens itself up to those weird things. Yeah. It's not. Well, it is and it is. It's not intended to be a reference to Harvest Moon, but when I realized it has like a similarity, I was like, that's okay. Like, I'm okay with that. But I think it is also like confusing some people. Like, if you read the title of the game, does it give you some sense of what actually happens in the game or not? And Harvest Earth, you know, could be a lot of things. I don't think I would imagine what it is being what it is. Okay. Favorite game title contender. Let me know tell me other ideas too. Okay. Poll is up. I have a poll in the live chat with just some options, not a final thing, right? So if you don't like any of them, you can still pick one and we're just getting a sense. We're just trying to get like a general sense. Abduct and Run, 2 of the votes so far. Oh, Reap and Run. It looks like the End Run so far is getting some love. Interesting. All right, well, I'll let that hang out for a second while I do quoting stuff. All right, did I get this character flipped around yet? I want to see it facing the other way. So I definitely want to slow down the terrain movement. Oh, that looks so silly. I love it. We gotta let that face show more. It deserves to be seen. It must be seen. I'd almost say it's too many aliens. Like, they kind of start to blur together, and like, I don't know if I fully like that. But at least they're facing that way. I think that works better. They're all hopping around. And I mean, I don't even know. Do I even want to move the camera? Like, let me try reducing the number of aliens. Now, this is actually going to be a bit of effort to reduce the number of aliens, if I'm being honest, because there's 9 different chunks that have aliens on them. 9. That was 1. So now I come to this one. Oh god, and they're not even always gonna be easy to grab and select. I mean, I think it's okay if there's like some stragglers. There can be some charm to that, potentially. I better like this decision. Oh, you're going the other way? Don't do that. We should keep it the same for each one. I just feel like there's too many of them. All the like the teeth smiling, it's not working for me. Why is this? Oh, I guess some of them have more or less rows than others. Jeez. It's chaos. Okay, that's the 4th one. This is the 5th one. Clear some of these out of here. I'm not sure if I want to try moving the camera or anything. I just don't know. Because I want the camera to move because it's like fun, but isn't necessary. Earthly Chaos. Earthly Chaos. It's cool. It's definitely a cool name. It doesn't feel like the game. I like it and I don't like it at the same time. I appreciate the idea. Earthly Chaos. Like what is the chaos? Like it's I guess Earthly Chaos makes me think of like, I don't know, maybe like you're a deity who is changing the fate of humanity or something, or maybe it's not bad. I like it, you know, because it is also kind of giving like an apocalyptic vibe, like things are going to crap and everything's falling apart, and you know, which often comes with like a kaiju style invasion or something like that. Like there's just something about it I do like. I'll write it down. It grows on me. It grows on me. But I guess the vagueness of it, the lack of clarity, specificity, is what concerns me more than anything. Okay, I'm going to... Okay, alright. There we go. Alien Chaos. Yeah, okay. Alright. It feels like the same. It feels the same. It feels the same. You know, and then to me it's even a little more confusing, because like, are the aliens in chaos? The aliens feel quite under control. I don't know. Like I appreciate the idea. I just don't know if it's working for me. I don't know. Wow, it doesn't even look that different. If I'm being honest, it looks like very similar. I mean, it's definitely less, which is better. So I'm happy with that. I still think it's going a bit faster than it needs to for the main menu. So I'll at least set it up to be slower. I'm gonna close all these that are open, because it's causing me distress. Yeah, they're just spread apart more. That's pretty much all that we achieve there. But I think it looks better. So I'm going to put the terrain controller on here. I'm gonna say on ready, terrain controller. We wanna say on ready variable, naturally. Terrain controller, which is a node 3D. And we're gonna set it as such. And then in the ready function, I want to, so the way that we're controlling the menu changes is this game begin thing. So I might want to set up some more states at some point. On game begin, it hides all of those aliens immediately as soon as we click it. And I think it's not just as soon as we click it. I think this happens on a bit of a delay. So we'll see. I might need to adjust like what sets what off. But for now, let's do it like this. We got a few more votes in the poll. Abduct and run. Abduct and run. It's only 7 votes. You know, by the end of this, we'll have a lot more. But abduct and run is taking a pretty strong lead. Okay, we got a little readjustment here. Harvest Earth is on the board. Hey, what's up, Abo? Welcome. Good to see you. Thanks for coming through. I'm designing some main menu stuff for the game right now, and a title would be really helpful for designing that. So I'm not exactly sure what title I want, but just sort of trying stuff, and it doesn't have to be like the final title here. It's not even close. Absolutely not. But yeah, it does give that vibe, doesn't it? Okay, so I want to say Funk on game begin. And I want the terrain controller, terrain velocity, to be set to something quite a bit lower. We have it by default being 11, it would appear. Let's try like half of that, approximately. Let's do a little 5.5. Oh, we actually would want that to go back. Actually, what I'd want it to be is terrain is set it to terrain controller constant terrain velocity. So we want it to go to the normal speed. We want it to start out terrain controller dot terrain velocity. Then we want to set it to 5.5 at the beginning of the game. That feels good to make a step towards the final name. I'm usually pretty bad at names. It takes me a lot longer than most to get a good one. I mean, I've been working on this game for like, you know, freaking 7 months or something, and I've not come up with a title yet. So I don't know if I fit into the category of quickly having come up with a name. But yeah, it's good to finally be like thinking about it. For sure. How we doing with the poll? I like the speed. The speed, honestly, could be a little faster. We got another vote. I think it went to Abduction Run. Or did it go to Abduct and Run? It's hard to tell. Looks like Abduct and Run. I like Abduct and Run. It's fun. It's a really fun one. I'm excited. I think we can make this a little bit faster. Let's try a 6.5. Yeah, getting a name is hard. I mean, you guys have helped me a lot. It certainly helps to have suggestions from the community. 100%. 110%. So then the idea is we hover over one of these. We click on it. An orb is gonna descend and grab the one that you click on. Take that one away. Ideally, they stop spawning in and then the last one goes by. But I think that's gonna be harder to do than it's worth. And it might be easier to just say that when it goes up, there's like a flash of light on, and then everything's gone after that. Like the teleportation happened. What happens if I click it now? It loads, and everything looks fine. There's still a problem where the materials on the character don't load in correctly. Still gotta figure that one out. But then we're back at the normal speed. Okay. Let's get, I would love if like something happened when you hover over the alien. Ideally, we would use the same shader that's being used for hovering over obstacles and stuff. It's a little confusing because it's like you're not like destroying it like you are when you're playing the game. But that's okay. I still haven't set up what the shader is gonna be like when you abduct things. I should probably figure that out, actually. There are games that are story focused and had a lot of success. You should do a gaming stream playing them and commenting on their writing, what you like and don't. I'm very harsh when it comes to critiquing writing. I definitely have a lot of thoughts about writing. It's a fun idea. Examples: Night in the Woods, Omori, and The Coffin of Andy and Laylee. I think I like that suggestion. I think like in general, I don't really enjoy those types of games. Like me wanting to do screenwriting and playwriting and television writing was born out of, well, A, I was good at it. And B, I really didn't like, I should say, like the lack of diversity and representation and how insulting I found a lot of media that I grew up with to be. And so I wanted to create media that was entertaining and was well written, that offered a more thoughtful perspective on humanity and people, and different types of people. And this is not something that the industry is interested in, by the way. And so, at least not when I was trying to get into it. So, you know, I tend, it didn't necessarily, I do like watching, I love watching television. I do, I love it, for sure. I love good, strong stories. With that said, I don't really play a lot of story-based games. Maybe that's a me problem. I tend to like to watch things instead of like think about how a story-based game goes. But I'll tell you, you know, it makes me think that maybe someday I should look into making a story-based game. I think the reason why I don't want to make a story-based game is because I'm a little scarred by like the writing industry in general, and I just kind of want to step away from it. But yeah, you definitely planted the seed in my mind. We'll see what happens. I think like if I stream myself playing games, it's going to be research for the current game that I'm working on. Like I'm probably going to stream myself playing some roguelikes soon, some endless runner games soon, for the sake of researching for this one. So you know, I'm not really here to stream for the sake of streaming, and I don't even really be gaming for the sake of gaming, to be honest. For me, it's all feeding into how can I be better at making games, and if it doesn't help me do that, then I don't bother. So we'll see if I'm ever, especially if I'm ever working on a story-based game or something, research gameplay. Yeah. It's an interesting idea. I would definitely have critiques though. Did you have fun making this game? Absolutely! Oh, I freaking love coming here and working on this. That's why it's so easy for me to work for like 8 hours straight. Because I enjoy it. I mean, I love that I can even sit here and just like play this. I'm enjoying myself. You know, this is level 1, there's not much challenge. There's still a lot of components like enemies that aren't in the game. But, yeah. Oh, it's a friggin' blast. I'm so grateful that I'm able to spend my time doing this. If later you want to look, I decided to share a short video of a start of a project in Discord. Wow, yeah. Well, Dragonblade, I do every Friday after the game jams, the game jam streams, I check out things people share in the Discord, projects that folks are working on. I check them out in a secret live stream. It's a secret live stream. If one decides, and I know you don't want to, but if one does decide to join the Patreon for free, you will get that live stream in your email inbox every Friday, and it's an unlisted live stream, and it's just all about checking out community creations. It's a nice kind of like private space where, you know, people can come together. It's not paid or anything, and you know, I can play test people's games and see what people are up to and stuff. And if you don't want to join, but you post up on the Discord, I always post clips of me checking out your thing in the Discord, so we can always do that then. It's 4 a.m. Fair enough. I'll link it to you in the Discord whenever I check it out. But I always go through the Discord and see what's new and then check all that stuff out. I can't wait! Wow, the legendary Dragonblade. Gonna see something you're working on. Psychedelic Kitten can barely sit for 3 hours. I can't imagine 8 hours, but I deal with chronic pain, which is probably why. Oh yeah, that sounds like understandable why concentration might be difficult. That's real. Yeah, you deserve to not be dealing with that chronic pain. I believe very strongly. Well, you know, for me, and I've said it before, and I'll say it again, like, live streaming is my Adderall. Like, it helps me concentrate. To know that there's a couple people here live. To know that some people are gonna come through after, you know, and that it matters that I keep on subject and that we keep focused and I keep working on it. You know, that helps me focus. I could never focus without this live stream. If I wasn't live streaming, forget about it. I would never finish this game. It would take, I would just like you, I would lose focus for some reason, right? My mind would wander. I'd have to do something else. I'd think about something else. I'd watch something else. I would definitely get distracted. The only way that I don't get distracted is by live streaming. The only way. You love streaming. Let's go. It's kind of like your Adderall too. Did my chat app literally censor Adderall? Now that's just messed up. What? What? Dang. Is that not an advertiser-friendly word? Adderall, 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 Adderall. Drugs. Drugs. I mean, I'm sure if I say ibuprofen, that's not bad. No, ibuprofen is okay. Interesting. Interesting. Don't worry about it. The game is barely anything now. Fair enough. It won't reach far. It's just a demo to showcase a marketing tool at work. Cool. And sadly, that marketing tool was for microtransactions. Yeah, but you're proud of it, and it's within this, like, industry that we're all interested in. That sounds really cool. Wow. All right, understood. Understood. Methylphenidate. Wow, nice. No problem with that. What if you just, now I'm being bad. What if I just say that? Oh, it doesn't like that word. I'm not gonna say it. That's not advertiser friendly. All right. So, okay. It's different. Psychedelic Kitten can't wait until they make something in Godot. I will be so proud. Yeah, let's go. Let's go. Start small. Start small. That way you can feel that pride sooner. You know? I can't use their nickname. It's only their full legal name. That's right. That's right. Yeah, Dragon Blade. And this is, you know, this is a separate application. You know, like it's appearing over here. You know, you guys see it in there just fine. It's just the chat app that I use is censoring it automatically. Oh, it's in Godot. Bringing Godot to the professional world. I love it. Good. All right. So I feel like I need a way to be able to highlight these things, which feels like it's going a little off the main menu, but I don't think it is. It's like right now, whenever I hover over obstacles, right? You see they get this kind of edge highlight around them. Right? So we set up that shader for that. Now, if I hover over things that can be abducted, they don't actually light up in the same way. We do get an arrow above their head, but we also get an arrow. I wonder if we could say the arrow doesn't appear for obstacles, but the arrow does appear for these kinds of things, for things that we abduct. That's vaguely interesting to me. But, you know, on some level I want them to like stand out. I guess this is fine. I guess we could do the arrow. But then again, on the main menu, do I really want a bunch of like bouncy arrows on the main menu? Something about that feels kind of cheap or something. I don't know, something about that I'm not really into. I also would need to, if I want to follow through with this design concept, I would need to write an exception for hovering over the obstacles. Is Alien in the Midwest? I mean, that is pretty much my inspiration for this, because that's where I'm from. So yeah, kind of, yeah. There's 4 different areas for the game. Level 1 through 3 all take place in farmland enviro. These are just my references I'm gonna load up. Levels, so that's like the area, is cattle farms and rural, area 1, and there's 3 levels. Then levels 4 through 6 are going to be in small town. Nice. Area 3, or levels 7 through 9, are going to be in a city environment. And then Area 4, or levels 10 through 12, are going to be on a military base. I didn't really plan on it being in a particular place in the world, to be honest. But, you know, for the cattle stuff, I mean, there's a lot of that in the United States. So it just kind of ended up being where a lot of my references came from. Still not really sure what we're going to do for the small towns section, but that'll be soon. And then I've done some work on the city area too. And then we'll have military base stuff as well for the final area. Only arrow for abductions, but replace arrow with the alien nom nom GIF image. What's the alien nom nom GIF image? Is there an alien nom nom GIF image? It just looks like the Midwest. I know it does. It really does. It absolutely does. 100%. Absolutely. Could not agree more. Especially, you know why else you probably think that? Is the flatness, right? It's so, this game, there's no like, you know, mountains or hills, at least not that we perceive directly. You'd make one, 2-frame, whoa, 2-frame image, alien open mouth frame 1 and closed mouth frame 2. Whoa, that's interesting. I mean, you don't only nom nom it, you also abduct it. So there's like so like, you know, that, I like it. And the crops, yeah, the cornfields, totally. Yeah, someone had just suggested cornfields, and it was such a fun idea, I had to put it in. Yeah, because sometimes, well, really most of the time, you're going to be grabbing them and putting them in the score dunk. Once in a while, you might eat them. So it's not a very common thing. I mean, that's adorable. I love the idea. But me, I'm going to start thinking about like, well, but does it always make sense? So, okay, so I guess I'm going to have an arrow on the main menu. That's fine. I don't think it's tacky for the main menu. I don't think it's tacky. I think it works well. All right, so how the heck do we even do the arrow? Can I remind myself how we do that? Am I auto-loading something for that to work? Or what? I don't fully remember. Yes, hover interactables auto-loaded. Hover interactables.tscn. Okay. Let's see. Let's see what's going on in that scene. All right, yep, that's an arrow. That makes sense. I do think we could replace that with something more fun at some point. It's a fun idea. Now on the script, we've got something hovered and anything seen. If something is hovered, hover effects begin. If anything seen, hover effects end. So if something is hovered, it's going to set hovered current to the target. And it's going to check to see if there actually is something that, if global's highlighted is empty. Oh, wow. Wow, so that's how we're setting the highlight, is we're adding stuff. So we must be running, okay, let's look this up a little more. Something hovered connect. Arrow sub viewport. I'm actually surprised. So where is that getting updated? The obstacles highlighted. Obstacles highlighted. That's clearly an array that we're using for reasons. Obstacles highlighted. And it's all in hover interactables. Where do things get added in there? Append right here. Oh, it's just further down. I see. If it's empty, set hovered old to hovered current. Gotcha. If target is in group meet. Oh. For every node in target get children. If node is mesh instance 3D, add all these things. Oh. So this is not what does the arrow. This is what does the edge highlight. That's what this is doing. I see. This isn't the arrow stuff. So this is making sure that it highlights things that are not meat that you hover over. And it does all the things to set that. So this actually isn't what I want. I want the arrow interactable script. This arrow hover here. Which for no good reason is named arrow subviewport.gd. I would like to rename that immediately. We got a couple more votes over here on the poll. Abduct and Run is killing it. I mean, that is a landslide victory right there. Only 11 votes. And more than half of those are for Abduct and Run. I mean, I think that's what we should do for now. Wow. Good. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much for helping me come up with that name. It felt like such a group effort. So many different suggestions came in. And I feel like it culminated in that moment. You know, it doesn't feel like one person came up with that name. Although I think Rogi had a big part of it. Okay. So, I want to rename this because this is a stupid name for a script. We're just going to call it arrowhover.gt. Little refactoring in the afternoon. No harm in that. Yeah, it was pretty cool. Yay. Yeah, it makes me really happy. It makes me really, really happy. And, you know, it could change someday again, but I really like it. It would have to be pretty enormous for it to change. I didn't even bother looking up to see if another game is called that, but I just have a feeling it isn't. No results. That's what I love to see. None. 0. Ding, ding, ding. So maybe, you know, I could also do another poll where we say, do you prefer Abduct and Run or Abduct and Run? You know, or something. But this one, there's not even any games either. This is something in a... Not that. This is something in a game, but it's not even referencing it. That's pretty cool that some games, Crash Bandicoot, like some games are coming up, but it's not a game name. But to me, Abduct and Run just takes all the fun out of it. Me speed developing a game to release it before you. What? I'm sure you will. I'm sure you'll succeed. Welcome, Dungeon. I'll race you. Yeah, Abduct and Run. Oh, I see. You're saying you're gonna make a game named that before I release mine? Don't make Lee sad. Why would you want to make Lee sad? It is going on itch, 100%. It'll be free on itch at first, and then after I get some feedback and I iterate on it, I will re-release it for like $5 on itch. I do not plan on putting this on Steam. Not something I'm interested in for this project. You know, if I am gonna put it on Steam, I would want to remake it from the ground up, personally. Maybe even assemble a team of people to help me do it. But, you know, I think I also just kind of want to move on from this game when I get that version done, personally. And make something hopefully smaller after that. But yeah, hopefully soon. As soon as I feel like it's in like a full gameplay loop format, I'll put it up on itch. You know, even before it's done. You know, if I feel like you can actually get from level 1 to level 2 to level 3 and you're, you know, all the features that are supposed to be in the game are there, I'll put up a version for people to play. you know, basically what I'm waiting for is to get all those components together. The only thing that would be left to do would be to grind out making the next levels and stuff. Making assets for the future levels. But we could, you know, I'll just do like one area or something and then release that. To move on. Exactly. I gotta move on. You know it. Okay, so this is the arrow hover script. I want the arrows to be on the alien, so I just kind of want to study how they work a little bit. Interestingly, they are very similar to the hover interactable script. Something hovered, anything seen, show arrow, visible, the arrow becomes visible, the target arrow target becomes the target that is seen when it hovers. If that target is not meat, do that. Get owner, get node marker 3D. If it is meat, why does meat have a different, why is this different? Moving on up. Ooh, that's fun. Whoa, as a game title? Man, if this game, honestly, you know, that would be a good name for like the first area. You know? I feel like there's been a few good suggestions. If I think of it like on a more micro scale, like, okay, the name of the game, Abduct and Run. Part 1, moving on up. What was one Entropy had? Utter, what was that? That was pretty good. Beam me. What was it? It was something pretty good. That actually is, I don't know that I'll need that. But it adds a lot of charm, you know? Okay, Abduct and Run seems like what we're going with here. But like we could also say like area 1, area 2, area 3, R3, area 3, area 4. We could give them like special names or something. Beam me up, Uttercup. It's silly, but I like it. That's a good, to me that's a good place for it. Is like as a as like a section. Yeah, that's good. You guys have some good ideas for this. Cause they're so fun. I don't want to not use them. Okay, so for area 1, we've got moving on up. There could be other places where these get used in the game. You know, like in some kind of flavor text somewhere. You know what I mean? Like there's really good value in these suggestions. So like I'm not ready to throw them out yet. Yeah, keep it silly. Exactly. Beam me up, Uttercup. Oh man. Even like some kind of like, I don't know. What do you call them? Things that you earn, achievements. I don't really want achievements, but in theory, yeah, like some kind of reward. Yeah, something like that, right. Using the cow puns as names could be good, but also when the cows get abducted, it could be a little dialogue box or something. Wow, totally. Like you know what would be even fun too if there was like a voiceover, like a cycles through a bunch of different like sayings. Of course, then we would need to do that for all the humans as well, which 95% of the game is going to be abducting humans. So then we need puns for all of them, which is like now it's becoming scope. Now the scope is expanding. So like it's more like let's just keep track of these along the way and see where we get with that. Don't give least feature creep. I know, that's what I was thinking. I guess one thing that's missing from this is like credits. I just realized. Like y'all have been giving so many suggestions today. And that's some credit-worthy stuff. Like, everybody who's been participating in this, I feel like, is deserving of some credit. I feel like Abduct and Run is unbeatable at this point. Like I've seen this before in these polls, and like when there's such a clear leader, nothing anybody does down here is gonna boost that up. Kind of unfortunately. I don't think I have anything for this, so we're gonna create a new one. Game title. All right, who all came through here? Who all's been giving me suggestions? So friggin' many. I think my critic suggestion is the least feature creepy. It is. I mean, you know, except again, like, I still would have to think of a name for every area, and I don't even know where the area names are gonna play in. Like, why are the area names being said to anybody, you know? There's really never been a place for that. It's just like the game is gonna naturally progress on its own, in theory. Cow puns. Cow puns is the title, is the credit. Okay. Cheetos Plays did give some ideas. This is gonna take me a while, actually. This is actually gonna take a while. Cheetos Plays was joking. It wasn't really a serious one, but that's okay. These credits, by the way, entitle you to absolutely no compensation. However, they do entitle you to a credit in the game and my undying appreciation. So thank you. All right, giving Cheetos a credit. Did you see the suggestion? Maybe you didn't see it yet. Oh, I did miss it. You could put the name suggestions in the credits list at the end. Oh! Oh, wow! So like Area 1 design or something, moving on up area. Could put suggested names at the end of the scrolling credits. I assume you're making that anyway. Like, just out of context, just like for fun, just like put them in there for no reason. Okay. Psychedelic Kitten definitely was giving some ideas. So let's make sure we get her in there. Psychedelic Kitten. It's gonna take a little bit of time. You know, Rolrick was here. We're giving everybody credit for it. It would be kind of fun to have some silly things at the end of the credits. Yeah, I guess so. I guess so. I don't know. I do, you know what? I do want to work on the credits at some point relatively soon. So that way I don't necessarily have to come in here to this spreadsheet all the time. We're actually just updating the game credits. Name suggestions, moving on up, beam me up, Uttercup, etc. I don't know. I feel like that's, I mean, I don't know. I kind of reject that idea. It feels like amateurish and like I want the credits to be a little serious. That's how you meant to use the names without having to do a new feature. Yeah. No, that's fair. That's okay. That's fair. Okay. Entropy. I'm not sold. I'm not convinced. All right, so let's give Entropy credit here. We are prof. Okay. Honestly, if anybody voted, I would consider them to get a credit. But I don't know everyone who voted, so I don't know. You said it. We are prof. We are professors. We are proof of something. I don't think Dragon Blade gave any suggestions, but I bet they voted. So we're gonna say Dragon Blade gets a credit for that. Not that Dragon Blade needs any more credits, but that's okay. Where Am I probably voted. I could be wrong. Maybe Where Am I didn't vote. I stand by my very ambiguous and not at all typo statement. Good for you. You voted the Reap one? Wow. I like honestly, the Reap one I like a lot. But that I am alone in that, except for you. I like Reap and Run because of the alliteration. But here we are. Here we are. I feel like it's less clear in a way as well. Abduct and Run is much more easy to like understand. CVR Check did ask some help, or ask some questions that was helpful. You voted for Abduct and Run. Wow. Wow, and your suggestion was Abduction Run. Wow. That's how we know it's good. You didn't even vote for your own suggestion. CVR Check 88. I don't think we've got a credit for that yet. Okay. This has been a credit explosion. I love it. CVR Check, was it 88? Oh yeah. Game title. Okay. Pierogigon, of course, of course. Bam. Abduct and Run sounds like my suggestion, but it's just better. Thank you. I feel complimented for iterating on your idea. Okay, I think that's everybody. Oh, Coffee Stain had some suggestion. Wow, Coffee Stain on the board. Let's go. Game title. Now, I don't know if Roger came through and voted or anything like that. I actually have no idea. Roger stopped by for a second, so I can't be sure. And Abo, I'm not sure either. Solon did make a silly joke that was a little disturbing. But we'll count it. Roger says perhaps. I'll take it. Perhaps counts. That I will give. Of course we got Roger on here. There we go. Abo. Who knows if Abo actually gave a suggestion, but Abo deserves to be on the board. I don't know. I would kind of need to hear from Abo to know. Because, like, if it's Abo's only credit, and Abo's like, why do I have a credit? And I'm like, you helped come up with the game title. And Abo's like, no, I didn't. And I'm like, oh, sorry. So I feel like I need some confirmation before we give Abo, Elmdamid a credit. If Abo confirms that they voted, then I'll give them the credit. Maybe that's being too... Maybe I'm splitting hairs too much there. But we heard from Roger. Roger said perhaps. I take a perhaps. They need to confirm the terms of service. Exactly. Exactly. Essentially. Alright. So, Arrow going over things. Solon says, how did you learn Godot aside from practicing? I watched Brackies and I'm assuming I should watch more videos because that's how I learned GDevelop. But did you know code before? Oh, what's wrong, Dungeon? Is it because I didn't give Abo a credit? Okay, maybe I should. Maybe I just should. Am I covering GDPR with my spreadsheet? What do you mean? Like privacy things? Look, man. These are people's usernames in the live chat. You chose that username. You put yourself out here publicly. I don't think I need to say any more than that. And if you want me to change it, I'll change it. So yeah, identifiable data. I don't like this. Progion says there's a learn to code from zero tool you can find. It's really good. Oh, is that the GD Quest tool? I think I know what you're talking about. Yeah, to me, I found this really boring. I tried using this and it just put me to sleep and I didn't like it. But it is It is really good, and it lets you try out things. And I would recommend GD Quest for sure. It just wasn't my cup of tea. For me, I want to get in there and get my hands dirty, and that's pretty much all I did, honestly. Like, so back in the day, like I customized my MySpace profile with HTML. You know, I did like a stupid ROM hack of a game I liked that was on Super Nintendo. I dabbled in modding Fallout New Vegas a little bit, and I had to write like a couple scripts sometimes. But really, I didn't have any coding experience. I did do some visual scripting in a PlayStation game called Dreams that had some game development tools built into it. And so I learned some like general principles of coding from that. And then I did Unreal Engine blueprints. I did some of that, and so that gave me some more visual scripting wisdom. And I did do a little GDevelop as well. But it honestly felt like I had never really coded before until I started using GDScript. That's when I really started learning. So for me, it was coming here on live stream, people coming through and giving me advice, right? So I would say for me, reaching out to community and having people supportive of what I was doing, that made a big difference. I watched like some tutorial. If I didn't know how to do a specific thing, I would go find a tutorial. But generally, I didn't really get much out of like watching like an overview kind of thing. I just like getting my hands dirty and finding out what happens if I do stuff. So yeah, that's just kind of me. But yeah, it seems like you got a lot of good suggestions in the chat, which is great. Yeah, I wish I had more of like a blueprint of how I learned. Technically, all my live streams that I've put up have my journey of how I learned. Because I've been doing most, if not all, of my GDScript coding live on stream. But that's a lot of content to get through, so... Rogi says, if you learn well from little courses and modules, the code from zero thing is a good option. Totally. Totally. Yeah, I just like messing around. I like messing around with things, reading some tutorials, reading forum posts, and putting it together and seeing what happens. And then, of course, reaching out to people and finding out what they think I should or shouldn't do. That's been how I learned, personally. It just sort of like came together, you know, just little by little. And I reference my own code a lot. That helps a lot. If I forget how I did something, I make sure to look back. Obviously, documentation, very helpful, especially with Godot. Really, really, really good documentation with Godot. Yeah, it's my pleasure. Good luck. You got this. Why is the arrow differentiating between whether it's going over something that's meat versus something that isn't meat? I don't quite know. If the target is not meat, the arrow position, it gets the arrow position from target get owner. Oh, it goes to get owner. Oh, I know why. Because meat objects are currently like one level. So if I go to the cow, let me open up the cow. I think this is the right one. The cow on the top level is a rigid body, 3D. If we go to something that's an obstacle, like a cow barn, the cow barn has a node 3D at the top. So we've got a node 3D versus the rigid body. And then in the child of the rigid body, we have the marker that is where the arrow goes to. On the cow barn, well, the marker is also in there. I'm actually a little confused still why it's different. They are different. Get owner. Oh, okay. I see. Yeah, so it is that. Because it's not the marker. That's not what it's looking for here. What it's looking for is... Right? The position? Hold on, now I just confused myself again. It does look for the marker. Right, so because it's seeing the area 3D, that's why. Okay, I do understand it. On the cow barn, when we hover over it and we're reporting the target, so it says show arrow target, and the arrow target is set to target, right? So that's the target that it's going for. Now, what it sees as the target on the cow barn or obstacles, that thing is this area 3D right here, obstacle. And so there is no marker within the obstacle. The marker is outside of the obstacle. So that's why it has to look, it says get owner, and then it looks for the marker. Whereas on the cow, the thing that it sees is the rigid body. And so there is no thing it has to go up to find the marker. It finds the marker right in there. That's why there's a difference. I guess I should comment that in for myself so I know it next time. I'm gonna use this like region thing I've been doing. I'm gonna say region if meet. Or we're actually kind of refactoring this to abductee. Oh, I also found an easier way to do regions. We can actually select things. Oh, the if statements collapse on their own. Yeah, but it's not as labeled as I want it to be. It's kind of redundant, but I don't care. We can right click and do create code region. If abductee. And in theory, this is... if obstacle. Okay. So basically what I need to do is, and let me actually put an extra comment in here. These are different because of the node tree structure. Okay. So for the aliens in the main menu, I want it to be looking for it like it's an abductee, which it is. So I don't really want to say that it is in the group meet necessarily. And I actually do kind of want to refactor that, which is a little scary. But I'm gonna search find in files for meet. I might even replace, because every add to group is in group, target is in group. I'm gonna take a risk here, and I'm gonna refactor this real fast. Find meet, replace with abductee. This is supposed to be something that I'm refactoring. Let's replace all real quick. And then let me make sure I didn't break it. Dungeon Martian says, game jams are a great way to start out. Yeah, totally. They offer a structured environment with a guaranteed player base. True. Who will often be willing to provide useful feedback. Oh, that's such a good point. Yeah. This channel does a 1-hour jam every week. We do! But that is pretty intimidating when you start out. Yeah, it is. A weekend or a week is a good starting point. Yeah, agreed. We do a game jam every Friday on this channel. It's a 1-hour game jam. Lots of love here. No big pressure, right? So like, you know, if you come up with something that's half finished, that's even a third finished, it's a 16th finished, you know, we'll still show you love and support, you know, despite that. And you know, because it's not necessarily about yeah, same psychedelic kitten. That's why I started doing the 1-hour game jam. because I was having a really hard time. I just realized my microphone was on the wrong setting this whole time. I've had a really hard time structuring my time in longer game jams. Any parents ever do it? Right, because you're a parent. Yeah. It's really, really hard for me because, like, let's say I have to, eat or do chores, whatever, do responsibilities in life, go to bed on time. In your case, do parenting duties, get people to doctor's appointments and school and things like that, right? Like, when I'm in a game jam that's not an hour, that's longer, I start asking myself, can I go to bed a little later tonight? Can I skip this meal, right? And if you have children, can I pick up my kid a little later, right? Like, for me, it starts to make it difficult to manage my actual life. And even if I'm not consciously making that choice to be late or to not eat, like, some part of me is going to get stressed out and sucked into getting that game done. So that's why I did the 1 hour game jam, because in the 1 hour game jam, even though it can be difficult because sometimes people are busy during that hour, but it means that I don't have to manage my time over a long period of time. I just know during this hour is the only time that I have to worry about it and work on it. So there is no chore that I should have done that I missed out on within that hour frame. That's like the biggest reason why I love doing the 1 hour. There's a lot of reasons, but that's one of the biggest ones, is that I don't take care of myself well in other game jams. They're not healthy for me. And indeed, they're imitating crunch culture, which is like this thing in the professional game development industry where, teams are expected to get a lot of overtime in to finish a game, and it's not healthy. And usually that is not paid overtime, I would expect. I don't know. I'm not speaking from experience there. But to me, it recreates a very toxic environment. And that is not good for me. So that's just me. So I've done longer game jams and I don't like them. They never turn out well for me. Your life is chaos. Man, it's honestly amazing that you're getting through it and you're doing the best that you can, because that's enough. Your best is enough. It's not always going to feel like enough, and someone else might have a different perspective of what enough should be, but it is enough. And I, for one, am super proud that you're pulling it together. Dungeon Martian says, there are low-pressure, month-to-month long jams that you could scope small for, but I am in a fairly unique situation with low commitments. Yeah, I mean, and everybody's going to be different, and I'm not saying don't do those, right? But yeah, you might find one that's a good fit for you. For me personally, I really have to manage a lot of, like, my own mental struggles to make something happen in a longer time frame. But yeah, there is some flexibility there. Psychedelic asks, how do you get something done in an hour? I'm gonna have to watch one. Yeah, we do them every Friday. There's a whole bunch of them. I use some pre-made things to help me, but other than that, it's really just grinding it out and hoping for the best. Dragonblade says, you could plan for it yourself, and from the start every day from 2 to 4 it's game jam and no more. Yeah, it could. That's true. That might help. That's not a bad idea. Someday if I ever do a longer game jam for our community, I'll live stream when I work on it, and it will kind of be like that, where I'll have time blocked out just for it. And maybe that'll work out better for me. It's possible. Hey, what's up, Edward? Welcome. Good to see you. Thanks for coming through. Abduction Run has took a few hits, but not enough to matter. It's really just the 3 bottom options competing. Abduction Run remains number 1. I don't think there's any beating Abduction Run at this point. Dungeon Martian says, it's a real challenge to figure out what you can do in an hour and learning how to actually think in that time scale. Yeah. My first 1 hour jam was barely a character walking around on a tile map. Yeah, and that's, you know, you're not gonna, I mean, I say that one is not gonna do much, but yet people do amazing things sometimes in the 1 hour game jam. So, you know, I can't speak to that, but, you know, for me, they're not like the greatest games, but it's not about making the greatest games. Yeah, it is a challenge. It's a big exercise in scoping and learning, realizing something that didn't seem like it had a big scope can sometimes be a big scope. I enjoy it. I do it every single week. You know, it helps me just keep sharp in like doing things quickly, script-wise, and moving around the editor and thinking about an idea and putting it into action. You know, and I'm realizing how similar so many of my game ideas are. Sometimes people come up with these really unique game ideas, and I'm like, how did you even come up with that? Like, I could never, or could I? I don't know. So there's a lot of elements that come together. Also, like representing like a visual thing. Sometimes I just do like blocks and shapes, but then other times I put like a character in there. So I like that it forces me to examine what my instincts are in a short period of time. And maybe think, well, you know, if I normally always come up with XYZ type of game, you know, how can I expand my tendencies to potentially be able to come up with an ABC type of game? Like, I don't know. And I really enjoy all of that every week. I spent the first 30 minutes of that jam trying to remember how to make a 2D character move. That's awesome. That's awesome. You like found like maybe a weak spot. Like maybe, you know, now it's a lot quicker for you to set up a 2D character for whatever reason. If you have a template or you're just more familiar with doing it, you know, like I that's what I find is that it's much easier for me to quickly pump out those basic components than it ever used to be. Dragonbite says you could get multiplayer up and running in 1 hour. Maybe. Maybe someone could. Someone did make some multiplayer games, but they made the multiplayer stuff ahead of time. Sometimes I think I have a perfectionist mentality that I have to move around a lot, which has made it hard to try new things. To move, like physically, your perfectionist mentality tells you to move around physically? So you're saying you have chronic pain, but you expect yourself to move around a lot? Sounds like a bit masochistic, really. But maybe that's not what you mean. Or like even like self-destructive. Not self-destructive, but what is it? Self-fulfilling? Something like that? Self-sabotaging. But maybe you don't mean like physically moving around. You have to move around the perfectionist mentality. And remember, it doesn't have to be perfect. Yeah. Yes. Yes. Yeah. That, dude, the 1 hour game jam, you must let go of perfection. Even any game jam. It's essential. It's a crucial thing. And honestly, game dev in general, because games take a long time. There's so many components to games. You'll be working on a game for the rest of your life if you want it to be perfect. Especially if you're a solo dev, particularly if you're a solo dev. So knowing where to let go of perfection, really important. Dudgeon says, I've struggled with the perfectionism type of, if it's not perfect the first time, I give up forever. And I've been able to let go of that, at least for game dev. Nice. Nice work. That's not easy. That's not easy. If it's not perfect the first time, I give up forever. Oof. Yeah, I can relate to that. Psychedelic does not move around a lot when you're in a lot of pain. Okay, I hope not. I can't imagine why you would. Solon says, the only thing that's perfect is the girlfriend I'll never have. Wow, that might be true. That's an interesting, no, you make a good point. That, like, you know, perfection is unattainable and yet very desirable. and maybe it can be unavoidable sometimes to desire perfection. So it's important to be gentle with ourselves if we do try to do it. Okay, so I need to make sure, so we have abductee. I want to add something, oh, all right, I needed to test the game to make sure that this refactor I did of the word abductee from the word meat is acceptable. And it didn't break the game. So if it didn't break the game, I should be able to continue to grab meat objects and score points with them, and they should behave normally. So far, everything looks totally fine. I'm not seeing any issues. I think that was a success. All right. So then what I would want to say is if target is not in group abductee, oh wait, when I set up those, what happened to those regions? Did they die? What, didn't I make regions? Where did they go? What? Now I'm confused. Did I control Z them to death somehow on accident? Wow, I guess I did. But I did that. That's pretty funny. I mean, I realize I think some of my regions were wrong, but geez, I didn't mean to burn them down. Does each thing you make need their own tab? In Godot? I think it's good. So I mean, it depends. So tabs are a couple different things. They're mostly things like they're basically things like in your scene tree. Or objects, things, each scene gets its own tab, or like files in your project. So like, there's a lot of different scenes. There's instant scenes, there's your main scene, there's auto-loaded scenes. Yeah, every scene gets its own tab. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, you're right. It is just scenes. It's only scenes. Yeah, totally. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's correct. Correct. If it's a scene, it gets a tab. Yep, that's right. So in Godot, things are like broken up into scenes, and you know, this is the scene for my menu, my debug menu. The alien does have a scene. Yes. So this is the alien scene, and it gets a tab. And then in my main scene, I have the player here. Dun 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 dun. There's the player. Now this player doesn't get its own scene because this is a character body 3D within another scene, which does have its own tab in the main scene tab. But here's the player. It's a character body 3D, and it does contain the alien in it. It has a bunch of other crap in it as well. Now within that player node is my alien instant scene, and this has the actual visuals of the thing. So there's still other stuff that goes into what the player is and what makes the player work. This is basically all the visual components of the player. It has the animations in there. It has, you know, some old hit point bars that I'm not currently using. And it has like the skeleton for animating it and all the different parts. And all these yellow bits are part of the instanced scene. So if I click on that little scene icon, then it opens up that tab. So it is the alien that's in a scene, but like the player itself isn't. But you could structure it differently. You could have the player stuff be in here and drop that in. It just kind of depends. Yeah, so different things really, you know, over here in the node tree, if it has this little scene icon, then it's going to get its own tab. Is pretty much the way that works. So like, you know, I have this cow barn down here, for example. This is .tscn, and that's the Godot scene file. If it's .tscn, you know it's a scene file. So if I drag that up into here, Let me drop that somewhere. You can see it gets that little scene icon. And indeed, the barn just dropped in. And if I click that little scene icon, it will open up the tab. So yeah, so sometimes things get a little messy and I have to close a bunch of these. I should actually do that. We have many things that don't need to be up. It's interesting that I have the arrow in hover interactables. Why would I put that there and here? That's strange, right? Did I like plan on having the arrow in there? Just seems a little silly to have that in two different places. Unless one of them isn't actually being used. That would be good to understand. If target is in group, because I don't see any arrow things in. Yeah, there's nothing arrow in here. It would be nice to consolidate that, but so there's literally no reason for there to be a hover arrow in here, as far as I can tell, unless that's being accessed somehow, somewhere. Hover front, hover back? What does that even mean? What are these? Do we reference that anywhere? Arrow, hover, front. I'm confused. In the camera. Power up menu. What? Shoots the ray. If input is action pressed, grab. Oh. Oh. Wait, do we have arrow? Oh, if not the power up menu. Oh, I remember why we did this. And what about on the arrow script? Okay, so let me get this straight. There is... I'm a little confused. I'm a bit confused about what's going on here. Sub viewport, get texture of this arrow. Is this arrow anything? Like, what happens if I just delete this? That line that was setting the arrow sub viewport. Does that have any effect on how the arrows work at all? Very confused. All I'm trying to do is set up an arrow for the alien, but then I'm like re-looking at my code, like, wait, what's going on? Does this make sense? Arrow still works. Yeah, I got some redundant things going on. What's up, Ollie? Do you have any plans to make music for your game? I found a free and open source music maker. That's cool. I'd love to hear about it. I do plan on making music for the game. I would like to experience the challenge of making the music for the game. So yeah, I actually plan on making sound effects, or at least using sound effects. I kind of like to make them all, though. That is definitely something I plans for. Yeah, what is it? What you got? It seems like this arrow hover script is being used. Is it though? Is it? I don't think this. I think this is nothing. I think it's absolutely nothing. And then let me just cheat my way to the power up menu. Yeah, it has nothing to do with the power up menu. Okay. Wow. So I think why we have the front and back boss cut kill. Oh yeah, I heard about this. I heard about this one. And it's made in Godot too. I remember. And it's like a remake of something else. Yeah, so that's the old one. This is the new one. And it looks kind of like, you know, yeah, looks nice. Especially if you're making like, you know, I think more like bit, chiptune type music, right? You can probably make some other stuff. But yeah, this is definitely a cool one. There's the link in the chat if anyone's interested in checking it out. It's free, it's made in Godot. Yeah, it looks neat. I feel like it's It's for making like the kind of music I don't necessarily want to make for the game. I think I would. I don't actually. I'm a little unsure what kind of music I want. But this is feeling like it's giving a vibe like it's more suited for like a 2D game style. Definitely a good suggestion. And also welcome, Ollie. Or is it Ali? In the file system tab, select your weird arrow scene and view owners. What is that? View owners? In the file system tab. View owners. Nothing. So owners, is owners just like any references to it or anything, something like that? Wow. I mean, a part of me just wants to like freaking remove it. I think this is the old arrow setup. Not used. Thank you. I'm gonna burn that down and give you a Godot credit for that. Consultant credit. Let's burn that thing down to the ground. Because it's confusing me. I can't be like coming here trying to do main menu and now I'm all like, is this what I need? Johnson is working on music. We got Johnson working on music. Ali working on music. Welcome, Johnson. Good to see you. Good luck. I believe in you. Thanks for stopping in. How are the votes doing? We've got a few more votes now. We've got 20 votes. Abduct and Run has taken a bit of a hit, and Harvest Earth is emerging as an option as well. I still don't see that Abduct and Run lead getting closed anytime soon. But something has emerged from the 3 bottom ones that were competing. Harvest Earth. Interesting. I do like Harvest Earth. I feel pretty strongly towards Abduct and Run. At least for now. Cabbage become human. Cabbage become human. Okay. Yeah. Right. That's scary. That's a game right there. I play that game. Oh, because they look like little cabbages and and they grow. Oh, well, guess what? I can play that game. They start out looking like this. I've heard frog, mushroom, cowboy hat, cat, now cabbage. Thank you. Thank you. It's just like an idea I had, and I just wanted to see what would happen. And then look back on it and be like, do I like this idea? How did I do at manifesting an idea? Was the idea I had worth manifesting? At some point you described it as cabbage. I did? Wow, I forgot. It does kind of look like a cowboy hat, right? It does. Roger's gonna use a Postgres server for your accounts. What does that mean? I don't know what that means. You don't have to explain it. But somebody understands it. One of y'all understand what that means. And I bet there's implications. I bet there's implications. All right, so I'm just gonna delete that arrow. It's confused. It's leading to confusion. Because we've got a whole new version in Hover Interactables. Squall. Okay. Now there's Arrow TSCN, Arrow Hover. What in the world? When you described the backstory, you said something about like a cabbage but impossible to break or something like that. I don't know that I would have done that, but the orb is, I've definitely described this as like a pearl. I've described this as a shell, like a snail shell. And it is indeed impossible to break. This is indestructible. They're like shell. Your name suggestion, aliens are crazy. Just the aliens are crazy. I don't know that I like the word crazy or the way it's being used here. But I appreciate the suggestion. Thank you. I mean, I kind of want them to be like, not necessarily crazy, even though they certainly are being, they're doing a lot. They're definitely doing a lot. Interesting. Thank you for the suggestion. I don't think I like it that much, but I appreciate it. Because it just gives me more to like think about and work with. Sometimes like an idea like sticks in my mind and then later I'm like, you know what? I actually like that one suggestion so-and-so made. So if nothing else, let me give you credit for making a suggestion. I appreciate it. Ali 22mm. These credits entitle you to no compensation. However, they do entitle you to a credit in the credits list and my undying appreciation. Only 22mm. I don't know why that one wasn't centered. Is the formula correct? It is. Alright. Give you a game title credit. Or you just dreamed it. You might have just dreamed it. That's possible. It is late when you're watching these streams, so I think that's fair. They are coming for me. How ominous. If you thought it goes to your credits, no, it does not. No, it does not. It does not go to your credit score. Imagine if it did, though. You don't even have one. You do now. No, you don't. No, you don't. Okay. I need to figure this out. So, all right, so I can do that get owner view owners with all of these. Oh, UI arrow. Well, we're about to get rid of UI arrow, so that doesn't matter. This view owners hover interactable. Oh, we are using arrow.tscn. Oh, right here, there. Oh, I see. Oh, okay. And then this arrow.tcs. So we do need arrow.tres and arrow.tscn. What we don't need is arrowhover.gd. Oh, wait, we do. Wait, it's connected to hover interactables. Oh, okay. What we don't need is arrowhover.tscn. That's the thing we don't need. Everything else does need to be there. Okay, well, I'm gonna delete this scene then. This scene is going in the trash. So that way I'm not sitting here looking at it. But the script actually is being used. That's why it makes sense and it's useful. Okay, good. So why did I go through all of this? So that way in the main menu, I can make sure that the aliens are counted as being something you hover over. Okay, phew. That took some time, but it's okay. It's okay. So, on this arrow script, well, you gotta delete it. You gotta close it, because otherwise Godot is gonna recreate it. Annoyingly enough. Okay, so it's closed, and then on hover interactables, I actually would want the scene if possible. I think I closed it on accident. Hover interactables. And on the arrow script, we say if the target is not an abductee, look at the get owner. If it is an abductee, do all this. Now for the aliens that are in the main menu, they are a node 3D with an area 3D on it. So actually we'd want the exact same thing. We would want this to be the if target statement. If it's not in the group abductee, get owner. Because what it's going to be seeing is the area 3D, and we want to say look at the owner and then look for the marker. So let's put a marker in there. I believe we can just create a marker. And then I just need to place it somewhere. Alien munch. And munch is a fun word. Munch is a fun word. I mean, it's kind of the same reason I don't like the, I don't even think I wrote them down. Like alien nom noms, the same kind of thing. Like it feels like, you know, the game isn't just about eating. You don't only eat them. In fact, eating isn't even the main thing you do with them, you know? What was it? Aliens are crazy? Really don't like that one. And I don't like any of these either. But that's okay. Alien Munch. It's nice sometimes just to see it typed out. Aliens Are Crazy there is something to it that I like in general, besides the word crazy. But, you know, they feel like they don't fit the game particularly. But it's interesting. I'm pretty much sold on Abduct and Run at this point. I should probably close the poll. I feel really good about Abduct and Run. For now. Okay, marker 3D. This, we just want to say where the arrow is going to appear. And then I just have to make sure that this is actually detectable by that raycast. So we have the special layer 15, which I haven't named or anything. I should name it. This layer is for menu alien. That's what this whole layer is for, the menu alien. And I'm gonna want to make sure that that raycast can actually see it. So I'm gonna come to my raycast script, and for something seen, where does something, wait, doesn't that, something seen, okay, wait, isn't that what the name of it is? I swore that's something. Anything seen, something hovered. Oh, anything seen, something hovered. Okay. Something hovered. That's the only place. Oh, that's the wrong script. Wait, the word something isn't in here at all? Something hovered. So how does it know? Where does it emit it? On the abductee. Oh. So that actually only gets emitted from an abductee? Really? And from hit points if you hover over. Oh, so we're gonna have to connect this. That's how we're gonna have to get this alien to be hoverable. Is we have to make sure that goes in there. Aliens are harmful. Okay. Honestly, I don't even feel like I need suggestions anymore. Aliens are harmful. It's just, it doesn't have the ring to, because this almost feels like if you're like hunting aliens, you know? Like you're like going after them, hitting. Honestly, I don't even feel like I need suggestions anymore. I'm gonna close the poll. Like, you guys have been already so helpful. I do see that Abduct and Run is losing votes, but I still think its lead is gonna be too hard to close at this point. And maybe we can revisit it and do another vote someday. But Abduct and Run has kind of won my heart. So I'm gonna end the poll. I'm gonna say we got it. For now. Abduct and Run is the current working title. Abduct and Run. That's what we're going with. It's your favorite? Do a vote between the leading two. Yeah, we could do that. I kind of like to be done with it, though. But you're right. That would keep it from being split. All right, I'll run it. I'll run it. I just don't. It's the thing is, like, personally, I don't like Harvest Earth anymore. Like, I just like yes, I could run another poll for the sake of getting the data, but I don't know that I even want the data. I think Abduct and Run is the best of the titles, personally. So, like, maybe someday. Yeah, right. I'm gonna say Abduct and Run is the one for today. New names plus deleting 2. Yeah. Okay. So, I still have to set the raycast. So the raycast is being emitted if Am I Hovered goes. Was that anything seen? What makes Am I Hovered? Attack target? Well, what about from the abductee? That's not gonna be it. It is. Attack target? It's not really attacking. Looks like I got some refactoring to do. Attack target. Is that the same thing on the hit points? Things that you actually do attack? It is. I don't really like that naming, because it's very confusing. Okay. Alright. Be safe. And then this emits attack target. I don't know if I like that. So right now, this is looking for, as far as the bits go. So when we're like looking for certain layers, and that's what this is calling. It's setting the mask of the raycast. So these numbers in here are connected to a mask. So if we look at the raycast that is connected to, it is this hover ray right here. And this hover ray is actually being set up here and used by all the other raycasts. And it's looking for a mask value and whether or not it has a mask. So if it does have a mask, that is to say it needs to be looking for certain things only, we're gonna call this with true. And then mask is saying look for things that have a certain layer. So whatever this number is corresponds to the layers that we're looking for. So when I call the attack ray, is going to say, okay, now call hover ray. So whenever attack ray runs, it's going to say whatever attack ray sees, then call hover ray and look for things that are on layer 2, layer 4, and layer 8, and do make sure it has a specific mask. Now, it's not actually 2, 4, and 8. This is like a bitwise value, more or less. So in order to find that, I have to like go to something that's detectable like this, and we get our list of layers here. So if I hover over 1, it says bit 0 value 1. What we actually want is that value there. It's confusing, I don't like it, but it is what it is, and it's what we have to do. So that 1 is that one. If we go to 2, it says 2. We go to 3, it says 4. See, it says bit 2, comma, value 4. That's what we're looking for. So this hover ray over here is looking for things on layer 2, which corresponds to this value, and it's looking for things on layer 3, which corresponds to 4. It's also looking for things on 8, which corresponds to 4. So this is looking for 2, 3, and 4 is what you can imagine that's looking for. But I need this to look for something extra, apparently, which is pretty silly. I need it to also look for the menu alien. Or I set up the menu alien to be detected in some other way. I'm gonna keep everything confusing and not do that, though. So we want to look for things on 15, which, as you can see, that value is quite ridiculous. It's 1603, it's 16384, basically. So that's what I actually need to put in here, comma 16384. Oh, sorry, we don't want to do comma, we want to do plus. And the reason why we do plus is because it's working in like bits, right? So it's the plus is just a way to help us visualize it. Like I could just add these together normally and put that number in here. So we could say like 14 plus 16384, and that would be the same result. But this way I can actually see them separated out. So that's why I do it like that. Oh, sorry, it's covered up. But you get the idea. So I could just combine all these, but I'm not going to, because then it's harder to read. So now it's going to be able to see those menu aliens. Now on the alien itself, we have to say what happens when it connects with attack target. So I'm gonna put that on there. Come to the alien for menu, and we're going to connect. I'm not in love with the way a lot of this has been going. Am I hovered? Ugh, I hate this. I really want to refactor this. I hate it so much. Am I hover? Ugh. But at least I'll keep. I'm gonna put a note to myself to refactor this someday. I'm not happy with that at all. But for right now, I don't feel like dealing with it. But I do need to deal with it. Do we have anything about it anywhere? No, I don't think we do. So let's create a new task on my project manager. And this is refactor attack target signal and am I hovered functions. Not everything attack target is set up to find is attackable. Am resulting am I hovered functions don't fit good syntax. Yeah, stuff like that. So I need to kind of fix that. So I'm just gonna put that in there just so it exists somewhere as a task that I ever do someday, potentially. And chaotically enough, I'm gonna move it to my in progress board. Okay. All right, so at least it exists somewhere, someday, for me to refactor. I don't want today to be that day. I'm already 3 hours in, and there's a lot of menu design stuff I have yet to enjoy doing. So we're gonna get this going now. Function am I hovered, this calls with a target. And we wanna say pretty much exactly what's happening on the other scripts. So like for the abductee script, we say if the target is the self and it has a node marker 3D, it emits something hovered. That's pretty much the same thing that we want to do. Am I the thing that's being seen? If I am, check to see if I have a marker 3D node. If I do, emit messenger something hovered. So that should work. And that might be enough, actually, at this point. I could be wrong. So let's find out. No arrows yet. Okay. So let's see if at least this much is happening. Print alien scene. I'm sure I forgot something somewhere. Okay, so it's not, this function is not running at all. So attack target, let's go look at that. I like little jumping aliens, those procedural? No. They are all stamped onto different chunks, basically. So just like I built the levels with like these chunks, these strips. There's a bunch on a strip, and then they're just all animated the same. They're basically the same scene, and they have an offset. So their animation all starts at a different time. I made them super low poly compared to the normal Alien model, and which you can kind of see in the crappy shadows. And yeah, they're pretty simple. They don't have, like, you know, player code on them or anything. So yeah, then they just infinitely spawn. They're not really spawning, but... So on the camera 3D, attack target should be looking for the thing that they are. We know they're on layer 15, 16384, 16384, so it should be seeing that, the attack ray. If raycast result is not empty, set a new raycast result position and collider. It'd be nice to say, oh, you know what? Well, I don't know, because there is in the hover interactables. If it's not in the group abductee, get owner, get node. If it is in the group abductee, get node. The alien for menu is not in the group abductee. So it's gonna see this area 3D. So it's gonna go to the owner, and then it should see the marker 3D, and it should show us an arrow at that position. But we see that this is not even, attack target is not even connecting to this. So let me make sure it's being seen by the raycast. So I'm gonna say print attack target. And let's see if we get something at all from there. I certainly hope so. Yes, so it is seeing the area 3D. It's printing it out many times, so that's good. Print, 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 print. So it's definitely seeing them, which is good. But I would like it to do a little more than just see them. Do you have sound? I don't know. I do kind of want sound. It's something that I'm starting to feel more and more is missing. So yeah, I am hoping for that to happen soon. It's going to emit attack target. So that thing that we just printed is being emitted on the attack target signal. On the Alien for menu script, we have attack target connect, am I hovered? Oh, it's not gonna be self. That's why, because it's not gonna be self. It's a layer down. That's why that's not working. So I have to come to our block object script, I think, or what is it? Whatever has stuff on it. What is that? Yeah, the block object script. Wait. Oh, hit points, hit points, hit points. That's what it is. Am I hovered? If attack target is set to this, so we gotta look up a level. That's why it's not working. Can we say, does this work if I say get owner instead of that? I don't remember, I don't really care. We'll just do what works. So if target is set to, it's not above it, it's the thing below it, actually. If the thing below it is the target, right? What is that? What even is this doing? No, you want to do the other way around, because hit points is looking up a level. Hit points looks up a level. In this case, we're not looking up a level. We need to look down at the area 3D. So what I actually need to do is on ready. variable area, and then we'll say area 3D is the type, and we'll just set it to this area 3D. And what we want to say is if the target is the same as the area, then do it. That's what it is. Oh, I like a crash. I'll take a crash. That means something is happening, which is nice. Really don't like those shadows. Invalid get index global position on null instance. Why is it a null instance? Because it should be looking for this marker, which certainly has a position. Well, the script is not, so actually we don't want it to the get owner one. It should be like an, it actually should be functioning like an abductee. So what I should say, if target is not in group abductee and target is not in group menu alien, then it should kick it over here. So that means I should come over here and say I'm doing the structure different. That's why it's making it so confusing. Add to group. It's not pretty that we're being inconsistent here. Okay, that might work better. Owner is related to loading and saving scenes. Any scene loaded from a scene file will have this set, but if you add a child manually, its owner may not be its parent unless you set the owner yourself. That was confusing. Okay, so, I mean, that sounds... I bet that makes so much sense, but I'm so confused by it. Like, I feel like I understand get owner sometimes, like generally. I use it a lot for like instant scenes that are when things are nested down in an instant scene, and I don't necessarily know what the name of its owner is gonna be, what the top of the scene tree is. I use it to get to the top of a scene tree if I'm accessing a script that's nested deeper in. Typically is when I use it. That is very confusing to my little brain. Loading and saving scenes. Yeah, any scene loaded from a file will have this set. Right. Interesting. But if you add a child manually, so like, what do you mean by add a child manually? Like if I were to like reparent something or instantiate something, is that what you mean by manually add a child? Or do you mean like Control A adding something? Its owner may not be its parent unless you set the owner yourself. Get owner is getting the root node in a scene, so calling it on marker 3D will get alien for menu. Yeah, but if you call it, I did at least figure that much out. If you call it on will get root node of the scene that alien for menu is in. Calling add child does not set the owner. Whoa. Reparent and children sound funny to me. Yeah, it is funny, right? Especially if you're an actual parent. I know, it's just some weird programming stuff. So it is sealing the alien. The arrow, however, is not appearing, which is interesting. But it is seeing it, so there's still a little something to fix here. But at least we're getting that print coming out. The arrows are popping up for other stuff, so it's something special there that's making it not show up. So it's running this one, target get node marker 3D. So it's definitely... Wait. I don't know if it actually, let me see this. Print arrow going to right spot. Print arrow going to wrong spot. I wonder if this show, what makes show arrow happen? Something hovered. Right, so we should be emitting that on the alien from menu. Something hovered, emit self. Oh, we don't want to emit self, we want to emit area. That's why. Because it's looking for it on this. I feel like, I'm not going to say Dragon Blade was saying that, but definitely there's something there. Okay, I think that's actually what's happening. So let's get rid of that. It's confusing, but it's okay. I don't think I need to print this at all. It's just confusing because things are structured differently, from the abductees to the obstacles to the menu alien. They're all kind of structured differently. Whoa, it's hovering over it. It's doing the like glow thing too. Whoa. I didn't really want it to, but I'm impressed that it is. I guess because, wow. I'm surprised that it's running that. I didn't particularly want it to. How did that happen? How did that happen? Something hovered. Hover effects begin. If target is not in group abductee. Yeah, so I think we need to add that on here. And target is not in group menu alien. Then it should avoid that. Let me make sure that's not somewhere else too. Okay. Okay, let's see. I think that'll keep the highlight from coming in, and it'll just be the arrow. Nope, still a highlight. Okay. It's a bit surprising. If it's not in the group menu alien, well, I think once again we have to look up a level, because it's looking at the target. The target is area 3D. So I think what I'd want to do is say on here, don't put this to add to group. We want to say area add to group menu alien. That might mess something else up, but indeed, it did. I really like them up close like this. We should have them up close. I definitely want to move the camera. Right, because now this is different. So actually, I don't want to add it. Confusingly enough, I don't want to add it in there. It does make sense. Alright, there we go. Now we get the arrows. It's just not, you know, consistent, which is unfortunate. Yeah, what's up, Insane Alpha Beta? Main menu time! Yes! This is my favorite part, or one of my favorite parts. This is usually one of the first things I do. Nice. Yeah, in the future, I will make it one of the first things I do, because, it was not fun to try to wedge it in after building a whole game without one. So actually in the future I will make sure I do it sooner. In some form. It was tricky with a game like this. Well, maybe not. But yeah. Welcome, Insane. Good to see you. Alright, so now we can hover over these aliens and we get a little arrow that pops up. Nice. I feel like we could increase their hitbox a little bit since they're spread out more. But it's okay, it feels pretty good. I wanna bring the camera in. Okay, so that's a whole task I wanted to do. I'm gonna do a GitHub commit, since this is a step forward. Look at those aliens, and the frame rate is totally fine. Yeah, yeah, it is. Yeah, totally. And you know, they're not as complex as the player character. I made sure they were a lot lower poly, and I also set it up to not have like all the code and stuff that the player has. So yeah, it runs really well. What is GitHub? GitHub is let's put the simple version, because that's the best I can do. GitHub is a way to back up versions of your coding project. Really anything, but namely coding projects. There's actually a link in the description box to the Git repo for this game. You can actually download the entire game, right? You can download the entire game right now and build it yourself and run the game. Alien Meat World is the old title, actually, but yeah, the link is in the description box to this, and so it keeps all of the past versions. I've made 273 different versions of this. So whenever I get to like it's kind of like saving, except I'm saving it in the cloud with all of the information about what I changed in each version, what made each version different from the last one. And so it lets me revert to old versions, compare. So here it's saying, okay, here we removed false and we added true. And it's great for basically making sure if I make a mistake, I can go back. It also helps with merging things. So if you have two different people or more working on a project, it can help sort out who changed what and how to bring those things together. So yeah, so it's like a server that lets you back up versions of your game for reasons of controlling how the game or the program or whatever you're making, how the updates get blended together or reverted back to or whatever. What happens in the Alien Meat World stays in the Alien Meat World. Yeah, you're probably right. Yeah, it's exciting to finally think about retiring that name. Yeah, it's so nice to have. It makes everything feel safe. So, you know, when I get like a thing done, I want to do a GitHub commit, which will sort of lock in a version, and then I push that to the like server, so that way it's up to date and collaborators or whatever can access it, or I can access from other computers, things like that. We're gonna say menu alien has hover arrow. That's what we got. Refactored a little, added a main scene script, and set up the menu alien to receive an arrow when hovered, similar to the abductee behavior. What else? There's something else. Oh yeah, I mean, removed some aliens from the menu alien chunks. Removed the old arrow hover TSCN because it was confusing, even though it's not saying that it's removed. It should be. Oh, it's still there. No, no, no. You must die. I have had it with you. We're gonna delete it. Removed, save it. Now I come back to GitHub, and now you're gonna see it has this little red dash icon, which means it is gone. Gonzo. It's like save checkpoints. Yeah, it is. Very, very powerful save checkpoints. Powerful and sometimes confusing. Alright, I think that's enough for now. So I'll make that commit, and then we're gonna push it, Are you ever gonna do a game with a story? I mean, this game has a story, but and I am gonna put like cutscenes in here and stuff, like fun things. But you know, if you mean more like a RPG or like an actual story, entirely story-based game, maybe not. I'm not really sure. Like maybe it doesn't interest me as much. I mean, maybe. Honestly, probably not. Maybe. Not anytime soon. But, yeah, this game does have a little bit of a story. For sure. Yeah, it does. Not like a super deep story, and it's not like the main focus of the game. It's like bonus stuff to contextualize the gameplay. But it's not like the story is like the point of the game, you know? It's not like people are like, yo, the story, Alien... or abduct and what are we calling it now? Abduct and run. Yo, abduct and run. The story is so good. Like nobody's gonna say that, and it's not the intention. Title: Alien Got Legs. I've actually decided on a title for now. Alien. Someone else said something like that, and I mean, it's fun because like we do have legs that like get destroyed or not. Maybe I should update the stream title to say we've got it. Dun, 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 dun. At least for now. At least for now. It could still someday maybe change, but for now, abduct and run. Yeah. So we actually did a poll during the stream, and we did some chatting, and we figured some things out, and abduct and run is what we decided on. It got decided here. It got decided right here in this live stream. So yeah, in the poll, Harvest Earth won, and I put our ideas here in the stream against Harvest Earth, but it lost to abduct and run. I'll pun there. Oh, what is the title? Wait, that's a pun? Alien Got Legs? That's a pun? Welcome, Kai Guy. Yeah, abduct and run. I don't know that I have proof, because I don't think it put the poll results in this version of the chat, which is irritating, if I'm being honest. Yeah, I don't think it put the results in here. But, yeah, abduct and run. I guess I should pin it. Game title, abduct and run. For now. And so, the good thing about having this title means I can start designing that main menu a little bit. Okay, so we've got the arrow popping up. I want to do some camera stuff, because I'm not loving the position we're at. Now, if I'm going to do camera stuff, I'm going to need to be able to get back to the correct camera at the right time. Oh, I forgot I slowed down the level 2. Something's got legs, like it's got energy, forward momentum. Oh, I see. That alien's got legs. That alien's got legs. That's cool. I like that. Nice. But I'm definitely all in for abduct and run at this point. For now. Aliens got legs. Interesting. Okay, so, and at least give you some props for coming up with the suggestion. Kai Guy gave a game title suggestion, so Kai Guy gets a credit. Okay. If someone else gave me a title idea and I forgot to give them a credit, I apologize. Yeah. So in the ready function, we set the velocity to 6.5. So what I want to do is I'd want to change the camera position right here. Now I need to grab the the constant values. So right now, the way this camera works, it's a little wacky. It's a bit wacky. It's got a Z offset that changes depending on not much right now. And then we have a Z constant offset. The credits going at the end of the game. Yes, but also there will be like a way to see them before you play the game. So there'll be like wow. Actually, if we're doing main menu stuff today, it could be something to think about. I'm not exactly sure how I want to implement it on here. But I'm hoping it'll become obvious once I add more things. But yeah, in theory, it would be on here somewhere. Yeah, so that way we could see it a little bit sooner than not. Hate to chat and run, gotta run. Kai Guy got legs. Okay, Kai Guy, thanks for stopping in. Nice. So yeah, and the reason why there are these camera settings, so let me just illustrate that. Let's just run the game. Click through. So when we move left and right, it looks kind of weird, but basically the camera catches up with the player, right? So the player moves faster than the camera, and then the camera adjusts itself to catch up. Back to that lovely job. Oh no! I hope it goes the best it can, considering it's a lovely job. It'll be over soon. Until it's not again. And then it'll be over soon again. Until it's not again. Then it'll be over soon again. Until it's not again. And then it'll be like the weekend or something. Alright. So the camera moves is interpolating. And the same thing too when we jump. It doesn't follow the player directly. It lags behind a little bit. So that's what this lerp speed is. Why we have a Y offset, a cam X offset. We also have a cam target. And so it follows the camera. They are cornfields. That's what they are. They're cornfields. That's exactly what they are. I'm glad they remind you of cornfields. As they should. Yeah. Yeah, they're just there for fun. Oh, wow. All the aliens are still here. They're just hidden. And so we can still hover over them. That's funny. Noted, but yeah, these are cornfields. The alien is quite large, so they kind of look smaller because of that. So the cam target is something that is contained within the player that just gives us a position to follow. So it's not following the player directly, it's following this target. So that means this target's positions, so we can actually see the player is right there, and then the cam target is back there behind it. But we actually adjust the position of the cam target. The cam target follows the player position. And then, if we look at cam target on here, so the rotation of the camera is based on the cam target's rotation. The position that the camera is following is based on the camera position. So the camera's position and the camera's rotation are based on cam target. However, on the camera, we have offsets. And the offsets are adjusted to, well, move the camera. So here's what I want. I want to say, you know, it'd kind of be nice if we didn't mess with the offset. And what if we just move the cam target for the main menu? And then we move it back to where it's supposed to be, and we save those these positions as constants, and then we sort of go between them. I think maybe that makes sense. So let me test that out. Cam target is here. If we move the Y position, so that doesn't work because it just interpolates back to the player position. So the position of the cam target is meaningless. That needs to be controlled by the offset. The only way we can control that is the offset. So literally these don't mean anything. However, the rotation is controlled on there. Okay, so we do want to mess with the offsets on the camera. All right. Kind of understood. So I'm going to come back to my main scene script, and I'm going to on ready the cam target, and on ready cam target. That's going to be a variable. And it is a node 3D, and we should be able to say just %cam target, and that should be sufficient, because it should be accessible as a unique name. Yeah, okay. And then we should also on ready the camera itself. Camera is a camera 3D. And I believe it is just called Camera 3D. It is not accessible as a unique name. I suppose I would like it to be. That didn't break anything, right? I don't think making something as a unique name has any consequences. But it'd be nice just to double check. Yeah, it looks fine. Okay. So now that we've got those, in the ready function, I want to set where we're going to move the camera. But before I do that, let me set some constants. And I'm going to set those constants up on the cam target. So we're going to say on the cam target, constant, well, we can't say that. Let's say target rotation X. And actually, I'm gonna do that in all caps. Target. Actually, can I do rotation? Nice. Rotation X equals. I guess that would be fine. This is going to be a float, and we want to say. Honestly, they all should be at. No, they're not at 0. Actually, the cam target has a very specific rotation. It's important. Negative 9.0. Constant rotation Y. Float 0.0. Constant rotation Z. Float 0.0. So that's what we need to go back to for these. And then on the camera, we've got these constants for the Z offset. We're probably going to be messing... Actually, I don't have constants for the Y offset and the X offset. We should have that for sure. The Y offset I have set in here as 4.025. Interesting. I should probably change that. Can we just do 4? Does it really need to be that, though? It just seems like 0.025 is so small. I barely noticed it. Whereas if we put it back to 3.7, that's much more noticeable. But if I just keep it at 4.0, I don't think we're running into any issues. But let me just make sure. That looks fine. So I'm actually going to update the export variable. And then I'd like to set a constant that we can go back to as needed. Yeah, this looks fine. Okay. So 4 is our new default. What's up, Michaela? Welcome back. Thanks for stopping in. How you doing? Hope you're doing well. Welcome. I am working on a main menu for my game, which is requiring me to do a bunch of stuff. Let me set a constant cam y offset. That's gonna be a float, and I actually want it to be 4.0, and we want this to be 4.0. Now the X, I might also want to be changing, so let's set that export, or not export, constant variable cam X offset float 0.0. So we do it in all caps to denote it as a constant. Michaela says, I took your advice about dedicating my time weekly for a game, but not gonna lie, I'm having an extremely hard time understanding Godot coding, even with the Brackeys video. Any advice for rookie practice? When you say you're having a hard time, an extremely hard time understanding Godot coding, what's an example of a problem that you're having? I'm so glad that you tried that. To devote time, because even if you're having a hard time, you're still learning something. Like it might just be hard, and the Brackeys videos are a great start, and then after that, I think it's important to use other resources. The Godot documentation, Google searching up stuff, and asking for help. So if you're trying to solve like a certain problem, right? So like, what are you trying, when you're saying you're having an extremely hard time, are you trying to make like a character move and walk around by pressing the arrow keys or something? Or, and you can't figure out how to do that. Like, what's the problem you're trying to solve? What's the goal of what you're doing? Are you trying to make like a simple Hello World game where you just press a button and it says Hello World? What is your goal? And find that goal. Make sure it's not too big of a goal. Sometimes it's hard to tell what a big goal is or isn't. And then you have to like dig in to solve each of those problems using the tools that you have and as you're learning along the way. There's a video by Clear Code called something like The Ultimate Introduction to Godot 4. It is made for beginners, but it goes very deep. It is 11 hours and includes all assets and instructions. That's cool. Wow, I've never heard of that. Pink Ski? Sounds interesting. I love that. Thank you, community, for helping out. I searched Pinkski. Clear Code Ultimate Godot. 11 hours. Look at that beast of a video. This looks cool. $2D based games. Lights, animations, rigid body, create custom scenes. Wow, that's a long video. Looks really cool though. Mainly movement of character, making the code work. Sometimes a lot of errors appear when I try my own. Don't know how it fits. But I will take your advice and come up with something specific. Yeah, for sure. Of course, yeah, I'm here. And the Discord is there. Sometimes people are there to help. Certainly we'll take a look at it. And the Godot Discords. There's 2 Godot Discords that might also be helpful. Asking for help is definitely a big thing. So like there's Godot Cafe, which is quite a large subreddit, quite a large Discord server. There's a smaller one that's the official Godot engine one. They recently made this. You might get your question answered more quickly there, potentially. So yeah, so you can go look for those. Those should be easy to find online, those servers, if you have specific questions. But yeah, so if you have an error, you know, let's say you see an error in the output, right? Whatever that error is, search it up. You can put it in double quotes. You know, if it's saying something about call deferred Godot error, you know, whatever it is, right? And so you gotta search around and see if you find someone else who had the same error as you, right? And then, you know, it's kind of, it sucks a little bit, but that kind of ends up being like a lot of the workflow early on, is getting errors like that, looking into them, finding out what they mean and why they're happening, and then trying to resolve those errors. It's really frustrating, right? Because like it's yelling at you and you're like, but I'm just trying to do this thing and I thought I was doing it right. What could it be? Finding resources where other people have had those problems is always the most helpful thing for me in those situations. But yeah, something specific, you know, a very small thing, like you know, you have a character that walks up to another character, you press a button, dialogue pops up, you go back to the starting position and you win the game. I don't know, something, you know, something really simple and tangible. You can make it a little more interesting than that, but you know, nothing, not like an entire game, an RPG, you know, none of that stuff. Simple things. But it might help you a little bit in solving some of those problems for sure. But yeah, make sure you look into those errors and things. And yeah, that's a cool, I can't vouch for this. To me, this is really intimidating. Like 11, I'll subscribe to this channel. This is really cool. An 11-hour course. I don't think this would be the way I would learn, but this might be something that helps you for sure. So again, I can't vouch for it, but I'll drop the link in the chat. It seems nice. Thanks, Pinksky. It's nice of you to offer that. It looks cool. You know, to me, this would be kind of overwhelming, but, you know, I just learned, everyone learns differently. Thanks for stopping in, Michaela. Good luck. You got this. Stick with it. You're learning, believe it or not. You are. So, all right, we're setting this constant, camera X offset, camera Y offset, and, oops, I want to go back to my main scene script. Now that I've got those constants, we can make sure to say that when the game begins, those all return to normal. So cam target, cam X offset becomes cam target, all caps, cam X offset. So it resets it back to that constant, which is constant because it never changes. Cam target, cam Y offset, we want to set it back to cam target, constant, cam Y offset. So it goes back to the normal position. Then for the camera, oh wait, that was on the camera, my mistake. So let's do that. Bring that down. It's funny that it was like, it did it. It's funny when GDScript doesn't yet check to see if those exist, and it's like, oh yeah, it looks good. But it didn't exist. Okay, so we want to say camera target here, and then its rotation X should be set back to camera target rotation X. Oh, it's cam, that's confusing. Is cam target. A little confusing. Is it called cam target out here? It is. Not the most consistent syntax there with cam and camera. Rotation Y equals cam target rotation Y. Okay, so in theory, that will restore them back to normal if I've set that up correctly. We'll find out. Okay, so here, let's set... I don't really know what I want to set it to, so I kind of want to play around first. We should, if I play around with it, we should be able to see it go back once I load into the game if I've set these up correctly. So it's actually worth even trying out now. So let's move the cam target. Well, that's rotation. So let's actually do the offset first. So camera Y offset. Let's bring it down. So, wow. That's awesome. I love it. I love it. So we've got that down. Now if I click on one of these, it should actually readjust it. It did not readjust it. Okay. All right. Understood. I see that that didn't readjust. 2.34. Let's try doing this here. Camera. Cam Y offset. I might have named these wrong too, but I feel like we would have gotten an error. We want to set it to 2.34. So let's see if at least that much works or something. Yeah, so there we are up close. Click it. Now it seems to not be actually restoring it, which is interesting. I'm gonna go to the remote scene, which will let me see values that are currently active. So I'm gonna do main scene, and I'm gonna check to see what that variable is set to. Because when it begins, it should be updating that to the constant, but clearly I've done something wrong. Cam Y offset, so it did set it back to 4. It says 4. Is it upside down? How strange. Because it says that it's 4 right now. Wow. Why would it do that? Hey, Sable Spirit, welcome back. Good to see you. What's up? I'm trying to design the main menu. I'm currently adjusting the camera positions and then trying to put them back to where they belong. And it's just being a little funky. So I'll have to figure out why and how to fix that. I didn't particularly want to mess with the offset in general, but currently there's no other way. Unless I can just move the actual position of the camera. That won't work, will it? Because the position of the camera is being adjusted. I wonder why it's like flipping the camera around. That's strange. Camera follow position Y. And what is camera follow position? Follow position. Cam direction. Okay, what is cam direction? Cam direction is its own position times the lerp speed. Okay. I wonder if it isn't like updating it. Like all of these aren't being updated. When does that happen? In the physics process. So I mean, I would think that that would update again. But that's only when we move. So, no, because that's not in it. It isn't an if statement. It is not in an if statement. No, this is happening in the physics process constantly. Huh. It would seem these are just difficult to change without considerable error. That's a little surprising. So if I come and I try to, I mean, this isn't going to do anything. It's just going to jump back to that spot. Because it's set in the physics process to always go back. And that's based on the offset. So if I adjust the offset here, we have no problem. And I can reset it. But once I load into here and have it through code adjust the offset, we're in danger. It literally is inverting everything. How strange. It's so confused. I wonder what its like transform is. Position wise 4. I don't think that's adjustable. Kind of. What in the world? I wonder... Oh, you know what I wonder? I wonder if it's something else that's causing it. I bet it's one of those constants on the cam target that I'm setting. That's flipping it around. That's gotta be what's happening. I've just got the wrong values in here. So the cam target rotation on Y and Z should be zeros. On X, it should be -9. It's almost like it's flipping that around in an undesirable way, which is surprising. So if technically I'm not messing with the cam target at all. So I'm just going to comment these out for now and see if that at least gets us back. I bet that's it. I bet it's some kind of we're messing with something that doesn't need to be messed with. Yeah, so that puts it back to normal. Okay. But you know, also then why can't I move this? And why did trying to set it to those constants cause such an issue? Maybe it's because we need to do like global rotation. Is that what it is? Is it because it needs to be global? Perhaps that's what it is. Let's see. So I've now got the X. No. No. No, that is not what it is. Incorrect. But it is definitely messing with that cam target rotation that's causing our chaos. The cam target is a child of the player character, which is just true. I wonder if we should do an offset. We should do an offset. Can you offset a rotation? I don't know. I've never tried it, but like, why not? Cam target. Yes, you can. Thank you. I think we should do it. Cam target road. We're gonna say rot X offset. And then we're gonna I have to refactor these elsewhere. I think just like trying to fundamentally change it is leading to some of this chaos. Offsets are the way. And what it is by being an offset is we're like adding to or subtracting from whatever the rotation currently is. Instead of fundamentally changing the rotation or like setting it differently, we're increasing or decreasing it. Which may not make a difference. It might make a difference. I'm gonna find out. We're now calling this rot x offset. It is a constant, please. Rot x offset. So this would actually be 0 now. I wonder if it's because maybe it doesn't like being afloat. I don't know, that doesn't really make sense, does it? No, it can be afloat. Okay, just making sure. Okay, and then we're gonna want variables. Variable rot x offset float. We don't want it to be anything yet. Variable rot y offset float 0.0 and variable rot z offset float 0.0. Technically, I guess I'd want to export these. And then in the physics process, interesting that we have this in process when all the other camera stuff is in physics process. That seems strange. What happens if I put this in physics process? I don't know. Maybe I did that for a reason. It's been so long, I can't remember. Let's experiment. But what I will want to do is I want to say that rotation x plus equals rotation x offset, right? And then do the same thing. Rotation y. Man, sometimes the autocomplete be blocking me. Rot y offset. Rotation z. I don't know if I'm even gonna use any of those. I probably don't need them, but whatever. Something like that. And then come back over here. And I'd kind of be curious, because all we're doing is just saying B0 again. So really nothing should happen, nothing different. If anything makes sense to me. Nice, looks good. Now, what if I do want to change it? What happens then? So we're gonna say cam target rot offset I guess Y. I'm not even gonna think about it. We'll just say 4. It's gonna be ridiculous, but I'm just curious. Oh, it did not like that. Invalid set index rot. Oh, I forgot. It's Y offset. Oops. I didn't check to see if this position looks good. No. So it's constantly adding it, which means it's constantly spinning around. Oops. That's not how you do an offset. Incorrect. Oh yeah, you have to do more to make things be an offset. What's up, Luera? Me trying to mess with the camera in code, and it turned into a spinny rave party. So following is a little bit more complicated than that, because we have to say, here we're not just saying position equals the offset. we're actually doing like a lerp speed. We really want exactly this. I mean, do I really want it to interpolate? Kinda. Honestly, it'd be nice if it interpolated. That would be pretty cool. I think I would like that if it did that. Here we say CamZ offset minus equals 0.75 whenever we move forward or back. I see. Yeah. Cam follow position is a vector 3 that relates to the cam target position. Cam target position is relative to the player. So basically this is saying add the position of the player to the offset. And then it's going to take that position of the player plus the offset and subtract it from the position of the camera in order to normalize the camera following direction, give us the direction. It's confusing. I got this code from a forum post online. Self position plus equal, so we're adding on to the position of the camera here. And that is the cam direction times the lerp speed. I might need to look this up, but I'm gonna try just taking this exact code and applying it to the rotation and see if we can get it to interpolate the rotation. It's gonna be weird. So then what am I going to normalize it with? I guess we just want to say the camera rotation. Well, you'd want that to be whenever you're setting the actual rotation to, which is actually going to be the cam target rotation. So we want to say cam target rotation equals the offset rotation times lerp speed? A direction times lerp speed. It's very confusing. Let me just type it out here while I can look at it. So on the main menu, we want cam follow rot y. And we want to make sure we set up a variable cam follow rot as a vector 3 that is set to the cam target rotation. Well, we have to say, what are we following? That's the thing. We're not following anything. What keeps it from moving once it gets there? That's, I guess, what I'm confused. Like, if this is running every frame, why does the movement stop? When it gets to its destination. And I feel like someone else has questioned that about this code. And my answer was, I don't know. I don't know why it doesn't just keep following all the time. Even when the offset... Like, in theory, like, the way this code looks, it should just be constantly moving, just like that rotation was constantly rotating. I mean, surely it's not just this normalize. We're just not following anything. Here's what I think. I think this shouldn't be in the physics process. That's what I think. I think I should come to the cam target and say, do not do this constantly in the physics process. Instead, hook up to messenger game begin. Create a function. Func on game begin. And then set the rotation to the offset, which we don't really need to set it to an offset, whatever. What does that do? Is that gonna do any... Well, it won't do anything because we want to set it... You said in the ready function, set it up. So that means I would want to actually... Yeah, well, yeah. Okay, so come to... Well, that's confusing, isn't it? I guess we'd want to put it there as well, right? We want it in both places. What's the offset here? What's the offset there? And you could even just have this be the constants. Just put it back to the constant on here. There's not really a need to set this on the other script. What about that? What does that give us? Cam Y offset 2.34 in the ready function of the main scene. Oh, I commented it out. Cam target rotation Y offset 4.0. Okay. Not changing the rotation. Even though on the cam target we say adjust the rotation to whatever that's set to, which in theory, well, what if instead of doing that we don't do that and we come back to the main scene and say cam target rotation Y plus equals I mean, it's a little ridiculous. I'm still not convinced we even need the offset, but maybe I do. Set the offset and then add the offset. It's really weird. Okay, so we're setting the offset right here in this main scene ready function. Nice. Okay, good. It's rotated. And then if we click on one of these, it did not reset it. It kept it the same. I would want to see that get reset. So coming back to the cam target script, assuming I've set up game begin correctly, game begin connect on game begin. It looks good. The rotation X, we're saying plus equals rotation X offset, which is nothing. We want that to actually be equivalent to it, which is kind of like, well, that's not an offset anymore. So that makes absolutely no sense. That doesn't make any sense at all whatsoever. I mean, if you really wanted that to make sense, I would think you would want to subtract what you put on there. Do you want a camera? I do, but I'm kind of letting go of it because I don't feel like trying to figure it out. But that would be kind of nice. I actually would like that, but I'm kind of curious to see if I can get away without it. And here's the thing, Dragonblade, is I feel like the way I'm setting it up, we can just do that with a tween or a move toward or something, probably a tween, right? So actually yes, and I think we can do it. So forget what I just said. I'm starting with having it happen right away, and then I'll look at how to make it blend. If you let go of it, you could just have two cameras and turn off the one you don't need. That's true. That's true. And I guess Godot will just automatically animate between the two when we switch them. And there's like ways to define how that blends between them. That would be tight. I don't know that I want anything but this. There's no blend. Boo! Blend would be nice. Just directly switches. That's dumb. There should be a way for it to blend. I don't like what I'm doing here, and I don't know if it's even gonna work. But it is what I'm doing. Click it, it flips. Nice. Okay, so that works. We start off in one angle, and we play it and it goes to the next. So I would think we could just set up a tween in that moment. So let's do it. There's a way to blend with complex shaders, but that's beyond the scope. Boo. Heard though. Seems like that would be a nice built-in setting, is if you turn off one camera and turn on another, it automatically blends between them. I've certainly seen that done in elsewhere. Not Godot. Alright, let's create a tween. We do want to do property here in this case. So I'm just gonna borrow this. You never saw it? I've seen it. It was, I didn't want to say where I've seen it, but I've seen it. In the game known as Dreams on the PlayStation console, which lets you make games within the game. It's a very powerful engine, except that everything you make is locked in to that game. So I don't use it anymore for that reason, primarily. But it did have a really clean and easy way to just say, set an ease in, set an ease out, have it go ease in and out, have it be linear. And then whenever you power it on or off, it automatically plays that transition between them. And you can set the length of the transition and everything. So you can literally have 10 cameras in a scene and keyframe each one to be on or off at different points, and it'll just animate between them. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. One of those things that Dreams actually does really well, that other engines could definitely take some inspiration from. I didn't know that was something I would miss until now, but I do. But then again, I enjoy building stuff from scratch too. Not always. Really, it seems like it could be built in. But what do I know? So, so for this particular tween, let's just get this in here. Get tree, create tween, tween property, self, rotation X, whoa, degrees to radians. We had to do that? I had to do degrees to radians to get it to rotate? I guess that's just the number. I guess that's fine. I guess I don't have to worry about it. Probably. Maybe. So I'd want to do negative this. I would think. Is that gonna work? Maybe. It might. Oh, I did X. It kind of did work, actually. It just, I did the wrong thing. I'm surprised that it rotated, though. Oh. I see, because I got to get rid of this. Hey, what's up, Sable? I think so. The answer is yes. We're about to find out. But yeah. So I've got this weird haphazard angle that I just set arbitrarily in the menu. And we click on this. Yeah. Nice. And it rotates to the right position. Now, obviously, it looked stupid. But it worked. So good. So now that's not the number that I actually want to be rotating. So what I should do is say, menu cam target rotation Y offset is set to menu cam rot X Y. And then I'll create an export variable. It's a little out there. At export variable menu cam rot Y. It's a float. And what are we saying? I mean, probably not 4. Let's just make it 0 for now. And we can adjust it as needed. Okay, so then that's gonna put that in there. So now if I click on the main scene, we have menu cam rotation Y. And so I should be able to set this rotation. It's not going to update live though, because we have this being updated in the ready function. So I can't actually see it happen in real time. That would be nice. So I'm gonna make it happen in real time, so that way I can actually plan this. It seems risky, doesn't it? I don't know if I care. So let's just get that same thing right here. I'm curious to see. It should work. Yeah, just put it right in there, just like that. Just like that. It's unnecessary besides this one purpose. Nope. That did not work. I'm actually surprised that that didn't work. Yes, I will check live chat. Yeah, wow, Jimmy Jules. Good old Jimmy. Yeah, love Jimmy. Jimmy's great. Jimmy used to come through these streams before I stopped doing dreams. Yeah, right here. Yep, this is it. This is exactly it. Yep, right there. You set the transition type. You can have it cut, so it's immediate, which is like what Godot does by default. You can set it to have an ease in or ease out. You can have it be an ease in or an ease out, or linear, or then there's like a wacky one. Yeah, that's exactly it. Man, I haven't updated Dreams in so long, or my PlayStation. I wish I could just boot it up and just show you an example. But yeah, that's it. You found it. That's it. I'm so glad you found it. And then in Dreams, the way that it works, you know, so if you were to think in Godot, you check the box to say active or not active or something, right? To turn the camera on or off. In Dreams, you press this little power button down there, right there. And you can see it's wired up to this NOT gate over there. And so this timer is basically going to switch between one camera and the other every time that timer ends. Yeah. If it's not ended, it'll be one camera. When it does end, it goes to the other. And then it automatically switches between them when you turn them on and off. Yeah. Hope Jimmy's doing well. I love that Jimmy came through on the stream in this funny way. Good times. Yep, that's exactly it. I wonder why it's not updating in real time. How did I make that mistake? Because if I'm adjusting this, I mean, it kind of doesn't matter, but it would be like nice. Doing all of that is just an animation. Right. Yeah. That's right. Right. But like, it's really a convenience thing, right? It's like, instead of having to like set up an animation, it does it for you. Because in Dreams, you can also manually animate your cameras. You can do that as well. But it saves you having to even think about it or set it up or whatever. It just does it for you. So it's just a convenience thing. I wonder why it's not updating in real time. Hey, what's up, Flipside Designs? Welcome. Good to see you. How you doing? Thanks for stopping in and saying hey. I'm working on the main menu of my game. I'm exploring a different camera angle for the main menu. And I'm just trying to set up that camera angle in code in a way that it can be put back to normal after we leave the main menu. And I wanted to just like be able to adjust it in real time. I kinda don't care that I can't. I guess because in the, I guess it's not happening, I see. Because in the cam target, I also need to have something in physics process. That's why it's not updating in real time. I see. Because we're setting it up. I mean, actually, I don't think that should matter. Wait, that doesn't matter. No, because in here, there is nothing in the ready function that's doing anything. No, I actually think that should be working. Unless something is keeping the rotation fixed. Oh, look. Self-rotation equals cam target rotation. No, because that's setting the rotation of it to the cam target. But that's the camera. Right, so that should mean if the cam target rotation changes... No. This should be updating. No. Menu cam rotation Y, menu cam rotation right, Y, float 0. It's really weird, because I can update that. Like, if I come in here and I say, or even, like right here, I'm going to make this 3. Okay. Hit play. The rotation should be in a different spot. Yeah, it's a different spot. But it's not adjusting in real time. which is a little bit of a bummer. It's fine. I can get by without it, but why not? Why not update in real time? I don't know. It'd be nice, but I'll live without it. I definitely need to take that physics process out of there, though. No good reason to leave that in. So what would probably make this a little easier is I do actually know a way to rotate it in real time. It's just not going to update the value that I need. I have to update it manually, which is fine. So let's come in here, keep that at 0. I can rotate the camera target and then just look at what that number is and make sure I update it to that number. That'll be fine. I wonder if I set up like a tween, if that'd work. Anyway, I'm not gonna worry about it. So, camera target, right here. This is my main menu. The idea is you click on one of these aliens and then you're going to start the game playing as that alien that you chose. And I just kind of want to mess around a little with the way that this looks here. So I've been setting it to things like 4, which seems to be converting it to something quite odd. We're having it doing degrees to radians. I feel like that might be a mistake because it's putting it like way over here when we do degrees to radians. So I don't know that we want to do degrees to radians, by the way. I wonder if that's... Well, anyway, I'm not gonna worry about it too much. All right, let's find where I want this to be. That's kind of nice. And I'm also gonna want to change the position. I guess I'd kind of want to interpolate that. That should interpolate on its own, since we already have a lerp set up for that. So I don't think that'll be an issue. So I'm also just trying to think, this is why I wanted the title of the game, because I want to think about where we're putting that, where the other menu options are going to be situated at. So this is kind of more that design aspect of actually figuring out how this will be looking. I really want that, you know, into infinity look, you know, so we really see deep down into the distance. But I also want to be close, so we see an alien face nearby. I feel like this doesn't leave good negative space for adding in a title. I feel like it's a lot better centered, because while there is no negative space, we can just sort of put the text on top of the characters. I'm not exactly sure how I want to do that yet. Like here, I can just put like the text up here or something, and it's just like the aliens are emerging from the text. The other thing would be to, like, you know, change... Whoa! That's kind of awesome. Would be to change this rotation a bit. Move the camera up. Oh, but you move the camera up, then you lose the negative space. I'm just going to be spending some time fiddling here and seeing what looks good. And, you know, there might be some adjustments that I make to the... Oh, yeah, something like that. Look at all that negative space. Yeah, give me that negative space. Hook me up. That's what I'm talking about. Nice. The Phantom camera asset has that functionality. Oh, I bet it does. I bet it does. Dragon Blade is referring to an add-on that... I've definitely been recommended many times. And I've heard is amazing. But I have a borderline irrational fear of add-ons. Unless I absolutely cannot reasonably solve the problem without the add-on. And I have to say, I think there's a way to do it without the add-on. And yeah, it takes a little time, but I'm enjoying it. But that's good to know. Noted. Heard. Understood. I hear you on that. I'm gonna remember that. Oh, we got some arrow distortion in the fog. Next multiplayer game, add-on or self-implemented? Oh, self-implemented. Self-implemented. Because, you know, I'd want it to be... I mean, look, I'm sure there are aspects that should not be self-implemented. And even, like, physics, right? Like, Jolt physics, I would definitely do the Jolt add-on 100%. You know, I would look... I don't know. Honestly, I don't know. I don't know what it's like to set up any networking anything. I don't know. I don't know what the add-ons do versus not. So I would have to research it. If I'm making a multiplayer game, I would do a lot of research probably on ways to do that easily in Godot and just make a decision from there. I would imagine there's different aspects that are more useful to have add-ons than others. You know, like maybe hosting a leaderboard is nice to do with an add-on. You know, I just don't know. But maybe like, you know, connecting, joining and hosting and stuff like that, players, is more manageable even without an add-on. I just don't know. I don't know nothing. Great, I have a 900-page book about basic TCP connection socket. Oh God. Yeah, I mean, I think there's definitely a point where I'm not interested in learning about it. Godot has a nice, simple multiplayer solution. Nice. I love to hear it. Yeah, you know, a part of me, I often am coveting indie devs who are putting together multiplayer games, but it would obviously have to be so simple, so simple. I do want to learn it at some point. Not the next project that I do will not be multiplayer. Maybe the one after that will be. My goal in my next one is to make things a little simpler, to make a simpler game that has a broader appeal than this. It's kind of my goal for the next game. Hey, what's up, DNF? Good to see you. I hope you're on the recovering path and you're feeling well. It's good to see you. Good evening to you. Thank you for the thumbs up. By the way, if you're here and you haven't, hit that thumbs up button. Make sure you turn it on to the filled in color, so that way you get confetti and colors that pop out, and it means the stream gets a little more support. Hyper smash that thumbs up button. Thank you if you're willing to do it. Like this stream. Hit the like button. Hit the like button. Getting there. Yay! I love to hear it. Awesome. Let's go. Getting there is getting there. You got this. Yeah. I'm doing pretty well. I'm getting to design the main menu for my game today, which makes me very happy. Obviously, I'm doing some coding stuff to make that work, but it's nice to be doing this. And I'm having fun working on the game and whatnot. So yeah, so that puts me in a good mood. I was in a bit of a rush this morning. I've been trying to cook more and like make more food that I eat, and with how often I work on this game, it's actually quite hard to like make So I'm trying to cook using like fresh ingredients, and I have to make sure I use them throughout the week quickly enough before they go bad. So I was a little stressed this morning trying to get a meal put together that I can eat throughout the rest of the week. But I did get it put together, so yeah, I'm feeling good. Thanks for asking. What's my favorite meal to make? That's interesting. I'm starting to cook a lot more. And like some things are like really challenging, and so it's tough because there's things that are my favorite results, and there are things that are kind of a fun process. It's weird. It's a love-hate relationship. I would say my favorite thing to make is spinach, like spinaching or beans and greens, which so I just like cook some beans, flavor a sauce, get some greens like some spinach or some kale, mix it together, spinach. That's probably my favorite thing to make in terms of something I'm really familiar with doing, that I enjoy the results of. But lately I've been making a quinoa salad, and it's been very labor intensive because it requires a lot of chopping of like peppers and carrots and cucumbers and onions and parsley. And so it's a lot of like labor to make it, and then I have to stir it all together. But it's really rewarding to make it, to like work with vegetables and stuff and see it come together and take these disparate things, and then it just like it becomes this delicious thing. Oh, and I also have to like squeeze lemon juice, fresh lemon juice into it. That's some extra work, but it's really rewarding to put it together. But then I also really enjoy making like more elaborate meals. I made butternut squash lasagna the other day. So like it was like lasagna, but instead of having pasta sheets in between, it was butternut squash slices in between. That was very labor intensive because I also made the tomato sauce from scratch. But the results were amazing. So I don't know, I'm experimenting with a lot of different things lately. I'm not sure what my favorite is yet, but I'm sure I'll have more favorites later. Your go-to meal you make is Monday pie. I remember that. I remember you make that. Yeah, it's super good. It's super good. You seem like you've gotten quite good at making that, for sure. It's like your old standby. And then that's me with the spinach, with the beans and the greens. It's like the thing I make so much that it's very easy for me to make. I'm familiar with it, and I'm always happy with the result after I make it. Dragonblade says, if you don't care about cheats, and for it not to be competitive, then it's quite simple to do an online thing. That's tough. That's tough. Wow. Ugh. Yeah. Who wants all that? Who wants to have to worry about cheats and stuff? I guess it depends, but like generally I would say please don't make my game easy to cheat at. Oh god, that even just thinking about that is stressing me out. If you do a turn-based game, it's extremely simple to do multiplayer. Oh, multiplayer roguelike? Whoa, like a classic roguelike? My friend is showing me how to make lasagna, but I'm very impatient, so she banished me from the kitchen. Oh no! Hey, what's up, Bahaz? Yeah, sure, I'll play the game. Oh, I haven't reset the camera. Oh, I actually should have grabbed the camera values. Okay, hold on, Bahaz. Let me grab these. I will. We said 2.6, negative 2. Okay, I'm just gonna screenshot it. I'm gonna screenshot these values, and then I'm gonna screenshot these values, this value, so I have it. Reset that. Okay. So yeah, so I'm still working on it. It's a work in progress. It's a learning project. It's just a way that I'm trying to get more comfortable making a game. It's come a long way. Thanks, DNF. Oh, that's not the right position. It's not the right position. Oh, are we still setting it some weird way? Oh, I see. I haven't set up the rotation to adjust itself. Also, we should reset this. Put this at -9. There we go. All right, here's what the game looks like. Your friend walks like that? Nice. The materials on the Alien are wrong. It's supposed to look a little more cartoony. It looks a little plasticky right now. That's actually a bug I need to fix. I'm actually remaking the player character. I've got a better animation and model that I'm working on. But yeah, so this is a learning project. I'm still working on it. But the idea is you are an alien who is sent to abduct animals and humans from Earth and send them back to space to be used for purposes. And so you break apart things, you find things you can abduct, and you reach a minimum number of abductions in every level. And you got to avoid obstacles, so you can actually break off your legs if you run into obstacles. In theory, you could also have your arms be shorter and they wouldn't grab as well. And so if we hit that minimum, here we go. We got the minimum number, so then we level up. It's going to be a roguelike game, so you're going to pick power-ups in between every level. And currently the power-ups don't do anything, but they will. There also is no level 2, so it's just going to be basically emptiness. But that's the general idea of the game, is you abduct things, you get power-ups, and you keep going. You avoid obstacles. There's going to be enemies as well that you have to avoid, and things like that. So that's pretty much it. I gotta fix that material. I don't know what went on with that material. Because basically what happens in the main menu, the player is hidden, and then when the game starts, the player becomes visible again. And somehow in that process, it unsets the materials the player is supposed to look like. So here's like what the player looks like normally, right? Like it's got like that cartoony green color without a lot of like plasticky shadows and reflections and things. And then here's the new player character that I'm working on. So eventually I'm going to replace the one that you see with this one. I still have some work to do to get it to be just right, but it's coming along a little better. So hopefully within the next month or so, this version of the player character will be in the game itself. Kermit Green, yeah, kind of, I guess so. You could say that. So yeah, that's a little bit of my game. Yeah, you know, it's just like, it's an alien, make it green. I don't know, I don't want anyone to have to think too hard about it being an alien. Because, you know, it doesn't necessarily have, like weird alien shapes. So I'd rather it communicate alien very clearly. Color is a pretty classic way to do that, so that's what I'm going with. And it is naked for all intents and purposes. Alright, so for this camera and for the values that we're setting... Yeah, thanks, Bahez. I appreciate it. I think I've been working on it for like 7 months now or something. It's my first like project in Godot, and I have a lot more levels planned, but I'm trying to not make it too big. Green or... Oh yeah, gray is... That's true. That's true. Gray is a good one too. Yeah. I don't know. Green is just like what I saw in my head. It just felt like the right color. For aliens. Yeah. Totally. Oh, I gotta go get that screenshot. Let's see. We made a couple screenshots. The rotation, -2.6, 14.3. I might remember those numbers. So I actually want that to be what the offsets get set to. So I'm gonna come to the main scene, and we want to say at the beginning, well actually we should set it main menu camera rotation Y. So that is 14.3. I feel like that's not going to be correct. Maybe it will. All right, DNF. Will it? That's not setting the X rotation, which we also want to adjust. But let's just see. Oh, no. Do we need to do like degrees to radians or something? Is that something I should do? Degrees to radians. Like that? Maybe? Possibly. Yeah! Oh, great. Good. And then if we hit start, it goes back to normal. Beautiful. Now it did not animate it back to normal. Did it? Was it just really fast? I guess it is. It's just not much of a rotation. Now, obviously, since it's loading, it's a little choppy. So the rotation, I think we want that rotation to hit a little sooner. Yeah, it's definitely rotating into place. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, so there's a lot to think about smoothing over here. So what I want it to be is I want it to be that when you click on this, an orb comes, basically everything should stop. So maybe like we could say you click on it, the camera pulls out. So I'm gonna have to set up like some states here, right? Like for each state, like you've clicked the play button, now it happens. It pulls, it zooms out, an orb descends, they all stop, it zooms out, an orb descends. Maybe the one you click on stops, but then it's gonna clip through, and I'm not about to give them navigation so they walk around. Heck no. Absolutely not. We could have it just like hover up in the air, but it is supposed to be like they have physics. So I don't know if that's a good idea. I mean, ideally, the orb could come down in time, but if you click on one of these, maybe like once they get too close to the camera, you can't click on them. But that feels kind of silly. That feels confusing. We want it to be a little more obvious for the player. It could even just be kind of surreal. Like, you click on one, everything else disappears. It's just kind of surreal and weird. You know, it doesn't have to like make logical sense what happens. Maybe like they all like stop and like exclamation points appear above their head or something. They're like, "Oh, you're getting teleported." And then what? They just disappear? What if the camera this is getting really wild. This is gonna be tough. If the no, don't do that, Lise. I was gonna say the camera could like zoom into the one that you click, but that sounds like a friggin' nightmare. I don't really want to do that. It's actually a little tougher than I thought it would be. Because the thing is, like, if you click back here, there's plenty of time for the orb to descend and pick it up. If you click up in the front, not so much. Really, the easiest solution would be they all stop. That would be the easiest solution. So maybe we just say that. An exclamation point appears above their head. It'd be cool, too, if they all could, like, rotate their head to the one that got chosen. That sounds less nightmarish than getting the camera to move, but also nightmarish. Especially because I didn't quite set them up to be animated like that. So, I mean, you could just have their whole body rotate, honestly. I don't think that would be a problem. But calculating that sounds really, really boring. Game dev in a nutshell. Oh, this looks easy and cool to implement 8 hours later. Oh, shit. Yeah. Honestly, I feel like yep, it does happen. Yeah, you're right. No, you're just right. like I try to catch those things before it's too late, but it still happens. It still happens. It's like it's unavoidable. But if I can stop that from happening as often as possible, I will. Dang it, I will. Yeah, I think I don't need them to turn and look at each other. I can always add that later if I want to. I had this one when I wanted to make my inventory system work with item quantity and stacks. Oh, quantity and stacks. Yeah. That's one thing I feel like that infinitely complexifies the more you work on it. It just stacks in complexity. Yeah. It seems easy at first, and then you start adding in more and more little conditions, and it's mind-boggling. But always impressive, and kind of fun to do. The character animation looks good. If you changed it, make it similar to this current one. Yeah, so this is going to be the This is the new Alien design, basically. The old Alien looks quite different. But yeah, every Monday during the member stream. So I do member streams on Mondays. Those are streams that are exclusive to people who hit that join button on the channel or on the video. And during those streams, I'm working on remaking, the Alien to this newer version here. The newer version, definitely better. I would certainly hope it's better. My gosh. But there's a few things I need to iron out before it's quite ready to be implemented. But we do have it here, like this, in the main menu. And then the other thing is that the Alien comes without arms, naturally. And then when you play the game, you acquire the arms. So you're going to start out like this. And it kind of doesn't make sense because right now we start the game and it's going to have arms all of a sudden. Technically, you would start out looking exactly like this, but still need to get that implemented all the way. Sable says, yeah, pretty much. It started to go down when I was implementing the drag and drop stack fusion and stuff. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I did that once for an old project. Yeah, it was devastating. And sometimes really rewarding, to get it to work right. Was really rewarding. And then one thing wouldn't stack together correctly. And it's what happened to that? Why does that do that weird thing? I don't know. It's all too complicated now for me to go puzzle it out. Yeah. Fusion. Oof. Because you kind of have to plan for every possible operation. Otherwise, you're trying to wedge in new operations that it wasn't built to handle. And it's hard to know what all those operations are going to be until you start working on it, I find. All right, so sometimes you click the start button and it's pure bliss. Is it really working first time? Yes, it is, for now. Until you complexify it. Yeah. All right, so I need to get these camera positions set up right. So if I wanted to always start in this spot, we already got that right here, 14.3. So I need to set up the other rotation spot. Variable menu cam rot x float equals -2.6. 14.3 on that. And then down here, we want to do the same thing. I'm just going to separate it out a little bit. Cam target rotation Y plus equals rotation Y offset. Yeah, okay, I guess I'll do the same thing. Just copy all that. And this time it's going to be X. That's going to be X. And that's going to be X. And that's going to be X. And I think that should already be ready to go on the other script. Probably. Maybe. Looks good. And then we want to change the camera Y offset on the camera to 1.67. And I'm going to have to interpolate that. So, well, I don't think we want to... Well, I think we do. Export variable menu cam pause. That was Y. And that is 1.67. All right. This should actually be a lot easier. I don't think we have to interpolate it. I think it'll just do that automatically. Camera cam Y offset 2.34. No. Menu cam pause Y. Okay. Is that correct? If it was going to 2 something, yeah, that's not correct. I'm actually surprised that that's not correct. Because I would think it's just updating that same value. Camera Y offset. Are we quite sure? Camera Y offset 1.67. Why did I think that that was correct? I don't know. Yeah, it obviously has to go up. Wait, something is wrong. Something is not right here. It must be negative 2.6, 14.3. It must be the X. It must be incorrect. Right, so then we just changed it. So if I set this to negative 2.6 and 14.3, then it looks pretty good. That's more what I wanted it to be for the main menu. So why didn't it just go back to that? Not quite sure. Let's find out. Because we got 14.3, negative 2.6. It's technically the same, but it's not the same spot. So I'm going to come to remote, main scene, player, cam target. It's a negative, oh, because it's adding it on there as an offset. That's why. So we have to get to negative 2.6 because we're offsetting from the default, which is negative 9. I see. So I would want to say if we do negative 9, what the hell am I doing with this friggin', okay, there we go. Negative 9 scientific calculator. Negative 9. How do I even figure this out? Do we do divided? Is this a division problem? You don't have to do negative. Just do 9 divided by 2.6. No. Wait, how do you do math? 9 minus 2.6. I think that's what you would need to be. Don't judge me. 6.4. And we need to add 6.4 to get to our desired number. So instead of saying that, we would say this. Okay. What? I don't know. I did my best. There we go. Now we click this. Did not quite go back to the right spot. It looks like it's not returning back to the normal Y offset. So we need to fix that. What is it returning to? Pray tell. On the Y offset. So let's do it. Click on this. Come to remote. Look at the camera. The Y offset is at 4. It doesn't look like 4. It looks very different than 4. If it was at 4, it'd be here. Or unless that's something else, like the rotation, but did I set up a tween for that? Did I not set up a tween for that? Is that what it is? I hope that's what it is. Because that's easy. I think I did though, didn't I? I'm pretty sure I did. I'm pretty darn sure. Oh, that would be on the cam target. I did not! That's why. Excellent. Delightful. Because that's easy. I love easy. So this is going to be, we'll call it tween rot x z. Whoa, why are we mixing x and y? Why does this say y? Why does that say x? And why does this say z? That's ridiculous. Okay, hold on a second. This right here is not necessary, for one. 2, if we're changing y, shouldn't it be on the y offset? Tween rot y. Why not just go through A to Z? Tween rot x. Silly. Oh yeah, we gotta update it here as well. And here as well. Let me make sure I'm surprised it went in the right place. So Y and X. Come back to this script. I'm stunned that it looked mostly correct. Don't even understand how that happened. Okay. Alright. Whatever. This should be fine. Somehow, I mean, I guess if I had that one value mixed up. Okay. Is that the right spot? I think so. We can always adjust it. Hit play. No, you're supposed to go back. I wonder if here we don't want to do negative. We want to do positive. Because here, what we're saying is, take what rotation Y is. How does that make sense? It's giving a bit of magic numberism if I have to come in here and manually change. No, that didn't. Oh God, why is this so confusing? This should not be this complicated. It's okay. So in the ready function, on the menu, we're saying that the rotation Y and X are set to these export variables that we've set up here. These. It's just hard to tell, like, what isn't working. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna comment out the rotation stuff for a second here. We're just gonna comment that out. Because I'm curious to see if it is the rotation or it's something else. It's not the rotation. Okay, all right. I was like, I feel like the rotation is solid. It's not the rotation. What we need to reset correctly is the offset, which is frustrating. So like if I comment out all the offset stuff or the camera stuff, so don't mess with the camera at all, and don't even do this stuff. And if we play this, it's not gonna be in the right vertical position in the menu, but when we start the game, it will be. Why not? Okay, so is that the rotation? God, man, I don't want to use the add-on. I don't want to use the add-on. I want to keep suffering. Oh, wait. Oh, we gotta change this here too. I want to find out. I want to do it. I want to wrap my little head around it. I'm determined. You're in the no add-on team as well? Let's go. Let's friggin' go. Oh, and then I should also come... You know, it requires, like if I don't know how to set up things nicely, it makes it harder. And it leads to mistakes. And spaghetti. For sure. Okay, that fixed it. We have to add on creator soul type, not the worker soul type. We have the add-on creator soul type, not the worker soul type. What does that mean? I don't know what that means, but I like it. Sounds like something I like. I feel like I would agree with you. Probably. Now, is that... The rotation off X offset should be nothing. Right, but it's what it's supposed to be is -9. So that's your problem in part, is you're not even using... Oh, I'm not actually putting it back to what it's supposed to be, which is supposed to be -9 by default. Since we do enjoy suffering, making the add-on instead of taking the plug-and-play solution, so on the end, we have what it takes to make add-ons others will use. Whoa, I like that mentality. I will never ever make an add-on unless I have given it lots of care. Because I would want to make sure that I'm not like, offering people the type of add-on that I would hate to have. You know, if I was going to get down with an add-on, I'd want it to be really clean and not cause other problems. It would be so much stress. But I hear what you're saying. We are the creators, not the users. But at the same time, man, you should make your own add-ons for your own development only. Wait, what would be... Oh, you mean like to change the interface or something? To share between games. Whoa! I mean, why not just do that with code? And scenes and resources and stuff like that. That's really interesting. That is a compelling idea. I guess I wouldn't even know what I would want to be an add-on. It's intriguing. It's an exciting idea. I never really considered trying to make an add-on until now. Well. I think a problem I'm having is we're not putting it back to the normal thing it's supposed to be at. That's the problem that we're having. I need to go to the cam target. We are on the cam target. And really, I wanted to just go back to normal. So I think what I should do is say, I mean, this is ridiculous. Rotation X float equals negative 9.0. Why does this, I mean, I guess it works well because we're going back to 0. But why doesn't it subtract itself? If this tweens us to a negative version of the offset, why doesn't that work there? I don't know. But I could just say, take us back to rotation X value instead. Maybe. Possibly. Technically, I don't think we're using any of those. I don't think we're messing with Z. I mean, that could change. Come back over here. Put this back in. Put this back in. Put this back in. Give it another try. I think that must be it. That I'm just not going back to the X position it's supposed to be. Click on this. Bam. Nice. That's what I'm looking for. Yeah. Okay. Good. Click on this. Now look, it's obviously this doesn't look right yet because I don't have multiple states. So let's get some of that put in. I am going to make a GitHub push right now. Main menu camera controls. Main menu camera position and cam target rotations are adjustable via export variables on the main scene script. So something that I want to do is I want to have different stages of transition states, really, between main menu and game start. So when we click on this, I don't want it to start loading right away. I mean, I kind of do. Really, I want to click on it and I want it to be loading And I don't want anything to like change too much just yet. But a lot happens. So I'm going to say game begin. Because I want to start designing it a little more fluidly. Game begin is first emitted when the main menu raycast detects that we've clicked on the thing that the one of those menu aliens. That's when game begin gets emitted. Now it waits 0.6 seconds to start it. It also plays loading. So when we click on something, it plays the loading animation. It waits 0.6 seconds, and then it fires game begin. Now, game begin is connected in several places. It is connected on the alien for menu, the player, the HUD, the environment, the cam target, the camera, and the main scene. That's a frick ton of places. That's messy. That's spaghetti. That's what that is. So, on game begin of the alien for menu, it immediately makes them all invisible. I don't actually want them all to become invisible right away. We have a static variable that hides them all. So it hides an individual one, and it makes sure that is visible on all of them as false. And in the ready function, this makes sure that new ones don't spawn in visibly. I'd actually think it'd make more sense to, like, destroy them. When your code is so much spaghetti that you add chef on your resume, hell yeah. Yeah, I'm definitely a code chef. Give me some of that code sauce. That me. That me. I like that. I like that. Like as like an inside thing. A chef's hat. Why are you wearing a chef's hat? Because I got that spaghetti. Yeah, I think we should queue free them. Well, not really, because we have to come back to them. We should do more because we need them to not be hoverable anymore. So what I should do is remove them from the collision group. So we should say if is visible true. We also should say that set collision or whatever the heck it is. What is that? Set collision layer value. I don't know why it didn't auto-complete it for me, but whatever. Set collision layer value 15 true. Now I found a base self. What is it? Oh, it's a node 3D. So we have to go to the area. Area. Set collision layer value 15 true. And then down here, we'd want to say, make sure it's false, so that way they're not clickable. That would be a dope YouTube channel. The Code Chef, making quality spaghetti code. You need that squiggly mustache. It's like, are you Mario? Wait, are you Super Mario? Is that what you are? I am the Code Chef. I am not a Mario. I make a spaghetti. That's a lot for like one little joke. Who knows? The future, who knows what the future holds? So I don't actually want it to become not visible in the game again. I actually do want it to not have the collision, if I'm being honest. I should make it a function. Actually. No, we do need it. It's in the ready function. That's where it belongs. The reason why it's in the ready function is because new ones could potentially spawn in. So I kind of would like one where you can't click on it anymore, but they're still visible. So I guess what we should say is not is visible, is selectable, is hoverable, is hoverable. So but we do want that. That should actually happen sooner, actually. So we're gonna set this up. It's gonna be a little weird. We could say this is not neat. This feels like this should be something else, but we're gonna do it this way for now. If is hoverable, this is true. It's a weird way to set up states, but it's how I'm doing it. Else, make that false. We need to create is hoverable. You know, it's not the most design-seeming things, but it is essentially that task. So it's all worth it. Okay, so we've got is visible, static variable is hoverable, Boolean true by default, of course, and then, yeah, good, great. So we'll still be hoverable even though it's not visible at that point. I mean, yeah, so we need something else, not on game begin, but on maybe like on menu end or something. Maybe something, oops, okay, I'm breaking everything. So back to here, instead of emitting game begin, I would rather this say game begin begun? No. No. Game preload? That's terrible. Terrible. Devastating. But that's what I'm doing. Can't stop me now. Can't stop me now. Signal game preload. Now I gotta go to where game begin is connected. Let's look at the HUD first. Seems like one of the most important places, probably. Would be my guess. Yeah, so there we have level update. So I don't actually want this stuff to happen at all. I do need the loading to stop. We could keep loading for a while. We could have it still loading for a bit. Maybe. I don't know. I'm not sure how I feel about that yet. We'll leave it up there for now. So actually, I don't need to do anything different there. Alright, okay. So what else happens? I don't want the sky to change yet. We want to keep the sky the same. So we're going to come to the world environment. And instead of connecting... Well, no, we do an on-game again. No. That's all going to be good. Really, nothing's going to happen at this point. The only thing I really want to change is that aliens are no longer hoverable. That's all I really want. So I should come back to the alien for now. Messenger game preload connect on game preload func on game preload. It could be interesting to even like have like a an argument that it calls with for like a different state, like menu end, and did you end the menu in order to load the game, or did you end the menu in order to watch the credits, or did you end the menu in order to go to settings, you know? And then this function just handles all of that. Or I could just have separate functions for each one. I think I'd rather do that, if I'm being honest. I feel like more functions is better than less functions. Okay, on game preload, I want to say is hoverable becomes false. So the only thing that's going to happen, in theory, if I've done this right, when I click on these aliens, is I can't click on any other ones. So I click on this, it does loading. Oh, okay, so see what happened? The new ones are not hoverable, right? Wait, did it work? Well, it is loading infinitely. That didn't work. That didn't work at all. Oh, because this is only happening in the ready function. It's a little confusing. So what I have to do is I have to set this to false in here. Another thing, by the way, is I'm not setting this in code in general. I don't like setting layers and masks outside of code, like in the UI. I don't trust it, so I don't do it. So we're gonna do that. Okay, now that should happen. Because the reason why I set it as a static variable across all of them is because some of them were spawning in without that information change. Okay, there it goes. Now I can't hover over them after I click it. Now I will say that doesn't happen right away because of the little delay. We said 0.6 second delay. Forget the delay, please. Do not do that. Thank you. So no more await there. So now, as soon as I click it, it goes away. No more hoverable, I can't click on anymore. So you pick one, that happens. I'd like to see everything stop when you click on it. I don't know if we really need the loading to play here. This doesn't feel like the place for loading, if I'm being honest. I don't yet know where I want to put loading, but I don't think it's here. I don't think it's here. I think the loading should actually only be when we're loading something for real. So in theory, right now, and let's actually put the await back in there. I'm gonna grab all this. In theory for now, I'm just gonna put this on the HUD. So on the HUD, when we do game begin, we're gonna say load the animation, play the animation, play the text, and wait, and then update the level. So we'll move that there for now. And where are we at? I don't think we're anywhere, other than getting rid of the loading. So I want the terrain to stop moving. That's something else I want. So we'll come over here. Let's go to the terrain controller. Where I feel like it would be, sometimes I think it would be better to not localize all of these to these respective scripts. I'm not really sure. Like, is it better to access variables? Like, for right now, what I want to do is I want to stop the terrain movement, or I want to adjust the movement of the terrain. You know, would it be better to localize those adjustments to the terrain controller, or to put them somewhere else that then looks to the terrain controller that's elsewhere? Or something. Oh, I missed a message from Sable like 20 years ago. I didn't mean to miss that. That was 10 minutes ago. Sorry about that, Sable. It just didn't scroll down. Sable said, I actually like to visualize my code sometimes. In my last Silver Coins Manager class, I visualized it as a butler you can call. Then you can request various transactions to manage your silver. What? Silver Coins Manager class. So a class like a script class, I presume. I visualized it as a butler that you can call. You can call a butler and request various transactions to manage silver. And you're talking about just like in your own head, like as you're working on it. That's amazing. That's like a special ability that you have. I don't know that I have like the mental capacity to visualize something like that. I don't know if I do. Not without severe meditation and maybe a few psychotropics or something. This comes from the idea that classes communicate with each other. So I imagine that my other classes do call on that butler guy class when they need to manage their silver account. That's pretty cool. That's really, really cool. I actually could get into that, potentially. That's such a fun way to learn, too. Like making like a tutorial or something to teach people. And you like say, one way you could think about it, one way I like to think about it is like this, and then show an animation of the butler doing that. That's really, really cool. And then I wonder if it even leads to like answering some of the questions I often ask myself. Like, is it better to localize it here or do it there? Well, it's like, well, if it was a butler, what would you like to have your butler do? Would you want your butler to be doing all of this, or would you rather them do something else? I don't even know. It's interesting. I'm gonna remember that. I don't know how I'm gonna use that information, but I bet that helps somebody, and maybe me someday. I guess I gotta think about what kind of visualizations make sense to me, and when do I want to have them. Maybe that's overthinking it. Well, I'm gonna localize this in the terrain controller. Because, you know, by doing this localizing thing, what ends up happening is there's just an absolute frick ton of, you know, signals that I'm connecting all over the place. And then I gotta go, like, hunt them down. Which isn't that bad, if I'm being honest. But it is something that has to be dealt with. In a way, it kind of self-organizes. But game preload. Connect on game preload. And you know, this is also a script that I don't like messing with very much. This one is already so complicated and annoying. I hate to come in here and do stuff to it. Func on game preload. Yeah, I don't feel like I want to do this here. I don't think I do. No, I do. I should. I think it makes... I feel like it's nicer to have it localized. I just don't know. I'm just kind of undecided on that. I guess what's nice about localizing it is then it's easier to like aggregate and see all of the things that affect it, as opposed to having to go chase down all the things that could potentially be affecting it. Could be a way to think about it. On game preload, terrain velocity becomes 0. Oh, I guess we should type it. Is that a good place to type things? It is not. It is not a good place to type things. Do not do that. Please stop that. Okay, so I guess because it's already typed elsewhere. Okay, so in theory, when I press this, it should come to a glaring halt. Done. What's up, Frank? Welcome. Good to see you. Hope we're doing well. Thanks for being awesome. We do got aliens. We got lots of aliens. Aliens over the place. It's so cute when they all stopped. I like it. We could interpolate it down to 0. That'd be fun. Do it. Make it a tween. Do it. Do it. Why not? Yeah, there's so many. It's cute. Let's make it slow down gradually. Although the fast thing, you know what? No, well, actually, I don't know. I don't know if I wanted to interpolate. Because then we gotta do a property. It's not really a property. Alright, you know what? I'm actually over the tween. I kind of like it stopping all of a sudden. It's kind of fun. So if I want an exclamation point to appear above their head, I obviously want like a cute sound effect at some point. But for now, stop, and then we can have exclamation points appear above their head. Okay, except for the one that you click. I don't know why. We'll see. So if that happens, let's make an exclamation point, if that's what's gonna happen. What does the exclamation point look like? Dude, I'd love if it was like a 3D exclamation point that was like, yeah, exactly. It was like rotating around everyone's heads. That would be so retro feeling. Wait, is that easy? Am I gonna make that in Blender right now? It sounds easy, honestly. Like, I just want it to just look a little juicy. We could animate it. It's kind of, it's not out of scope, but it definitely is extra that I could get away with not doing. But I, like, want to. Oh, totally. I could, like, just put it on the alien itself. That would actually probably be a good idea. A circle and a long cube. Yeah, just something like that. But a little juicy, too. Okay, so I'm gonna say, let's add a cube. That'll be kind of fun. Yeah, juicy alien. Alien loves juice. Hope you've been doing well, Frank. Good to see you. I'm gonna shrink this down. I don't even know that I super need a cube. Probably better with like 2 planes. I think I might do that. I'm actually gonna get rid of all of these faces. I'm just gonna get rid of them. And then I'm gonna duplicate this down. I'm gonna make this a little smaller. And then let's do a little bridge edge loops. Something like that. Add some cuts. Change the shape a little, maybe. You see what I mean? Just a little juice. Get a little juice in there. I don't know if that's quite the style I want. Yeah, we just cut those pieces out. Just give them the old snipperoonie. Maybe like that. Bridge those edge loops. Add some cuts. Ooh. Looks like a carrot. Still feel like it's not long enough. Just like a little bit longer. But just not quite long enough. He's almost there. That might be too long. Maybe not. Yeah, pretty short. Looks a little better to me. And then I'll do like a similar thing. For the bottom. Oops. There we go. No, no, no. Duplicate. No, no, no. There we go. Okay, maybe like that. Bridge the edge loops. Could be a little taller. Kinda cute. Exactly. Just trying to add a little personality in there. I almost want to see it. Come back in here. Whoa. Not what I had in mind. Okay, hold up. I think you don't want to do inverse. Maybe just like that. I don't know about that bottom section. I should probably like extrude it and maybe bevel it. It's just that like bottom. Maybe, oh, maybe I want to get rid of this. And then try doing it. Maybe. It's kind of weird. If I do it like that, does that? No, that's not good. There might be... No. I think it's pretty okay the way it is, just like that. I like that. Although I do think it could be a little bit bigger. Alright, so let's just go with that. And then I'm going to change the material ultimately. But for now, let's just make it a nice red color. This is gonna be Alien Exclaim. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Not here. Not here. I don't like those jokes. I feel like they're too separated. They're too separated. Oh. No hard feelings, just don't like those jokes. All right, it'll do. So now we're gonna save that. Come back to Godot. They're all gonna have the exclamation points now, but I only want it to appear sometimes, so I'll have to hide it. Whoa. Oh, is it not shade smoothed? Oops. Oopsie. Not that the low poly look was bad. Probably, if I make it unshaded, it'll look fine, but... Oh. It's so lumpity. There's some, like, weird shading in general on this alien. Did I do, like... Anyway, let's give it a... material. That's the eyeballs. Oh, that is the material. I see, I see. Oh, wait, it has a separate... Oh, the alien is like one piece. I see. Okay, so let's give it a material. Shading. Actually, I think I'd like to copy this material for now. And put it on here. But then make it unique. It's got some strange shadows going on that I don't love. and then I don't fully understand. I mean, I guess I could re-topologize it. Feels unnecessary. What if we come to sculpting mode? We give it some dynamic topology. Where is it? It was so invisible. Where is it at? Hello? Hello? Are we here? Are we somewhere? It is gone. That's weird, right? Oh, there we go. I was in some like local mode of something that was invisible. Okay. Just gotta press the right key on the keyboard sometimes. Okay, wireframe. Oh yeah, that kind of makes a little more sense. Seeing it like that, that looks pretty awkward. It's a little too much detail for this. Ooh, that's not enough. Oh yeah, where you can really see it just like crunch so badly. Why does it get so crunchy? It just collapses into itself. I can't say I exactly understand. Fine, 100 detail, but it's still like collapsing in that weird way. I don't exactly understand why it's doing that, if I'm being honest. Like maybe that initial shape that I did was just like a weird one. I'm sure I could come in here. Of course, then it's gonna be weird in other ways. Seems like a lot more effort than I should have to put into this. Ugh. Yeah, I don't really understand why it looks so bad. Maybe like the like distortion, like the like profile edit that I did. Is just like leads to like strange results. Oh, I kind of like this for that retro vibe though, except for down here, that looks like a friggin' mess. You don't understand why it looks good? Heck yeah. Yes, symmetry would be ideal. That's the alien. That's what the alien's doing. It's gotta express itself. But see, now it looks silly. We could also throw a remesh at it. Although I would prefer if it didn't merge into itself. Not exactly what I had in mind. This is better though. This is definitely better. Except for that bit in the middle. What if we do a little duplication of that? Remove the modifier from one of them. Hide that. And actually, I'd love to come in here. Remove this. Whoops, it blended. I mean, we are in Blender after all. To be completely fair to it. It's a bit different than the intention, but that can be okay. I still kind of like it. And it's got much better topology. Still giving exclamation. Absolutely, at least in this case. Although I'm going to bring them back together right now. They must be unified. Okay. It's a little bit large for my taste. Alright, now come back in here. It should look a lot better and less crumpety. I think crumpets are usually pretty smooth. Much better. Crumpled. A bit of a different shape. Not exactly the shape I had in mind. But now that I've done some of that, I can come to the sculpt mode and hopefully do some stuff with it. And it behave less horrendously. Give it some more of that juice back. Okay, take some of that juice away. It's too much juice. It's a lot of juice. I don't need to care this much, but it's nice to do. It's a bit odd. Not much to say when I'm doing this. Just gotta kind of feel. It's more fun that way. There's probably easier ways to do a lot of this. But it's kind of nice to work on this base shape. One thing that would help is if I put on dynamic topology, but I kind of like to just keep it simple. It looks like a ketchup bottle, an upside down ketchup bottle that is cut apart a little bit. I don't think that's what I'm going for. It's just a guess that that's not what I'm going for. I've been wrong before. Yummy ketchup, just dumping all over the alien's head. That's just too silly. I'm definitely in a nitpick vortex. Send help. For a friggin' exclamation point. To be fair, it introduces the player to the entire game. It's like one of the first things you see. Not really a big detail. I'm still giving upside down ketchup bottle. I think it's the flatness on the bottom. Dynamic topology, I'm telling you, it would help a lot. I'm just saying, Lee's, you know, you should do what you want. That would probably help. But you should do what you want. Alright, let me just stop. Let me just stop with this exclamation pointing. Oh, I wanted to see it side by side. It's definitely a little juicier. It looks good. I'm fine with that. Alright. So, now I'm gonna make it do stuff. I do want to actually add a material. It does have a material. Right. I'm gonna adjust it just a little. Oh, is it unique? Oh, I think it is unique. So if I come in here, we make it something totally different. Okay, good. I guess I'll save it. Player V2, textures. We don't have any in here. Are you quite sure? They're all in here. Okay. Alien exclaim. Well, we could just call it exclaim color. Okay. Now, obviously, I don't want it to be visible at first. We want it to become visible. I'd actually like it to, like, start further down. Yo, it'd be great if it just, like, emerged from inside of the alien. I mean, obviously, don't want it to clip through. Make it smaller. Shrink it down. Scale it. It doesn't have collision. Who cares? Yes, exactly, Frank. Make it tiny. It's just in its brain. Its brain is an exclamation point. Relatable. Now that's hyper game dev. Okay. Exactly. Alright, so then for the animation player. Now this animation player is what controls the bouncing up and down. I don't want to use... Well, actually we could use the same animation player, but I don't really want to. Assuming the alien won't mind. I guess I'll make it a child of the exclamation point. By that logic, I should almost make it the other animation player a child of this, which does mean we have to do this a little differently. I'm gonna actually revoke its unique name here. Set that up like that. We're gonna say this is animation alien. OnReady variable animation exclaim animation player equals that. Refactor that to animation alien. Okay. Also, I don't think we're stopping the animation. We might want to do that, like have them stop bouncing as well as stop. Now the problem with that is we need them to go back to their default spot. I think we could just put we could just say animation stop. I think that would probably work. That might work. It might be what working is. So on game preload, we'll say animation alien stop. What I don't want is for it to pause it. I want it to actually reset it, but it's not gonna like interpolate it. And it just snap down. Yeah, it would be nice if it like rewound back to the first one. That would be sweet. Yeah, we're animating. Exactly. Play backwards. I would only want it to play backwards. I'd want it to stop looping. So it like plays backwards, but it doesn't loop. That seems difficult. Maybe not difficult, but kind of annoying. Properties. And I don't think we have like a loop property or anything. Because I think all that... Probably would it be easiest? I don't know. And then with seek just jumps to a certain place. Seeks the animation to the seconds point in time. If update is true, the animation updates too. Otherwise, it updates at process time. Events between the current frame and seconds are skipped. I don't think that's gonna be what we want. But I'm kind of curious to see what happens. If we say seek 0 true, what does that look like? Like ideally they would just all go back down to their starting position. Whoa. What does that do? I could probably also just stop the animation and then tween them back to the ground. That's gonna be the easiest. Let's do that. So first, or even there's like a pause, right? We can like literally have it pause, maybe. Pause is the currently playing animation. Yeah, but you can't. If it's paused, I don't think I can apply things to the... I don't actually know how to do this. I'm sure there's some easy way to do it. I just don't know what it is. Probably an animation tree. That would probably be the easiest way to do it. And then we just say blend between two animations. Have one animation be... That's what we do. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna get the animation player. It's a little advanced, but that's okay. I'm gonna create a new animation. And this is stop moving. And I'm gonna say, what's the highest point on bounce? Yeah, got a whole new strip. Exactly. 0.33 on the y-axis. On stop moving, you want to start at the highest point. Oh, no, don't copy the whole animation player. On stop moving, we're gonna get the alien Y position, put it at 0.33, keyframe it. That is what we're animating here, right? Yes. And then by the end, bring it down to whatever the bottom is, which on bounce is... yeah, 0. That makes sense. Alien Y 0. Keyframe it. And then we'll make this a length of 0.4. We could have it go a little faster than that. Let's give it a little ease. Now, I'm gonna make an animation tree. I've never done this in such a simple application, but that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna assign the animation player here. And I actually want a transition. We're gonna create 2 inputs on here. This is bouncing, and this is stopping. We're gonna add an animation into there, the bouncing animation. I'm gonna come out here and add the stopping animation. Okay. And then hook this up to the output. So there it is, bouncing. And then when we switch to stopping, it's a little goofy there. Let's give it some crossfade time. Bouncing, stopping. Bouncing, stopping. Bouncing, stopping. Great. We could add a curve in here. Yeah, it looks good. Now I just have to control that in the code. And I have to remind myself how we do that. We're gonna go to the player script, where we have something very similar set up in here. Animation set, parameters, walk to run, transition request running. My gosh. Let's just grab this, come back to Alien for menu. And so here we're saying when the preload starts, or normally, right now we're just playing the animation. Oh, and then the offset. That's gonna be a little tricky. I don't actually know how to do the offset now. Dang. Because we're not using the same seek. Animation tree. Yeah, I'm gonna have to figure that one out. I don't even know where we get this set from. Animation tree stuff is a little mysterious, if I'm being honest. Animation node blend tree. Because I don't even see that set thing. It's not even like on here. Somebody in chat guided me through setting this up when I did. It's saying dot set parameter. That's wild. Animation tree set property. Where does it even come from? Like, let me even just look up this. Animation tree. Like, this should be the same. Okay, Godot docs. After setting the request and changing the animation playback, the one-shot node automatically clears the request on the next process frame, blah, blah, blah. Set parameters, one-shot request. So, wow. So this is the doc that we want to look at. Animation tree is a new node. Creating animation tree. Creating a tree. Blend tree contains many blend type nodes. Can contain both root and regular nodes used for blending. Nodes are added through the graph from a menu. Yes, yes, yes. All blend trees contain an output node by default. Blend 2, blend 3. We're not doing that. Blend spaces. There's so much to learn here. I need to like study up on animation trees. This node can be used to cause a seek command to happen to any subchildren of the animation graph. Use this node to play an animation from the start or a certain playback position. Oh, this is what we need right here. Okay. That's what I'm looking for. So we just say seek request. Like, how was I supposed to even find this? Like, if I search in the help here, it's not even in there. But I have to actually... So I would guess that I need to, like, localize this to this animation. So time seek, and then we can put this in here. -1. After setting the time and changing the animation playback, the seek node automatically goes into sleep mode on the next process frame by setting its seek request value to -1. Interesting. So I guess that's fine. Interesting. A little concerning, but interesting. Okay. So we'll come over here. It's a little complicated, but that's okay. So I'm gonna say animation. Oh, I need to change this a bit. So instead of, so I actually don't want it to be an animation player anymore. I want this to go to the animation tree. So we're gonna do that. Then we say animation alien set parameters. How do I even find that? We just say time seek? Are you quite sure? And then we'd want to say any position. Is that gonna work? And then here, instead of play bounce, we'd want to say set parameters slash transition slash transition request comma bouncing. Instead of stop, we want to change it to stopping. I don't know if a lot of this is gonna work correctly. Oh, so far so good. It's all offset. Let's go. Okay, cool. Perfect. Wow. Nice. That doc page, indispensable. Troubling that I can't find any of that on here, but at least it exists. Oh no, I didn't see. Yeah, so we've got them bouncing at different times by using the animation tree set parameters time seek request. So I set all that up on the animation tree. The bouncing has a time seek, and we access it through this convoluted string, and that makes them bounce at different times. And then it's already playing it by doing set bouncing here, and then when it stops, we play stopping, and it's doing it with this transition node that's set to have a 0.5 crossfade time with this crossfade curve. And when we do it, bam, they sit down. They're like good little doggies. Just sit, wait for your treat. Doop. I love it. Wow, that was pretty easy. This is gonna be really useful for cinematic building stuff, for sure. Oh, it makes me feel so powerful. I love it. Very satisfying. I don't like how the camera interpolates in at the beginning, since we like clip through the faces. Don't love that. I think I know why that happens. I think that happens because the cam target, its default position is like whatever that is. I mean, if I put it 0, 0, 0, it's going to interpolate from the origin to the player position, which could arguably be even worse. So really, I'd want to find where is the cam target right now, and have that be its starting spot. That's very close to the origin. Is that really its spot? 0.04, 0.002, 0.018? Is that really where it is? Point 0.04, 0.002, 0.018. I mean, it's like basically 0. So that may not be completely accurate. Yeah, it's still moving into place. But you know, if I put this up, like let's say I put this up really high, right, and restart this, I feel like we should see it come down, which honestly, oh no, it didn't. Wow, it didn't work at all. Okay, that has nothing to do with anything. So what, why does it not start out at like a base position? I don't actually know. It's been doing that for the longest time. And I've never been quite sure why. Why does this song make it great for a jumping alien? I love that. Interesting, interesting. Yeah, maybe a nice high energy intro song would be good. I hate that it like interpolates in at the beginning, because sometimes it clips through their faces. It might be nice to set like a fade in for the camera or something. Also, you know, another thing is, technically, I want there to be a skippable cutscene. I don't want the game to just, which I should probably be thinking about that right now. Before it's too late. But technically, I don't want the game to start right here. I want it to start with a skippable cutscene. Heck, wouldn't you even want to say like Hyper Game Dev Studio or something like that, right? Presents, whatever. Then it's this. You know, you'd want it to start with something else. So, but yeah, I do want an optional cutscene at the beginning. How are you gonna wedge that in? How are you gonna wedge that in? That's what I want to know. Here you're coding in cutscenes without it being organized. Seems like a mistake. Seems like a mistake. There's got to be a better way to handle this. Just must be. I'm gonna make him stop because it's satisfying. Maybe I shouldn't get distracted by that right now, and come back to it later, and just focus on the things we were working on, the exclamation point, things like that. I don't even have the game title in there yet. No idea how we're gonna do that. I probably would want some kind of three-dimensional element. Hold on, I'm gonna be right back. Give me like 2 minutes, 2.5 minutes or less. I'll be right back. Stretch your legs. Get yourself a snack. I'll be right back. Thank you so much. Thank you. Like, that's what I mean. I appreciate you. Enjoy the music, and thank you. Like, I appreciate you. It means a lot. I appreciate you. It's a lot of things I appreciate. And one of those things is you. Okay. I am gonna choose not to worry about little things right now. I probably should think about pre-cutscene stuff. I probably should. Hey, Muhammad, welcome. Welcome. Good to see you. Is that what you said earlier? It didn't look like the word hi. I was so confused. That's a fun way to type it. Good to see you. I'm working on main menu stuff. I mean, if I want to do a pre-cutscene, it kind of would be nice if a bunch of blank ones loaded in and then the like, yeah. I mean, right now, I gotta kind of remind myself, I don't have to do this, but I want to. Yeah, when you cutscenes, the way that I have this set up is, what am I doing? Main menu stuff. Just setting up what happens when you start the game. And just thinking about, like, you know, what things I should also be thinking about even before that. But yeah, so, you know, you start at the game, you click on an alien, you choose your alien, and then in theory it starts the game, but I currently stopped it from starting the game while I set these things up. And I'm just thinking about how I want to structure this and reminding myself how I did structure it. Things like that. So if before I had it like, we say that in the beginning it loads menu stuff. Oh man, terrain controller chaos. First chunk's loaded and is level type. Oh, we have a different level type. Level type game. Tell me more about those types that we set up. What is all that about? I forgot everything. It's all gone from my brain. I don't remember how any of this works. I don't think the type thing does anything, actually, right now. I think the type is nothing. Oh, type gives us, like, debug or not, basically. So if I come to the terrain controller here, and I change the type to debug, and we hit play, instead of loading the alien ones, yeah, I'm gonna name it Abduct and Run for now. It'll load in these chunks, so it makes it look a little different. But if I want there to be an optional cutscene, I would need to ensure that is what I'm thinking of naming it, Mohammed. Absolutely. Thanks you to people in the chat who gave some suggestions that got us there today. But that's what I'm thinking. Abduct and Run. We'll see. You know, we'll iterate on it as time goes on. And so then the way when we are, oh, I see, because we used level 0. Yeah, that's gonna be tough. I think what's gonna make the most sense is on the block level menu. This is what I think we have to do. On these blocks that hold all the aliens on them. Pre-cutscene has seen starting cutscene before them. Yes, exactly. Right, and I guess a lot of games don't do that, do they? I guess you usually get cutscenes after the menu, huh? I don't know, I guess it's kind of up to whatever you want to do. And it would be skippable. It would be utterly, absolutely skippable. And then once you're on the menu, you know, I guess we'd want a way for you to go back and watch the cutscene if you skipped it already, you know? It's a lot of crap to think about. It's a lot to think about. But what I would want to do is say that this just doesn't have any of the aliens on it or something. You know, we just make all these horrifically enough hide. I don't think this would be that bad, because I think I could just add a node in here, maybe. And we'll just say aliens. I think I could just add all these in, because I'm not referencing them for anything. So I don't think that would cause any problems. And then we can just hide them all at once and have the cutscene play out on one of these chunks, essentially. The problem with that is, how do you know how do you set up which chunk? And we'd have to make sure that the camera goes to the right one and looks at the right one. It's actually a little bit more complicated than I imagined. Actually, I have an even better idea. I have an even better idea. I got it. Better idea. Don't do that. Okay, I know what we do for the cutscenes. For each terrain chunk, are these terrain chunks? Menu, nice. Is type menu. I got it. The menu starts first, and then the cutscene. You're thinking the opposite way to do the menu. Really? Really? Because I was thinking that the menu, like the story of the menu, is that this is the alien army preparing to go invade Earth. And the cutscene is supposed to be establishing why the army is preparing to invade Earth. But, like, maybe it doesn't matter. Maybe, like, players will figure it out. Everything's fine if the army thing is here and we go to the cutscene after that shows events before the menu. Like, maybe it doesn't matter if the events of the cutscene, or if the events of the menu take place after the cutscene. I don't know. I'm actually not really sure. I mean, it's not like a big, like, faux pas or anything, right? To, like, have the cutscene be ahead of time. Because I do want, like, a little bit of stuff to happen after you start the game. But I wanted to establish what we're looking at here. But, you know, again, it does mean I have to find some way to bring us back to that if you missed the cutscene, you know? You know, maybe there could just be like a story button or something, and you press that, and it takes you back through it. You know it, Frank. It's bothering me that some of the teeth are, like, disappearing in the distance. I don't know what that's about, but it's freaking me out. Okay. So here's how we're gonna do the cutscene. What I'm gonna do is we're gonna each chunk is gonna check and say, am I a menu chunk? Because we are defining that here. So in the ready variable, it's gonna say, and it probably already have that here, if is not type menu, then it does this stuff. If it is type menu, it's set to level 100. So we'd want some stuff in here. If it is set to level 100, I want to say visible equals false. So literally, none of it's going to appear. It's all going to be invisible if I do that right there. That's what should happen. Bam, it's all gone. You can see they're still, like, there, but it's not visible. And so then what I'll do is in the main scene, I'll have some stuff, right? So I have these weird debug shapes. I don't know if any of them are in a good spot. That's not visible. And none of that is... Oh, there's something that's kind of visible. And that's kind of visible. So basically I would put things in the main scene, essentially. So whatever, let's just add like a random mesh in here just for the sake of example. And I'll have like animations that play out in place over here. Right in front of the camera where it's supposed to be. I think that makes a lot of sense. And then we just say everything become visible when everything is supposed to become visible. I don't know why that's not visible, but it isn't. Really? That's not in the camera yet? Where is it? Oh, do I need to like restart it? Maybe it doesn't like that I just added it in. Where is it? This is not that important, but I'm just curious. There it is. It's just a very narrow area, right? So that is just a little box in there. But imagine there's, you know, a whole scene playing out, right? And then we can fade the lights in and out. So I could just say, you know, all the lights go out. Everything becomes dark. And they come back up. And we're in the game. I think that makes the most sense. And I can set up all the states and stuff within the main scene here. That's how we do cutscenes. And we can even easily put those in throughout the game. And we just make sure that they happen in front of the camera. So this means I might also want to have the camera be in a different place, even still. So like right now I've got it as soon as the game starts, you know, the camera is angled where the menu would be. But I don't actually want it to start in the menu position if we're doing cutscenes and stuff. So we actually want to go into the position that it's currently at, technically. So instead of in the ready function setting it like this, I would want to have like a signal. So I'd want like another signal. We could have like press a key to skip or something like that. Or press this button to skip. I don't think a button makes a lot of sense. I think it should be like press any key to continue or something like that, you know. It's probably a good suggestion for doing that out there. GD script, press any key. How to make press any key to start. 2018. Ancient history. If event is input key. If event pressed. No, that seems... I mean, oh, I see. So it's like its own function. That's actually a pretty good idea. I kind of like that, actually. Nice. And then we can have it go into that. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it right now. I'm gonna paste that right in here. No thought in my mind. Just do it. Just do it. We don't even want the terrain velocity to be moving. We actually want it to be 0. Technically. At the beginning, right? And then we put all this in here. As part of that if statement. So if we start this out, everything should be kind of invisible. Well, not invisible. Well, invisible. The camera's in that position. If I press any key, it moves to the menu position. If I wanted to do the lighting, for example, So let's set the, so much for the exclamation point. That's okay, we'll get back to it eventually. I'm gonna on ready the directional light. I don't intend to have different ones of these, so we'll access as it as a unique name for now. We're gonna say sun. And this is a directional light 3D. Set that to this. I don't actually know how to make it. I guess we could just say visible or not visible. That's probably plenty enough. So I actually want it to be off at the beginning of the game. Probably don't want that in the editor. That doesn't sound that fun. So we're gonna say sun visible false. Bit messy spaghetti to have this all over the place. Oh well. And then if we press any key to continue, for now, we can just say sun visible true. So when the game starts, I think we should be in darkness. It like goes into darkness. Right, but if I start with it off, then I don't think it's gonna fade out, right? It's just gonna be off. No, it does fade out. That's weird. I wonder why it does that. I mean, it might be nice to even put like a UI thing. We do have like these like damage effects when you take damage and things. It might be nice to add one of these in, one of these textures in, except it's just like a black background. So if I duplicate this, this is just blackout background. Clear that texture. Or I guess we want to canvas. What was the texture again that was on there? Gradient texture. Nice. Make it visible. Just get rid of that. And then we just want to make sure it like renders on top. Wherever is good to do that. Where should I do that? Y sort enabled. Top level. Wait, how do I make sure it's above everything? Maybe when I do like flags or something? I don't remember how to do that. If I'm being honest. Visibility. I don't actually remember how to do that. And this is a texture rect. Maybe if I put it like in like, I mean technically this control node should be like, I just don't remember. how to put these things. Oh, it might be inheriting its top levelness or its Z order from this. Oh, what was its complaint? Changing the Z index of a control only affects the drawing order, not the input event handling order. Okay. I mean, that sounds nice. Godot control node render on top. This should be a simple thing. I just don't remember how to do it. I don't do it very often. Use a viewport. No. 2019. It's old-timey information. You make the control node a child of a 2D node and alter the 2D node Z index. The control node will also have it. So are you saying I have to like move this somewhere else? What do those words mean? Like I might want like a canvas layer or something. Nothing. What if I change this to a canvas layer? What does that do? Nothing. Follow viewport? What does that even mean? Oh, canvas layer. Ooh. Whoa. Nice. Good. Excellent. Okay. If it works, it works, right? Now, how do I fade it in and out? Probably do the alpha of this, would be my guess. There's gotta be an easier way to just set this as like an albedo color. Maybe not. But a fade out would be nice. Let's try it. I'm gonna say on the main scene. So if we hit play right now, it should just be a black screen, is what we should see. Nothing. And then when any key is pressed, I would want it to, let's on ready that, and on ready variable blackout, texture rect, equals blackout background. And we'll say so I need to access the texture and the gradient and somehow set its color. That sounds difficult. Let's look at texture rect stuff. And then the texture. So that's just texture 2D resource. Gradient texture 1D. Properties gradient, set gradient value. The gradient used to fill the texture. Okay. Colors. Packed color array. Oh god, that's a lot of values. An array specifically designed to hold color. Packs data tightly so it saves memory for large array sizes. Can we not do a gradient? There's no reason for this to be a gradient. Can we change this to a panel or something? Very unnecessary for it to be that. Completely unnecessary, by the way. Now you're gonna have to access that style box flat unless there's some way to deal with transparency here. But I don't think there is. Godot panel transparency. Self-modulate. Oh, under canvas item in the inspector. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Nice. Oh, hell yeah. Great. Great. Oh, I probably could have done that with the other thing too. Okay, so we need to adjust this. This is not a texture rect anymore. It is a panel. So instead of all that, we're just gonna say blackout modulate. We probably want self-modulate. Actually. Oh, okay, I don't know, I was being laggy. Self-modulate, color 111. Oh, that's what I'm talking about. Easy. Easy. And then just wait real quick. Maybe I could just do like an equals. So we want self-modulate. I don't know if that'll work. Color. Hey, what's up, Colin? What are we working on? And Colin said, whoa. Good to see you, welcome. I'm working on a main menu for the game that I'm making. I would show you the game, but I've currently made the game not load. But I'll make it load. I'll make it load again soon. I've been working on this game for a while, and I haven't made a menu. Ah, there it went. Nice. And I haven't made a menu until now. So I'm like wedging it into the beginning of the game, and it's a little messy, but that's okay. For some reason, YouTube tells me I'm offline every time I try to click on your channel, so trying to get the chatting to work was painful. Oh my gosh! Oh, that's why you said whoa. Whoa, hi, you made it. I'm so glad you made it, Colin. Thanks for stopping in. Every time you try to click on the channel, for some reason, YouTube tells you you're offline. YouTube, what you doing? Help people help us help people. YouTube. I'm glad you made it, Colin. Welcome. Yeah, so Yeah, I want to get this main menu wedged in, and I'm just kind of like trying to get it to like fade in. It's specifically only my channel? Oh no. All right, let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Yeah, so I mean, I'd show you the game, but I kind of locked myself out of the game for a second, but I'll get back to it. I'll get back to it. You wanted to scream, no, just animate the modulate for 5 minutes. Oh my gosh, are you serious? That's amazing. But I had to wait because I can only chat 5 minutes after subscribing. Oh yeah. So I put that in place for a couple of reasons, namely to avoid bots. Because as soon as I put up the subscription requirement, bots were gone from the live chat. They've never come back. Otherwise they would post like weird, gross things, and then it also deters trolls. Like a lot of trolls are like, I'm not gonna wait 5 minutes to say something naughty, and so they just go away. So that's the main motivation there. Bots have my attention span. Relatable. And you know, that's just it though. Like that 5 minute thing can be a deterrent to some people, but you know, it could be worse. Fake haters couldn't be me. Fake haters couldn't be me. Let's go. What a sentence. That's so funny that you were like trying to tell me to just use modulate. I'm glad we got there eventually. I guess I want to tween this though, so it does it like gradually, because that would be prettier, and prettier is better. So it seems like, but you got some Godot knowledge, Colin. You must. If you even knew about that. Yeah, it's something that I just don't use that often. But when I do, I'm really glad I finally remembered it after having forgotten about it. All right, let's back this up. We don't need that. And then put that in there. We create the tween, and then we want to say apply to the blackout. Specifically on self-modulate. And I want it to go, I don't even know. I guess I can do that. Maybe I need to be more specific about that. I'm not sure. I don't even know. I actually have no idea. Expected end of statement found comma instead. Oh, what did I do? What did I do wrong? Tell me what I did. Variable tween self comma. Which comma are you confused by? We've got a lot of commas. That parenthesis. Okay, there we go. Nice. So we want to go down to 0 from whatever it is. Okay. Did I do that? Did I do it? Oh, slick. YouTube just took away my chat for a minute. I'm back though. Why? Why YouTube? Why are you doing this between Colin and I? Like, is this happening to other people? Like, what's going on? Yay! What is this? Ridiculous. I'm gonna have a talk with YouTube. I don't know why YouTube just hates me in particular today. Sable is fine. Thank you for confirming that. It's helpful to hear when people have problems. Because then, you know, if I hear that you had this problem, Colin, and someone else comes through and they describe the same problems, I'm like, this is a pattern. And of course, patterns always mean something, obviously. Okay. All right, so now we actually can be in our little blank game not started yet zone. Right, the game begins. Now I don't actually want that to be on a key. I would actually like it to start out this way. I mean, who knows, you know, I might want to say like, you know, whatever, a studio name or some bullcrap that no game needs, but everybody puts. So maybe we won't do that if a key is pressed. We'll say, I don't even know, like maybe in the, I wouldn't want to do it like in the process. I guess what I do is I'd say run a function in ready, right? I'm not even really sure, because if I put that here, that's not gonna work. Because then isn't that happening before the game starts? Oh, I never really thought about doing something like this. Oh wow, it didn't even work. It's like I can't do that. I'm like, okay. I mean, I could do like it. I can't do it in process. What if I say game intro, funk game intro, and then put that in there? Does that do it better, or does it not? Like, I just want to know. So weird. I've been working on a silly little Godot game. Little Godot game. Yeah, I understand. Too, it's kind of fun to watch other people do their stuff too. Yeah, it is. Yeah. Nice. Yeah, come here. Technically 3 times a week. To work on this game. One of those times is for a members only stream. But yeah, I do 2 6 to 10 hour sessions. Wow, it works if we press the key. I guess I almost need like a delay or something, like a timer. I guess I should set a timer. That just like begins. I just never thought about this. Like, what if I want something to happen as soon as the game starts, not before it, and not constantly all the time? So I'm often sharing myself working on this project, and I'm doing the entire work that I do on this project. I'm sharing it from start to finish. I love checking in with other people. It's interesting. The dedication to working and streaming that long is crazy. I mean, for me, like, I don't work on my game if I'm not streaming. If I'm not streaming, I have no motivation to work. So for me, I call it, it's my Adderall. It's my concentration medication to help me focus. For some people, I think it's like having a job, right? Like if you work at your job, you go to the office, or you know, whatever, sign in on Microsoft Teams, whatever it is you do for your work, like that gives you that structure to do stuff. And for me, the live stream is that structure to do stuff. I've debated on going live too, just for the sake of getting like peer pressured into doing stuff. You're funny. Yeah. Like, whoa, someone's watching. I can't just pace around my roof. Yeah, exactly. Obviously, I enjoy like entertaining and doing that and like making video stuff, but I mean, it's really effective. It's really effective for giving me that concentration. You do that too, but you end up gaming anyway. Well, yeah, I mean, right. So maybe I'm not giving myself enough credit, you know? Maybe it's not just that I'm live streaming. That's a good point. I could always just fire up a game right here. That's a good point, Sable. Wow, I'd actually never thought of it that way. All this time, I never thought of it. Crazy. I don't even game, I just stare at my blank monitor for 5 hours and just go entirely brain empty. Yeah, I relate to that. I don't know if I've ever gone brain empty for 5 hours, but definitely for minimum a minute or 2. When I watch the stream, I only stream Godot stuff so far. When you watch the stream, you only stream Godot stuff so far? Oh, when you're here watching, hanging out, you start gaming. I see. That's awesome. That's pretty cool. I see, I see. When you stream, you do Godot stuff. Okay. 5 hours is slightly exaggerated. Just a little bit. Not a lot. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. Am I really gonna set a timer? There's gotta be something for this. GDScript function run when game start. Do you know what I mean? Like, not like ready, which runs before. No, not the ready function. You've been putting off working on the actual coding part of your game because you're more of the art guy. Nice. I mean, it's good to know what you're, like, actually interested in, you know? You don't want to perceive GDScript quite yet, but you're learning. I mean, you had that modulate bit down, that's for sure. So you got something. Whoa. Returns whether the target directory exists. Wow. Interesting. You watched, okay, look, I watched one tutorial, alright? If file exists, pass. Else, create your file or folder here. What I want to do is run a function the very first time the user starts the game. I want to create folder structure. Now this is their thing. That's very specific to their problem. So I don't know if I'm going to follow that. But yeah, I mean, that makes sense. Take your time. Take it at your own pace. You don't want to, like, force yourself to do it if you're not interested. I mean, I feel a little silly right now, even like asking this question of the internet, but sometimes it be like that. Nobody answered. Nobody answered. Autoloads. Yeah, take it at your own pace. Autoloads run at the start. The worst part is having an issue and no one has ever seemed to have the same question. I've found that to be mostly very rare. Not entirely, but mostly. And often it's like I just haven't worded it right. Oh, we got Pressipier in the house. Pressipier has a membership. So that means we gotta sing a song. Alright. What I'm trying to do, I'll sing you a song about what I'm trying to do. That's not fun. Basically, when the game starts, not in the ready function, after the game is ready, sing about the problem. All right, that's your request. Hey, you remember, you requested it. Okay. All right, I can sing to this. Pressipier wants to know what has my ire. Pressipier, you wanna know what has my ire? Pressipier, I'll tell you what it is. How do I get some to run after the game starts just once? How do I get some to run after the game starts just once? Oh, Pressipier wants to know what has my ire. Oh, Pressipier wants to know what has my ire. I want to know how to make some start when the game starts. I want to make some happen when the game starts, and only that one time. Pressipier, that's what has my ire. Oh man, my singing has not been on point today, but there you go. You're welcome, and I'm sorry. Okay. For the most part, Colin says, I sing songs to members, that's what I do. For the most part, it's pretty obscure, but I tried to do a dungeon generator. Oh, neat. And for some reason, the path carving just didn't work, and every other tutorial doesn't do it the way I'd like to. Oh, interesting. It's just an issue of me not being there yet, skill-wise. I think I'll come back to it, but still, yeah, for sure. Yeah, it's good to want to do things your own way. I can understand that. Amazing. In it. What's in it? What it could, no answer could have told me about an in it. That sounds like exactly what I need. Let me get some of that in it. Do it. This was wonderful. Thank you. It's very kind of you. It's very kind of you. Whoa. Why is... Oh, it's crashing. Cannot call method create tween on a null value. Whoa, it's too soon. Is some in it? It runs before... Oh no. I want it to run after ready. I want something that runs after ready. And only is like says like bam, game started, bam. You know what I mean? Enter tree. That's not a function, but that sounds cool. Wait, it is a function. What the genius are you? Oh man. Okay, by the way, I haven't been giving credits out. Colony XE came through and yes, after I figured it out, told me about the modulate thing, but it's the thought that counts, right? Okay, so wait. No, that'll be before ready. Oh, boo. Boo! Yeah, it's still dark, so I'd want that to run, like, right after ready. Right after ready. Ready is done. Bam. Game start. I mean, it seems like it should be a thing, right? That's not a function. Oh, it is a function! I love that feeling. You want a boolean plus a function called at the end of ready. Right, after ready, there's whatever function you call at the very end of the ready function. Right, and so I did try that, but it like didn't work right. So I made this function right here, game intro, and it runs game intro, but it doesn't behave correctly. So what it's supposed to be doing is creating a tween and then making that tween take something from black and then become visible. Unless it is, what if it is working? Oh, what if it is working? Oh, what if I'm just like, guys, I think it is working. Wait a minute. I forgot to make the sun visible. Hold on. I think it is working. I think it's working. I'm really sorry. I think I'm really sorry. I think what I am is really sorry. Boolean starts at false. If the Boolean is false, set to true. It works. We got it. I'm so sorry. The reason why I kept thinking it wasn't working was because I was like, okay, if I move this to this button press, then it works. We're so back, chat. But the reason why it was working was because of this other little thing that was in here that I forgot was in there that wasn't elsewhere that needed to be. But still, you've taught me some things, so I still gotta give some credits out there to you guys for like helping me just like work through this problem, and I really appreciate it. So let me just throw some credits around. These credits entitle you to absolutely no compensation. However, they do entitle you to credits in the game. And the problem is no problem, and my undying appreciation. Let's get Colin EXE on here for the first time. Colin EXE. This is straight up Godot consulting with the modulate tip, even though it was too late. Still appreciate it. Precipier as well. Oh my god, Win, you know it. 7. It sounds cool though. I bet you make some good art. If that's like what you like to do, Colin, I bet you've got some really cool art, and you're making this dungeon thing. You got this. I believe in you. I will be using these as frequent flyer points. All right. I don't know exactly what that could mean, but regardless, you know, I support your dreams. I really do. All right, let me sort these since we've gotten so many people added on lately. I think it's time to do a little sort on here. All right, there we go. There we go. The list is updated and sorted accordingly. So many people have helped. Look at that. 76 people have helped because it's -1. 76 people on these credits list. Yeah, of course. Join the old Discord server. Yeah, share some stuff every Friday after the game jams. So I do game jams every Friday. And after those, if you don't already know, I do a secret live stream. A secret live stream. If you head over to patreon.com/hypergamedev, you can join the Patreon for free, and you'll get access to this secret live stream I do, but you don't have to show up to that if you don't want to. Did I forget to add? No, I didn't. Okay. You can show up to that if you want to, or I will post a clip from that stream. I always do that. Of me checking out your thing in the Discord. So yeah, I love to play test it, even just react to the images or whatever you've got. I love doing it. It's a lot of fun. So yeah, just FYI, Yeah, so I go through the Discord after those streams end. Usually, sometimes it takes me a day, sometimes it takes me a week, but I always eventually get there. And you can always go find that live stream and find it yourself, but I eventually post it in there. So like, this person is sharing some stuff, they work on their game, so, you know, they posted an update of their character, right? And so then I do it in the community creation stream that you can get to on Patreon, otherwise it's unlisted. And this was from this past week, a couple weeks ago, and then it literally jumps to the part where I checked that out. And so I do that for everyone who shares anything on this Discord. That's what I do. So yeah. Because, you know, I think it's nice to be able to get reactions to our work. And I want to make sure you know that, like, somebody saw your thing and things like that. Yeah. Yeah, just forum posts. Exactly. That's it. That way it doesn't get crowded out, you know, by other conversations and things. Okay, so the game now starts out on a blackout, and it fades into a block, which is not really anything. What I'd actually want this to be is a cutscene of some kind, you know, ideally, at some point, someday. Does it slow it down if I make that number smaller or speed it up? I always forget. I used to be in a server with a lot of comic artists, and we all had individual channels where we could talk about our stuff, and it was cool. Whoa, that's awesome. Channels, that's awesome. That's really, really neat. Wow. Interesting. The only issue is people just not caring and ignoring half the channels, but it's super cool of you to check them out. Yeah, I mean, you know, we're a small community, and even if we weren't a small community, I mean, I look at some big communities, and yeah, people still be avoiding things. So, yeah. Can we do that with threads? Yeah. Yeah, right, that's right. I feel like forums kind of replace threads in a way, like not in every sense, but in a lot of ways. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Alright, so you don't need to do that anymore. That's like an old kind of thing. Still, it's cool that you found a way to make it work. The same thing, gotcha. I almost want to put like an await on here. Is that dangerous to start the game on an await? I feel like that's something that would be frowned on. I feel like awaits in general are frowned upon. But and so we're taking a risk by making the entire game begin on an await. That's how severe I am. I'm severe like that. So, you know, at some point we can have whatever in here, Hyper Game Dev Studios, then it fades in. They're so handy though. They really are. and then it'll fade into a cutscene. The cutscene will be skippable, and that's why we do if event is input key. So if any input key is pressed. Basically what I'd want it to do is do messenger game preload emit, I think, right? That's not true. That's not true. I'd want to do game menu emit, which I haven't created yet. Project settings, boot splash sounds like what you want. That's a thing? Like the Godot logo. Whoa, whoa. Oh, what? What the frick? What in the frick? I didn't even know this was a thing. I didn't know that. I mean, I'll still put the delay, but... Oh, I don't have... The only image that exists in here. It's looking for a PNG file? I mean, that's fine. I just don't have any in here. I know, now I'm curious. Now I'm curious. What, am I gonna not mess around with it? It feels really silly, but I'm gonna mess around with it. Like, sorry, but I'm gonna mess around with it. What if I do, and I guess it would also need to be, like, sized to the game a little bit. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna try something here. We're gonna try something. And the game right now is sized at... Or at least have the aspect ratio of that. 1109 by 624. What the hell does that mean? What? I must have calculated that as being like a desirable ratio. I'm gonna need to look into all that mess. We'll have to figure that out. And like, what if I make it... What if I make it like transparent? Like, I wonder what's gonna happen. I got curiosities, I got questions. We're not putting a lot of effort into this right now. Wacky resolution, but that's the fun of it! Yeah. I feel like it might be proportionately not wacky. It looks pretty wacky, yeah. I don't know. I'm not gonna worry about that today. That's a problem for a different least. Alright, let's put this in the project folder. I'm gonna put it in dev docs. It's a weird place, but it's where it's going. Deal with it. Boot splash, open, dev docs, bam. It's so real of me. I do be using it for assets. I do. It's just a great way to have like cloud-based design stuff. I'm not a big... I don't really love Canva. I have a hate-like relationship with Canva, but you know, ethically. Use only for school, and then my login stuff got leaked, as far as I know. Oh my god. Whoa. That's pretty cool. You haven't touched it since. Jesus. You got leaked login stuff? Better update that. Better be careful. That splash screen kind of uggo, though. It's a little uggo. I don't like it. It's not fancy. It's not pretty. It doesn't fade or like It's not even an animation. It has personality. Yeah. Minimum display time. Wow. I don't know, man. I feel complicated about that. But it's there. It's real. It is real. And it's good to know it exists. I don't like it. I hate it. I'm killing it. I'd rather it say Godot every time. Honestly. It is real. True. For now, we're just gonna use the default. And I'm gonna keep that in mind. You've taught me some. I gotta give you a credit for that, because I didn't know that existed. And now I do know, and I'm grateful that I do. We'll iterate on it. We'll iterate on it. Alright, credit given. Alright, so whatever shows up there, it shows up there, it takes a second, everything's fine. So, then it needs to play our cinematic, which the cinematic doesn't exist yet. I had not used it before, shame it cannot fade. I know, it's like, like, it's so tacky. I'm probably just gonna make it be nothing. Pull a Unity asset flip mobile game and have the massive Godot logo pop up on the final product. I know, right? What if I make it the Unity logo just to like mess with people? That'd be so stupid. Unity come knocking for a runtime fee. So it's gonna have a cutscene, and the cutscene is gonna be skippable, and you press any key and it skips it, in theory. So something that I might want, so let's say I have a cutscene. Alright, I'm gonna make a node in here, node 3D. At least make it Unreal. Unity doesn't do it to be advertised. That's true. That's true. For all we know, we might be saying the same thing about Unreal someday. Alright, we're gonna make a special cutscene node. And in theory, we'd put all that stuff in there. It could be an animation. It could be all types of crap. We're gonna call this cutscenes. Right now, it's got a mesh instance. I'm gonna give this a unique name, access marker. We're gonna say on ready, variable, cutscenes. This is a node 3D. And we just say percent cutscenes. I also really don't like Unreal, but I don't have a particular reason. Yeah, I gave Unreal a good chance, and I like it a lot. It's really powerful. But, you know, at the end of the day, it's still proprietary. And, you know, having something as powerful as Godot, and it isn't proprietary, and it's open source, like, why even bother taking a risk that Unreal pulls a Unity someday? Why even bother? You know, unless you need to make like the most hyper-realistic looking, gorgeous, overpowered AAA title. You know, at that point, you might as well just hire somebody to build a game engine. But, whatever. Scratch is the true underdog. Oh man, I mean Scratch is cool, but I've certainly, from the Game Jam entries, become familiar with its limitations. But a lot of cool things are definitely possible in it. I'm sure Unreal is really powerful as an engine, but it just feels too corporate, too much complicated stuff, too much yeah. I don't know Godot and stuff, just feel more comfortable to use. Yeah. You know it pretty well. You know it a little bit. You got some familiarity there. So I want to say that the cutscenes becomes invisible. It's gonna look a little weird. I guess I kind of want it to black out again, honestly. Real ones use GameMaker. For 2D, GameMaker seems awesome. It is proprietary though, so it does kind of suffer from that. But I'm not gonna lie, I'd take a sponsorship from GameMaker like that, and I'd make a GameMaker video, no problem. I mean, I'd be honest, but... Okay, so... At the same time, yeah, you know, for like a personal choice for like making games that I want to like sell and like build my skills within a certain tool set, I don't really want to bother learning things like that anymore. But Game Maker is cool. No doubt. Especially for 2D. Only for 2D. I like GDevelop as well. It does some 3D, but not that well. Okay, so after the game intro and we press any key, I would actually want it to fade out again. Even before it does this offset. So I'd kind of want to do like another tween here, right? You have RPG Maker sitting around your Steam library from when you first wanted to make a game like 5 years ago. Nice. RPG Maker seems solid for what it's offering. The Godot Universal Fade program plugin might be useful here. Plugin. I don't like plugins. I am anti-plugin. I will avoid them as much as if I can make it work. Is this it? If I can make it work without a plugin and it's not too much of a headache, I'm gonna do it. This looks cool though. So it's like you can get different transitions. I don't mess with add-ons because you know, then if Godot gets updated, then that plugin needs to be updated. If you know, I found that sometimes plugins slow down my engine, and then I have to like learn this and that and all this. Dude, Dialogic, that was one of the ones I disliked the most, because I got it and I used it and it made my engine so much slower. And it was just like this whole new like system to learn, and I was like, what if I just build my own system and I use that? But I hear you, especially if coding like isn't your thing. Like, then those things are for you. You should use them. You must use them. It is correct to use them, right? But for me, I would like rather not rely on them personally, because I enjoy problem solving and muddling my way through difficult things to get there and figure it out myself. Nice, it'll slow down. Nice. Perfect. Like, whatever. Like, you know, like we just gotta do our own thing. And my own thing, not trying to use add-ons. There are some that I will surrender myself to if I have to. Like Jolt, right? I do that. You love making your own thing. At some point, you just don't have the brain capacity. Yeah, that's fair. Colin, that is absolutely fair. All right, so I want to say that when we press a button, a tween is going to pop on up, and this time we're bringing it back to darkness again, and then we're going to want it to become not dark again. So we'll say that fades out however long it takes to do that. All of our contributed code can be seen as add-ons. That's true. Yeah, someone was saying that earlier, that like, you know, I should even consider making my own add-ons for my own games. I was like, wow, you kind of blew my mind with that one, actually. Actually sounds like a good idea. Okay, so this tween, I want to give us a blackout. I know I'm abusing awaits. I might come up with a different system than awaits one day. Honestly, I could probably use an animation player for a lot of this, you know, and just animate the alpha of the blackout and have functions be called. That's probably what I should do instead of tweens and awaits, because then I don't have to set an await. I can program the animation. For now, we're gonna do this because it's what I'm doing. But I might want to refactor that at some point. I should even just put a little note in here. Oh, I have a special consider refactoring these tweens into an animation player. What's up, the only Tony? Welcome. The only Tony. I'm trying to make a game in Godot, and I never coded, and it's hard. How'd you get good? So I actually have live streamed my entire learning process from start to finish. The first time I booted up Godot to the last, which is right now. Well, not the last so far. And it honestly, for me, it was just trying stuff. people in the live stream chat giving me tips, looking at documentation, looking up tutorials, looking up forum posts other people have made, and just muddling it together, and eventually picking up this, picking up that, Googling brute force and reading the docs. Yeah. That. With the addition of live stream people coming through and helping me. Yeah, so community was a big thing for me. And just time, you know, I think it was about 10 months ago now when I first started using Godot on this channel. And that was the first time I started using Godot. And this is where I'm at. And there's still things I'm always going to be learning. There's things I'm going to forget. There's things I got to pick up. There's things I don't know. There's things someone's going to teach me. But it's how I've gotten where I'm at, is just sitting down. And for me, the biggest thing is committing to a certain amount of time every single week. So for me, it's about 24 hours a week. I do 8 hours on Monday, 8 hours on Wednesday, 8 hours on Thursday. I do take off every fourth week, so that way I don't burn myself out working on the game. But I make sure, you know, you could even say an hour a week or something, you know. Every week, spend an hour working on your game, you know. And for me, sitting down and making sure I do focus on it during that time has helped really build that knowledge and have it gradually kind of increase. But that's just me. You started learning a fair bit more recently because of a Steam game called The Farmer Was Replaced. Whoa, that's a cool name. And it's like a learning Python kind of game. It's almost very cute. Nice. That sounds cool. Then Googling a lot, yeah. Yeah, you're welcome, Tony. No problem. You got this. You got this. You know, just like get in there, start small, and like commit to getting to the end of something, however long it takes. Programming comes with practice. Just practice. Yes. Watching tutorial helps to get answers, but ultimately you'll want to find your own answers. Yeah. I find that I just use those to help me cobble things together. Yeah. Setting a goal, even super small. Yes. And reaching it is a good motivator. Like, okay, I want to get a player moving left and right. How do I do that? Yep. The farmer one, I've never heard of it. Farmer replaced game. The farmer was replaced. Program and optimize a drone to automate a farm and watch it do the work for you. Collect resources to unlock better technology and become the most efficient farmer in the world. Improve your problem solving and coding skills. That sounds neat. Wow. Cool. Well, this is what Colin was talking about. For whatever it's worth. It's pretty neat. Oh, wow, you literally type in code. That's cool. That seems fun, actually. To like give like these juicy visual rewards of something happening when you type in code. It unlocks things gradually so you don't get hit with every available function at once, and you can learn. That does sound cool. Wow. Look how juicy those animations are. It's delicious. Wow. How cool. That's beautiful. It's mesmerizing. It's a little disturbing in a good way. Looks like a great way to learn the coding basics, loops, variables, functions, etc. Right. Early access, cool. That's awesome. Good looking out. You've been doing that mainly because reading docs and stuff doesn't keep my attention. Yeah, I relate to that. I do. For me, it's just like the motivation of solving the problems that keeps me focused. So it's gonna get dark, and then I guess I want it to become light again I guess I kind of want to just like copy all of this again. This is mess town. What a chaos I'm typing here. Tween, fade out, tween, fade in, tween, fade out, or you just don't know what the docs are even talking about. Yeah, I relate to that. Fade in. Godot has some pretty good docs. Some of them are more confusing than others. That's a lot of awaiting. I don't know that I want that much awaiting, truth be told. This is probably going to be pretty weird, but I would like to see what it's like. Darkness fades in slowly. Press any key, it fades out way too long. What? Why do we crash? What did I do wrong? MLGNX game menu. Oh yeah, I didn't make that yet. I do need to create that. Whoa, that was doing that? Oh, because the await, I see. So this needs to be much shorter. I feel like that needs to be as long as that. Like maybe that's the length. So that would be better. So let me create that signal. Messenger. If you're brand new to coding, you gotta start with the absolute basics. W3 Schools Python is a good one for that. Whoa. That sounds cool. Yeah, Python is so similar to GDScript. Makes it an even better way to learn. Because there's so much about Python out there. Neat. Okay, so all the way up here, I want to say signal game menu. Is that what we called it? Is that what we were going with? Game menu emit. It doesn't do anything yet. That's quite all right. I feel like I can just have this call a function. I don't think I need this to... Well, but I might want that to be a signal at some point, truth be told. Okay, there's that. Press a key, it fades out, it fades back in. Nice. And it switched to the menu. Beautiful. I think this timeout is probably unnecessary. That'll wait. It's an interactive game for learning GDScript. Oh, I thought it was like a course. It was giving course. Wait, it's for GDScript? This? Wait, this says Python. Wait, you must be talking about something else. I'm in a weird spot where I know some of the basics and some more advanced stuff, but there's holes in my knowledge, so starting at the very beginning is too easy, but jumping ahead is too hard. I don't know, it's interesting. You know, I don't think of it like you guys are thinking of it, or like you're talking about it. Because to me, it's just like, I have a problem I want to solve. I want a game with a character who moves around. So I'm like, okay, how do I do that? I don't think of it as like what's easy and what's hard. I'm just like, how do I make this thing that I want to do work? And then I figure that out. And maybe there were some easy things in there. Maybe there were some hard things in there. Oh, it looks clean. That looks clean. That's how you approach it too? Nice, nice. But so I see what you're saying then. I'll post a link in the live chat. Not sure it's showing up. Okay. Yeah, links. Oh, I see. Yeah, links don't show up here. You gotta go over here. That's more anti-bot stuff. At least anti-bot stuff. Oh, this. Oh, yeah, yeah. Someone was recommending this earlier. Yeah. Yeah, I didn't really enjoy this that much. Like, to me, it's just not like a way that I learn personally, but this is really great. And I know a lot of people have had a lot of success using this, for sure. To me, I get really bored by something like this. I would rather read a documentation than have my hand held through like something like this. But that's literally just me. I don't know. It's kind of hard to explain the actual learning process because, yeah, it's exactly. For me, it's kind of boring because I'm not actually working towards anything I'm trying to achieve, I guess, right? I'd rather look up specifically what I'm trying to do. Right. Depends what stage you're at. No, I mean, whatever, like, It's all a journey, bad or not. Like, I don't know. I hear you. It depends. It's bad if it's not aligning with the goal that you have. Like, if you're like, I really want to be learning, I want to know how to code by the end of the year or something. Maybe it's bad then. But if you're just on your journey and you're not setting that definite goal for yourself, like, you know, then that's okay. And you're right on track, you know? Yeah, exactly. I see you. Oh, so I want to say that when this, so this is like cutscene stuff, right? We press any key to continue, and then it loads this. So this, I would want to now be the main menu. So in order for it to be the main menu, we have to have game menu emit do some stuff. It's a little silly to have this in here, but I don't care. Messenger game menu connect on game menu. Kind of a weird naming convention here. Yeah, it's coming together. I still didn't get to the exclamation point thing yet. It's actually kind of amazing how much time all this has taken today. Func on game menu. Well, actually, you kind of want it to be all this stuff, if I'm being honest. Well, yeah, right, correct. So I would want to take everything we've got here and move it into there. And the reason why I'm making this a signal is because there's a darn good chance I'm going to want this to be accessible or happening on other scripts besides this one. So I'm just hooking it up that way. Do you mainly choose / cycle through what messages appear on stream? Yeah, I do. So I can come back to this one, come back to that one. I do. It's just the way I like to do it. I'm not a big fan of like having a chat on screen all the time or even automating. Sometimes I automate it once in a while, but generally I like to choose, you know, especially if somebody says something like really bad or something, I can just like ignore it and not put it up there. Pressfire says, I don't know if you're in the Discord, but everyone in there are always willing to share resources and help out with any questions. Yeah, it's a beautiful community coming together little by little. That's been the story of Hyper Game Dev, is like just little by little, people showing up, hanging out, sticking around, just little by little, you know? It's very important to me that this community doesn't like explode. I mean, look, things like that, if they happen, they happen. But I really like to see things growing at the pace that they're growing. And yeah, it's awesome seeing people get help on the Discord and stuff. So yeah, it's a good point. You make a solid point. Link is in the description box. Joined a little bit ago. Honestly, so fair. That's such a clever way to do it. Communities exploding suddenly tend to be really bad. Right, it's right. If I can avoid it, I'm going to. Not that I like have a choice, like I press the explode button. Okay guys, we're gonna explode tomorrow. Like, I'm not saying that. But it's really about, you know, I'm not trying to like chase popular content and like make something that is trendy or something like that. Like I'm just trying to do our own thing and see where that takes us. It's a natural progression. It doesn't give them the time to really grow the way they need to. Yeah, exactly. Right, and so the thing is, if that happens tomorrow, like we've got this foundation that we've established and we're building on that. And so it's like, okay, we know you're new here, but this is how things are done. And if you don't like that, you'll get banned. No, just kidding. I'm not really kidding. You don't exactly get to choose, yeah. But if you're focused on garnering a nice and supportive and helpful community, then slowly growing is always better. Yeah. And, you know, it's easy to get in that mindset of just like being like, oh, I'm not growing fast enough. Like, I don't feel that at all. Sharpening the band hammer. Shh. I don't feel that at all. Like to me, I am deeply content with exactly the way the growth is. You know, but I think if there ever comes up that feeling where, you know, I see someone else, another streamer or another creator who has a bigger community or something, right? And I'm just like, you know, I think if there were more people like the community we have that was as big as that, that would be a beautiful thing. But, you know, I don't let that bother me, because it's like I'm really happy with the way that it's growing and the direction that it's going in, and that it's not exactly like that other person's community over there. It's kind of also a way to help me avoid that comparison thing, because, you know, it's just different. It happens when it happens. The most lovely and freeing thing ever is being able to just ban and block people and not give a crap. I completely agree. Alright, Fire. I hope work goes the best it can, considering work is work. But I appreciate it. Yeah, we'll get there. And I'll be back tomorrow too, so maybe I'll see you then. See you later, Fire. Thanks for stopping in and being helpful and friendly and all that wonderful stuff. See you next time. Okay, so this fires. It does the train stuff. So this should look the same. The only thing I need to add in here now is I want to make the, you know, terrain block be visible, right? So I would need to somehow set those all to appear, because currently they're all invisible. So what I would do is I would take this game menu signal and connect it on the chunks. So right up here, we're gonna say, do we have messengers? We don't even have any in here. We're gonna say messenger game menu, connect on game menu. Don't love that naming, but it'll do for now. Speaking of main menu and UI, by the way, my new favorite node is the 9 patch rect. It's so good for all the UIS stuff. What the heck is that? What the frick is this? What is that? What does that mean? What is it? Never have I ever heard of such a thing. A control that displays a texture by keeping its corners intact, but tiling its edges and center, also known as 9 slice panels. 9 patch rect produces clean panels of any size based on a small texture. To do so, it splits the texture in a 3x3 grid. What in the world? What in the actual friggin' world? I don't even know how to explain it, but let me post an image in the Discord one more. Yeah, if you do it in live text, I mean, you can do it anywhere, but I prefer it in live text. It makes it easier just to like find and get to. Oh, you already know. You already on top of it. Never have I ever. This is old. This has been a while. This has existed. This video is from 2020. This ain't no new thing. It's new to me. Okay, what do we got here? What we got over here? Well, basically you can use these small images and then stretch them and it maintains the aspect stuff. Whoa. Oh, cool. So you set these as like SVGs or something? Dude, this is awesome. I like this. So when you have a texture which can stretch, you define the corners which do not stretch. Then the middle part will expand based on the direction they should be stretched. Okay, that is cool. That is very, very, very cool. Thank you for teaching me about that. Useful to make buttons and a lot of rectangular interface textures. Wow. Yeah, maybe in like the settings menu for the game, I might do something like that. I use it so that not every single inventory slot and stuff needs an individual node. It's really cool. That's okay. This is really cool. Thanks for telling me about it. That's interesting. That's interesting. I don't have a use for it right this second, but like one day I'm gonna be like, you know what, I wish I had this and this and this. And then I'm gonna be like, wait, remember that thing? It's called like 9 something. I'm gonna use the ever-living crap out of it. All right, so over here I'm connecting this signal, game menu. And that's gonna open up on game menu. And we're gonna say, let's put it down here. What is all this? Throw that away. Func on game menu. And we want to say if is type menu visible true. If is type menu visible true. I don't know about that timing. The timing might be weird. What, did I forget something in the code? No? Okay, press a button. BAM! Let's go! Yo, that looked solid. That looked alright. Godot. Black screen. Fade in. This would be a cutscene. Imagine that's a cutscene, not a block. Alright, press any key to continue. Bam. Look at that. Look at that. Yes. I love it. Now we can click on these guys. They all stop. Not much of a main menu yet, but it's getting there. I kind of want to put more than just a block there. Yeah, it's coming together little by little. It's such a fun thing to work on. I've been wanting to work on this for so long. The arms moving is so cursed. What, back here? Just for funsies, I'm just gonna add like a label 3D, a placeholder label in here. It's obnoxious. It's definitely obnoxious. And we're gonna say, where is it? I wanna see it. Show it to me. Show it to me. Oh, is it just like really small? You can make it bigger. There it is. Whoa. We gotta change some of these. Alpha cut. Opaque pre-pass. It's a little better. Not great, but it could be worse. Cutscene goes here. It's pretty tacky, but that's okay. It's just temporary, alright? Cutscene goes here. I don't even feel like we need a mesh instance. Feels pretty unnecessary. Oh, I guess I shouldn't have tried to delete some. Oh, we can delete it. You should keep the your typo adds personality. I can't let myself do it. I think you should do that for yours. I think you should. I don't think I can handle it. I'm too embarrassed. I would like a press any key to continue though. I think instead of calling this control, I would like to call this maybe like UI top or something. Be cringe, be free. It's I like that. It's solid advice. It's solid advice. There's something to that. Let's just add a stupid little label in here for now. Well, Lise, of course, you must add a margin container. That's proper. And I will say be down here. Minus label, press any key to continue. I'm not gonna worry about designing this too hard. Horizontal alignment on the right would be ideal. And then I'm gonna make the font size maybe a bit bigger. I'm gonna change the font. I guess I'm gonna say to skip. And then let's add a font among the fonts that we have. I'm trying to keep it in the Agrandir family. I don't know why. It's just, well, really it's one that I happened to have downloaded one day. And it kind of like has worked. It doesn't look terrible. That's like kind of the main font. It's a little extreme. So maybe we'll just go with this for now. It's kind of subtle. But maybe it should be subtle. Let's get that margin container in a little bit, you know, for the margins. For the purpose of margining. Obviously, I'd love it to be like, you know, flashing or something. That would be sweet. So I'll add an animation player in there. You betcha. Message flash. I'm gonna say container. Message skip. I'm even gonna have this be a child of skip. No, we'll have it be message flash. And then let's get container. Does this have a modulate? Hell yeah, it does. Awesome. We're gonna keyframe that as it is. Move forward a bit. Keyframe it invisible. That didn't work. Oh, should I not do self? That's fine. I don't have to do self. We could just do modulate. That didn't work. Okay. Fix it. Delete this track. Do over. Reset that. Maybe modulate. Yeah, I don't know why self-modulate worked with the other thing. I guess it was different. Me neither. Oh man, whenever I come across something like that, I have to, that's one thing I do when I'm trying to learn, is sometimes if I come across something I don't understand, I kind of like have like a habit where I try to make sure I look it up, even if it's not totally necessary, just to like learn that. Self-modulate versus modulate, Godot. Just gotta like look it up. Modulate property is a color that is multiplied with the sprite's texture color, acting like a filter. It applies to the sprite itself and also to all its child nodes, applying a tint to the entire clock. Okay. The self-modulate property does the same, except that it only applies to the node itself. Oh, I see. If I'm understanding this correctly, the container itself is affected by self-modulate. Its contents underneath it are affected by modulate. If I already guessed, that's what that means. The children, it's like an inheritance thing. Self ignores the children that it has. I think that's it. That's good enough for me. Cool. Today we learned. All right, so I'm gonna say we do want that to be there, and then skip ahead. Set that modulate to be invisible. Keyframe it for me. And then we just loop it. Just loop it like that. We can bring this to 0.8. Hit a loop. If it wouldn't mind, please. That's a little fast. Basically, modulate is for the children. Self-modulate is for the actual specific node. Well said. Yeah, well said. Thanks for inspiring me to dig into that. That's a whole consultant credit if I'm gonna be honest. Okay, so let's slow this down just a bit. Maybe I'll do 1.6, and we'll drag this out to 0.8, something like that. So many fake internet points, let's go! Yeah, it is a lot of fake internet points. The less fake aspect is I'm gonna try to at least make your name pop more, the more points you have, or more often, or higher up in a more standout way on the credits list for this game. So there's that. It is a fake internet point, 100%. But it does come with a little extra benefit. But yeah, you're mostly correct. Alright, so obviously I'd want this to like fade out. We hungry for fake internet points. When I was streaming on Twitch, I used to have a serious fake internet point situation. And it was called the karma system. And it was like, if somebody like helped someone out, like earlier when people were like, hey, check out this, when you were saying the farmer got replaced thing, I would be like, karma, right? People would give each other karma. We would like have this karma, and it was like a leaderboard. It was the epitome of fake points. I don't really do that anymore because it's just feels like a waste of time and there's nothing to do with it. But I guess the credits list is the new version of that. It's such a sweet and cute idea for crediting people that helped. Yeah, exactly. I mean, it, you know, and it's also for me, like I want to make sure there's a record of what people did, you know, in a liability sense too. Like if someone says like, hey, I made 80% of this game, I'll be like, actually, I've been recording exactly how much you did or something. Or, you know, if someone's like, oh, I didn't contribute at all, it's like, actually you did. But yeah, I don't know. I like it. I like to know who contributed. It's nice. It's nice. Good way to get people to help you learn. Yeah, I mean, look, I didn't at first add up points. I was just like putting people's names on there. But yeah, I think you're right. It's gamifying. I don't think you're right. I know you're right. It gamifies it. Heck yeah. Heck yeah. Exactly. Girl made Red Witch. What is Red Witch? What even does that mean? What does that mean? It's just a monster mash between Reddit and Twitch. Oh, nice. Because, like, upvotes or something? I like that. Oh, karma. Right, they do call it karma. Wow. Man, I haven't heard it called karma in a long time. I use Reddit every day. It's just actually, I've been recording your every movement for the last 4 years. That's what? Wait, that's like what I'm doing? Wait. I don't understand, but that sounds like it would be funny. Okay, so we got the animation on here. It's flashing. Stream Reddit karma. Yeah, stream Reddit karma. There used to be more of that. And I wanted to get like really serious with it. I can't even remember all the things that I wanted to do. It was a lot. Twet it if you prefer. It's your creation after all. It's gone now. There used to be, I used to want to really build up a huge system of that, but I just realized it was all more work than I could ever care to bother with. And it's all too twitchy. The thing is I kind of reject a lot of the what do you call it? Not not customs. I guess customs of Twitch, the things that like the conventions that come along with Twitch. I reject a lot of them, like having like pop-ups on screen every time someone subscribes or whatever, or you know, things all over the frickin' place that are popping up and like a number of viewers and all that stuff. Like all that, I kind of don't like all that stuff. It bothers me. So I try to avoid as much of that as possible, especially because we're on YouTube and I'm all about YouTube. You know, I want to be on YouTube. I want to figure out what YouTube culture is. And to me, a lot of that Twitch culture stuff is alienating to YouTubers, because most people on YouTube aren't here for live streams. Most people on YouTube are watching videos or VODs, right? So I try to make sure that this live stream is appealing as a video after the live stream ends. And indeed, most of the views that come to these devlogs, to the live streams that I do, happen after the stream ends. And that's very much intentional. And, you know, obviously these super long ones are hard to watch as YouTube videos, potentially. But it's even harder if, for example, I never put the chat on screen like this and it's like a constant scroll. Or if, you know, there is no chat on screen and you have to rely on like the chat box off to the side built into YouTube. Or, you know, if it says someone followed, someone did this, and there's interactions, there's a way somebody can like make something change on stream, and a game, right? Like imagine those Twitch games where you like, you know, you type in an angle or degrees and then something shoots, and it's like, but then they can't participate in that, you know, it kind of like alienates them a little bit. But on the other hand, you can also say it's like an entertaining visual moment, and maybe people after the VOD enjoy looking at it, you know, I don't know. I think there's an argument to be made there. But generally, I kind of felt like, let me remove every twitchy thing from the stream, and then one by one add them back as they become necessary while I'm streaming. And if it feels like, okay, you know what, we really need a bot that does all this, all the exclamation point commands, oh, I guess we need to put gambling games back in the chat. You know, if I ever feel like that, then okay, I'll do it. But so far, I've barely added anything back in. And so, you know, because otherwise it just felt like, oh, we're on Twitch, we do Twitch things, we gotta do Twitch things, we gotta do Twitch things. If you're on Twitch, you gotta do Twitch things. It was in reference to the whole I've been tracking what you've contributed thing. Yeah, the timers didn't match. Well, I see. Yeah, no, I have been recording everybody. Actually, when you watch this live stream, technically the camera on your laptop, if you have a camera connected by USB on your computer, it will actually turn on without letting you know that it turns on, and then I get that feed directly. I have several screens up, and I can see most of y'all. Some of y'all don't actually have a camera, which is weird, but yeah, I do record every single one of you all the time while I'm streaming. Every viewer has a live feed directly to my eyeballs. This is all true. It's gone, but it deserves quality tombstone. A quality tombstone, the Twedit, yeah. No PogChamping. I mean, whatever. PogChamp is fun. In memory of Twedit, we do not miss you that much. Honestly, I feel like your streams are a nice mix of being engaging enough to work as a normal video and not too videoified to the point of being exhausting to watch. Heck yeah, thank you! Thank you so much! I do want to make YouTube videos. Like, I am interested in making YouTube videos, but they would be very different from this. They would be like a totally separate thing. But mostly, I like live streaming. I get that. I do not feel the whim to go live on Twitch, even though it's more streaming audience. It just feels so fake and abusing the asymmetric relationship. Preach. Like, it just annoys me when streamers do the YouTuber voice inflection. I just want to chill. Oh, yeah. Like, hey guys, welcome back. We're going to be checking out this today, and this is what we're doing. Yeah, absolutely. It's only fair for you to be able to observe us all through our cameras. That's what we're doing too, after all. Preach! My gosh, justice for streamers. Thank you. Somebody had to say it. This is a message flash. It's on the blackout thing. Does that work? Did I already do that? I've even made some videos where the entire concept is to be chill on camera, lo-fi game dev. Yo, that sounds awesome. Cutscene goes here. Press any key to skip. It's not, oh, I didn't tell it to animate. That would be why. Press that. All right, we don't want press any key to skip to be there. So I would actually want that to go away with this. So actually, I should probably make that, I mean, I could make that part of the blackout. I think I would like to put that as part of the blackout. But I think we did self-modulate, so now I need to not do self. Guys, welcome back. Guys, welcome back to another video devlog tutorial. Today we're making our roguelike Stardew Valley clone and getting rich. Just like rich. The lo-fi game dev stuff is too boring for me. I fear it's like listening to music, because if I don't get to listen to music I like. Wow. Yeah, that's why I tried to pick like music that had like a little energy that I listen to in the background. I don't want it to be like too sleepy, but I don't want it to be too energizing either. I want it to be like somewhere in between, you know? On a scale of 1 to 10, how much to actually wait for Lise to read messages so I don't have to read them myself? On a scale from 1 to lazy, how much to actually wait for Lise to read messages so I don't have to read them myself? Oh, I see what you're saying. Oh, that's funny. So like instead of like following along in the chat, just waiting for them to pop up here. That is so friggin' funny. I mean, I don't know, it's weird. That I guess it depends on your device, you know? I think sometimes when I'm watching live streams, I have the chat open on the side. But if I like make it like theater mode or full screen, or if I'm on mobile, then forget it. I'm waiting for it to be read. Like, I'm full lazy. I'm full lazy. Also buy my game dev course now. Guys, I got a game dev course right now on Udemy. Yeah. I made GTA 5 in 1 week ago. Here's how. I mean, look, dude, like, I do want to make YouTube videos that have that energy. I do. But that's not gonna change how I do live streams, right? Right? You guys giving me that feedback about, like, making fun of that, like, YouTuber stuff, it makes me, like, want to subvert it somehow. It makes me want to like come up with something different. I mean, if so much of what I do for these live streams is based on like the authenticity of being here in the moment, like why should I just betray that for the YouTube videos, you know? Maybe I should like go on that theme somehow. I hadn't really considered that, but you've inspired me just now. I don't mind the music picks as long as there's like talking. Yeah, I get what you're saying. Yeah, I got you. To be honest, the entire reason I made this video series, Lo-Fi Game Dev, is because I was coughing way too much and couldn't do live streams. I had to edit those out. I really need to check out your channel, like really badly. You were like on my watch list. I just like haven't been watching much other than like cooking shows lately. I haven't been in like a game dev watching mood in a couple weeks. Basically since I met you. But I really want to check out your content, Sable, for sure. It sounds interesting. Even just to like study what other people are doing. Your stuff crashed at the same time. I think it's back though. Yeah. Oh, yours did? Really? Yeah, sometimes my internet just like drops out. What if we have the same internet and that's what's happening? I'm right now the stream is running on AT&T Air. It is like a cell phone tower internet. And sometimes it do be... Authenticity is a huge part of what I want to share as well. I'm so done with people making it look like game dev is easy and can be done in 5 minutes by following gaunt, skinny tutorials. Yeah, totally. Absolutely. I really like doing like shorts, like tutorials in shorts, especially because of how like absurd it is to teach someone something in 1 minute. And I feel like it really forces me to focus on like things that could actually be taught in a short amount of time. But no, you make a good point about that there's a lot of tutorials that make it seem easier than it is. Using your silly Starlink stuff. Oh, that's interesting. Because like Starlink is like satellites, right? I mean, I think this AT&T Air is like cell phone towers, but it's kind of similar. I think there's actually some crossover there, some similarity. I need to work on this game. I'm gonna say up here, I want this animation to play. Let's say that when the cutscene starts, so actually that's gonna be basically when the game starts. Game intro. I'm gonna say do we do the blackout? We have the blackout on here. So I'm gonna say blackout. I'm gonna try to drag this in here. Container message, animation player. I only have the Starlink ones because my regular Wi-Fi just drops. Yeah, same. I mean, that's why I have this, because my regular internet drops out. Not my Wi-Fi, even my landline does. Very recently, I had a video idea. After recording, it lasted 2 hours. Had to change the entire concept. I have a lot of 1 hour plus videos, but for this one, I need something around 30 minutes. Okay, so I'm just gonna get in the zone a little bit here real quick, but I'll catch up if I need to. Awake a tree, great timer, blackout container message, animation player. I want to say play, and what did I call that? What the heck did I call that animation? Lock in. Chat is too distracting. I mean, it's nice, you know? I mean, it's something that, like, generally there's not enough chatting for it to be completely distracting, which is fine. But, like, you know, I'll adapt as chat grows. But for now, you know, I think part of that adaptation is just sometimes being like, okay. I gotta at least take a step forward. Okay. So hopefully that will make it actually flash. Oh, yeah, I don't think you can reference things that way. I don't think that's how anything works. I think that's not how things work there. I don't know why you thought that would work. I know why you thought that would work, but that's not how it works. So here's what I'm going to recommend that you do. Do not put this on here. Come out here to UI top. I'm going to add a script for it. Attach a script. And on here, in the ready function, or let's say at onReady, variable message or animation message. This is set to an animation player type, and then that's going to be this right here. And then in the ready function, we'll just play. I guess we can just say animation message. I wouldn't actually rather do it there. I think I'd rather create a function if possible. Because do we have a signal for that? I don't even think I do. That's in game intro. So I could have that emit yet another signal or something like that. You have a huge question, but you also have to eat, so I'll keep it for a little later. Leaving you in the zone for a moment. Thank you. Sneaky lurk. All right, understood. I look forward to the question. So I'm gonna say messenger game intro emit. This is a lot of signals we're doing here. I'm okay with that. For now. Signal, game intro, come back over here, messenger, game intro, connect on game intro, func on game intro, animation, message, play. I already forgot it. Didn't I put it on the clipboard? No, I didn't. Message flash. Okay. Great. Good. Let me see that. Let me see that flash in the bottom right there. Give me that flash. Yeah. Nice. Now to me that happens a little sooner than I'd want it to. So I think the other thing that I want to say, I actually don't even really want that on the intro, do I? I mean, I guess I do. I almost need like more beats here. Oh, you should emit this later. We should do it. But that's when it appears. Right. Okay, so let's actually put that like right there. That way it's not there right at the start and we get some time before that shows up. Oh, that didn't work. Oh, that's just the animation. So we need to say that it's not visible either. So I'm gonna put the message container, turn the message container off. I'm even gonna add this in here. OnReady variable, container message, margin container is the type. I will access this as a unique name. Drop that in there. And then we're gonna say on game intro, container message becomes visible. It'd be nice if it faded in slowly. That would be lovely. Container message visible. In fact, you know what I'll do? We'll do the flash on the opposite. So it'll start out invisible and then get visible. That way it fades in theory. I'm not sure if that'll actually work the way I'm envisioning it, but maybe. Okay, let's see what we got. What do we got? What do we got? What do we got? What do we got? Nice. Did not really fade in like that. No, it did not. No, it did not. Not terribly surprising. I'm sure we can come up with some other way of doing that. I don't think switching those positions is gonna make a difference. Hey, what's up, guy? Thank you for the good codin vibes. Good coding vibes. Thank you. Whoa, that's an awesome emote. What even is that? That thing is sweet. Firebird? That's a thing? What? I didn't know that was a thing. Phoenix. It's awesome. When I hover over it, it tells me that it's a bird plus fire emoji. Okay, that looks great. Coding Phoenix. I like it. Alright, then we skip. Now it comes in here. Now when we go to the next thing, Messenger, game menu, connect on game menu. I literally could never be bothered if someone is quiet. Literally quite alright. You do not have to apologize. Or if you're not being quiet, you do you. You do you. It's all good. But I hear you saying that's why you're not chatting. Okay, so I want to say func on game menu. And when that happens, I would like it to disappear. It's not gonna fade out. I'll tell you that right now. Well, you gotta do the modulate. Well, but it is... Oh! I know what I can do. I know what I can do. Let me actually get rid of the game. I might need that again, but for now I don't. I need to, instead of do self-modulate on the menu, I need to just do modulate. That way it fades the whole thing out. Is that what I want? Is that what I want? I might not even need to do the visible thing, technically. Alright, there it goes. Press any key to skip. There it goes. Beautiful. Beautiful. And then they all stop. Okay. That's kind of some. I don't really want the cutscene here text. I think it's stupid. Now you can see there is some interactivity where I can like hover over all these things. That needs to not be there yet. So I would actually want to say that all of those aliens are not hoverable at the start. They shouldn't even be visible at the start, honestly. They should become visible soon. I don't know if I have them becoming visible like that, though. So I think I should do that. And when does that happen? On-game preload, on-game menu. Oh, we don't even have an on-game menu in here? Oh, we should do that. We should do that. So many things to add in. Like a lot. So this would be here. Messenger. Game menu. Connect on game menu. Func on game menu. And then come on down here. And we want to say is visible becomes true. Is hoverable becomes true. Now I think some of this stuff I was setting elsewhere. But I'm not sure anymore. Nope. Okay, so let's see what we got now. So hopefully in the cutscene area, we can't hover over all the little aliens. Fades in. Yep, can't hover over them, can't click them, nothing like that. Wait, where did the... Oh. Wait, clicking did something just there. Why? Whoa, 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 whoa. I've broken things. I wonder why that happened. I wonder if it counted it, like the click did something. Oh god. Oh, that looks bad. Okay, press any key to skip. Oh, okay. We got some problems here. Right, because the visible thing doesn't get set. So we need to say, I see. We have to do more than just that. There's a couple. Oh god. Man, this is this is like building an entirely new game, basically. It's like a whole new game, you know? I'll just say it again. I love the aliens' faces. Cute yet scary with that huge sharp toothed grin. Then 10 times 1,000 of them bouncing around. Yeah, it's pretty good, right? Yay. Thank you. Yeah, I think it's going to take some time to set this up. It's like building an entirely new system in the game that doesn't exist. That hasn't existed. So I have to come in here and I have to actually say, update all of these. Not just in the ready function at the beginning, which is what I was doing. So I would even say, don't even put that in there. Only in that if statement. And then somehow clicking is doing something. I don't want this ugly cutscene here thing. It's terrible. Get that out of my face. Goodbye. We don't need it. We get the idea. Cutscenes would go there. We can deal with that at some point. Okay, press any key to skip. Press in a key. There they come. Looks okay for now. I'm sure there's like imperfections that'll pick up at some point in the future, but for now, it's kind of doing good enough. So now if I click, what is clicking? What is that even? I don't even understand what if I right click? Is that just like any? I don't think so. I think it must be the grab input. So I'm gonna right click now. Oh yeah, that does it too. Why? That's so weird. I don't understand. And that's different from the input key? Oh, I got a mystery. I got a little mystery on my hands. Things have gotten messy. Things have gotten messy. I have this if event is input key, input event key. Like, what if I just get rid of this entire function? Just comment it out. Does it still detect it? And why is it only doing some things? It's very strange. Oh, it still does it. So it's not even that. That's not even... What is it then? I'm confused. What do I have set up that detects any mouse clicking? I don't remember setting that up ever in my life. That's very confusing. Because literally, right mouse button doesn't even do anything in the game. The only mouse button that's set up is the left mouse button. So how is pressing the right mouse button doing something? It's freaking me out. And so the thing that it does is it fades out the canvas layer. Is basically what it's doing. Is it maybe set to an input map that does something? It's not. I mean, I'll double check, but I have not set up the right mouse button for anything, to my knowledge. Am I bugging? So maybe I'm bugging. Maybe it's not the right mouse button. Maybe it's if I don't press anything, it's doing that. Is that what's happening? That's what's... Dude, guys, I was tripping out. Okay. Yeah, no. I'm just literally tripping out. So, wait, why... But why also is that... Yeah. Why also is that happening? Yeah. What... So it's skipping, hanging there. The only thing I did was I removed the label 3D. So wait, why is the... What makes that fade out? Oh, and I changed the modulate to self. Oh, that's why. Because the blackout goes away. And so therefore, so too does the message. Okay, I understand now. I get it. I see what the problem is. I understand. Man, that's wild. This is where having... I think I should set up like a debug tool that tells me what state I'm in. That would be... Or even just printing it down here in the output. That would be really useful. So that way I'm not friggin' confused. Okay, I know what happened. So I actually do want these to be self. And that's why, true! Good point, that's a good point. So I want it to, couple things. I want it to fade out when the menu begins. So I actually do want to put that in here. On game menu, on game menu. It's not gonna fade out neatly, but for now, I'm just gonna be okay with that. Is what we're gonna do. Is just like not care. We're gonna put this in here. We're gonna say animation message stop. I have ideas. I could set up another animation tree. There's things we could do, but I kind of don't feel like doing it, so we're just gonna say this. It's just gonna disappear. Okay, we're fine. Everything's fine. I can right click and left click. Nothing happens. Very good. Press any key to skip stays. Now I'm gonna press any key to skip this cutscene. It's gonna go to black, and it's gonna fade this in. We click on this, there they go. Now I wanted exclamation points to appear from their heads. I'm finally at that point again after all of that. My gosh, that was hours ago. So as far as that goes, oh, interesting. That isn't animating. I didn't even realize. Oh, it's inside. Wow, it's inside the whole time, except a little bit sticking out of the mouth. I don't like that. I actually think the exclaim, I need to go into Blender. I think the exclamation should be a child of the alien. That way they're connected. I think that would be a wise choice. Okay, now obviously that moved the position of it, which we just have to live with. Oh my god, stop moving. You freak. Okay, thank you. I'm gonna put this inside of here. I'm gonna shrink it down again. Somehow. Grab the exclaim. Come over here. Transform, scale. Small enough that it's just inside of its brain. Tiny, strange little alien brain in there. Just basically hidden out of view is the idea. Okay, so that's in there. And then for the animation player, oh, it's gone. Is this that animation player? Wow. Hey, what's up, Sable? I guess it obliterated it, which is fair. Add an animation player in here. That could have sucked. It didn't, though. New animation, we're gonna say, we're just gonna call it exclaim. And this needs to be like, what? The default position that it's at. So we're gonna keyframe its position, starting position, its starting scale. And we wanna say in a short amount of time, go to its correct scale and its correct position. Keyframe those. See what that's like. Okay. It's okay. I don't love a lot about it, but we can get there. Let's, oh, and then what I can do is hold the shift key, and I think, and then it'll let me do it lower. Have you considered a collaborative project with your community when you're done with this game? No. 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 Absolutely not. With that said, I definitely like have ideas in my mind. You know, you see a lot of YouTube videos where people will be like, I took suggestions from chat. I took suggestions from my comments, you know, or something like that. Maybe. It's definitely, it's interesting. It's interesting. Perhaps. I definitely want to come up with potentially a creative type of live stream that can be more collaborative. Something I have experimented with is doing a collab game jam, and I've done it with someone from the community before, where we both have like an hour to make a game together. And it's something that we might live stream at some point together. So I would say there is a possibility that some form of that happens, but the problem with that is like managing everybody's expectations, you know? It's like, you know, what if some, I don't know, Yeah, I don't know. It's, you know, moderation. It feels like a freaking nightmare. It sounds like a nightmare. But there's definitely ideas that I've kicking around that could look like that someday. But a lot of it sounds really stressful. So maybe really, 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 really soft maybe. Or would that be a hard maybe? I don't know. But I like that you mentioned it. Why? What do you think? You think that would be cool? It's helpful to know, like, what people would be interested in. There's a lot of ideas that I have, and I'm just not sure what to do with them all. That's a pretty cute speed. This moment should be cute. Doink. I want a very, like, Super Mario cute style sound. Doink. Something like that. As for the creative streams, I really enjoyed the game jam you did. This creates a lot of interaction. It's very fun to do. Nice. Yeah. I do it every week. We're doing it Friday. And, yeah, so I have experimented. Literally, I've even recorded it. Although it was, it wasn't an ideal setup, but technically, I have done collab jams. With one time we did it with 3 people, 2 other people in the community. It has ever happened. So I did do these collab dev workshop. This was a while back. Not that far back. Last year. There was one that we had a few different people. It was like a Patreon only thing. I can't even tell which one's which. They all look the same. And, you know, it's not like everybody had, like, a camera or anything, but we would try to make games together. Yeah, it doesn't really look like it. There's nothing, like, visual about it. So that's the other challenge, is, like, making it, like, entertaining. It raises a lot of challenges. Basically, and it requires, like, a lot of coordination, and yeah, I'm not sure how that would come together, but it is something that I've experimented with, and you know, maybe someday it makes a comeback of some kind, of some variety. I feel like at least at some points we tried putting 2 people's cameras on screen. But it was difficult. It was just like a lot of work. And it was just with 2 of us. So anyway, I don't know. We'll see. Maybe someday. I appreciate that. Yeah. I'll keep thinking about it. And a few of ideas too. There is a suggestion section in the Discord if you ever want to talk about it more. Alright, so exclamation point pops up. Now I need to have that happen at a certain moment. I want to say when the game preload happens. So we already have that on the Alien for menu, which is perfect. On-game preload is when they stop moving. So I want to say... I think we could probably get away. Well, let's reference it. I'm going to say... on ready variable. Oh, we already have animation exclaim. Oh, but this changed. Okay, I see. Drag this into there. Like that. Very good. YouTube Premiere music. Classic. And then we're gonna make it to animation, exclaim, play, exclaim. All right. So it should pop it up all of a sudden. Press any key, skip. So we skip. We click on them. Boink! It's pretty funny. It's pretty funny. It's pretty cute. I'd probably want like an It's kind of fun. I ask because it's a concept I find interesting to get people out of their shell of isolation. Wow. Collaboration is a crucial skill for game development, and we don't get to practice it much. That's true. I'm currently considering if I can start something like this. Nice. Yeah, I mean, you know, I think, you know, you have to be willing to deal with competing egos, you know, and like making sure everybody's contribution is valued, or be willing to reject people. To me, though, those are some of the biggest hurdles, is how do you make everyone feel like they're meaningfully participating? And can you handle all of that people management? It sounds really difficult to me. But depending on how you structure it, it could work out really well. You know, especially if you put people in teams or something, you know, but then it's like, how do you help their teams be better? I don't know. And what if you don't have enough people? Then what do you do in the instance where nobody's there? It's just, it feels like there's so many, it's like coding a game, you know? It's like I feel like you have to be prepared for so many different possibilities and have a way to deal with it. You know, or just go in there without knowing what to do and muddle it together. But in my experience, that leads to a lot of time lost, and it's not something that's like digestible by anybody else, you know? Valid points. If there's no one, it will just look like making a game alone. Always leaving the door open. Yeah. For sure. Yeah, it's just a lot to think about. You know, not to say it can't be done at all. Just a lot to think about. I'm gonna say exclaim. I guess I usually like begin and end. Exclaim begin. I'm gonna duplicate that. We're gonna call it exclaim end, not exclaim ed. Exclaim end. And then I'm going to, oh, we can't copy it. We don't have to copy it. It's right there. This is at 0.15. So I'm gonna move this over here, bring this to the beginning, like that. And drag this over. I used to do this thing back when I was using this thing called Dreams, which was a game on the PlayStation that lets you make games within it. And I would do this thing called Search and Shape, is what it was called. And the idea was that it was like a curation challenge where people would join in together. And it wasn't about creating games together, but it was about like creating collections of tools that could potentially be useful to other people. So I would like make like these like collections where people could find like coding tools, and then the way we structured it was we'd have like a topic. So like grappling hook was a topic, right? And so people would share things that they found in the community that people had made that were grappling hook assets. and then some people would make their own grappling hook assets, and then some people would share or make tutorials about how to use grappling hooks, for example. And so that was like a way to get around like having to manage like the complications of direct collaboration, while still kind of coming together and sharing things together. I feel like I don't know how we do that with Godot. I mean, we could make like a web page or like a, a resource where people could go and search for, if they're trying, but I don't know. So, I've tried to like come up with some kind of creative way. And then, we'd have an event where we check out everyone's things that they submitted and stuff like that. But it's hard. Just like, what I've tried to do has just been, there's been challenges. And so I just kind of stay away from it for now, but maybe things will percolate and come together someday. You've never used animation players. What? I guess I should try it. As a full code programmer, this kind of thing is very scary to me. It's really useful. I mean, you lose out on a tiny bit of control. Like, something that I wish I could do was like set the length of an animation and change. But you can, with like an animation tree, you can do some of that stuff. Yeah, I really do recommend them. They're super powerful and they save a lot of time. And they're like native to Godot, so I feel comfortable doing it. Welcome back, Colin. There's a lot of tools for that on GitHub with issues, pull requests, docs, etc. Oh, interesting. Have like a community GitHub page or something. I feel like the closest attainable thing to a community project that one could do is a community game jam. I'm not sure what that means. What's a community game jam? I mean, we do game jams every Friday. We do a 1-hour game jam. A little different. But something, that a game jam idea I've been thinking about, but I'm not really that interested in doing it, but little game jam for the community. Yeah, I mean, every Friday we do a community game jam. Every single Friday on this channel. A 1-hour game jam. And, we play games people in the community make and stuff. But I hear what you're saying. Maybe that's not as accessible because of the 1-hour thing. So I do have, like, a game jam idea. I don't know when or if I'll ever actually organize it. Yeah, every Friday. But the idea is... But yeah, I didn't want to tell you about it because you just found out about the 1-hour jam. We do that. It's not like collaborative. Although some people do collaborate. It does happen. But yeah, every Friday, 6 p.m. Eastern time, we do a 1-hour game jam. It's pretty wacky, but there's a lot of love. No matter what, we're going to show love to whatever you come up with and create. Even if it's just like a 16th of a game, Still impressive, still deserving of celebration. So it's a really supportive type of thing, and I really enjoy doing it. Now there is, if I wanted to do a longer game jam, my idea for a longer game jam is a copycat game jam. And what it would be about is making a simple game like Asteroids or something, and we could vote on that game every week or whatever. Or not every week. However long it takes, every month, whatever, if it's a 2-week jam, whatever it is. And we as a community discuss like methods for making it. So we basically, everyone makes that game. And you can use art assets that are different or whatever. But the idea is everyone is working on the same mechanics their own way. Or people can be like, hey, I solved this problem by doing this. And then, we can like commiserate with each other and share notes and things like that. But then the idea is by the end of the jam, you would have made an entire game that without having to worry about scope or like, coming up with ideas, the idea would already be there. And it would be a very simple, like Pong, right? Simple games. And then we would just do like a different one all the time. That's But I don't really like longer game jams, so I'm not sure I really want to do that. But if I did, that's what I would do. Making anything is worthy of celebration. I agree. All right, so I'm trying to do this animation. Exclaim end. We want it to go back into the head. That looks pretty good. Great. So we want to say, you do one over the weekend in real life. Whoa, that's awesome. Yeah, I love seeing like people in Global Game Jam do that kind of thing. That's really awesome. I've never done an in-person game jam. I bet that's super interesting. Wow. So I guess what I'd want is to have like an await, right? I'm sure I've got an await on my clipboard here somewhere. Yep, I do. Oops, I forgot to change it from start to end. Yeah, because doing it in person is a very different vibe. It's probably a very beautiful experience. Imagine a game dev like reality show. Okay. Press any key to skip. I don't know why everything got darker. Oh, because I guess the fade out hadn't finished or something. Oh, wow. Wow. So if I skip over the fade in, it doesn't fade in all the way. That's a problem. What the heck? That was weird. Coach Chef, the reality show. Who's gonna win the spaghetti trophy? Exactly. What happened? So if I just comment this out, so there's a lot of problems with the way I've set this up. I'm gonna need to make a lot of changes. Come back tomorrow and fix some things. Because if I skip it too soon, we kind of need the press any key to skip to not be available right away. So hit that. That happens. We click on something. Maybe. That might not be true, what I just said. Why is exclaim start not playing? Exclaim begin. Oh, it's called exclaim begin, not exclaim start. Alright. I don't think that's true with the early skipping thing. I think that was not true. So I'm just gonna spam skip. Oh, okay. Alright, hold on. That was... What? I don't even understand what happened just there. I guess if it's like... We need to set that boolean, a boolean, to only make sure you can skip one time. Right, because if I press it again, it does it again and again and again, and it keeps offsetting the camera every time. Oh, it's gonna take some work. We got some work ahead. It's like we're building an entirely new game. It's crazy. Okay, so press any key to skip. Click on these. That appears. Good. What time do your streams usually start? 2 p.m. Eastern time. Except during the game jam. For the game jam, that starts at 6 p.m. Eastern time. And you can check the channel page to see when the next streams are starting. I always update that as soon as possible. Every Friday, I add the next week's streams. And it'll adjust it to your local time as well. 8 p.m. for you. For these or the game jam. Game jam is probably, sounds like probably the game jam. Yeah, it's not bad. Boing. You. Nice. Cool. Alright, so there's still a lot to get working right. I don't think I'm gonna get it all today. at all. I mean, obviously not. There's so much to do. And this is gonna take me a few weeks, I would honestly say. So I'm gonna say if input is key and input event key and that's gonna be tricky. Because this function doesn't, I think we need to, like, do we have to call this input? Can I call this anything I want, right? Like func, or does it have to be func input? I don't really know, if I'm being honest. Called where there's an input event. The input event propagates up through the node. It is only called if input processing is enabled. So I guess I do have to do that. The regular ones. Oh, I see. We get there eventually. Yeah, we do. The regular ones. Gotcha, gotcha. Yeah, I don't know how I feel about doing it, the input event this way. I think I'm probably gonna change how that function works. I feel like this is okay to be monitoring, like, in the process or something, you know? Because, oh, I see. So we do if event is input event key. I see. So every input event we would put in here. Okay, I guess I'm not that opposed to it. But the thing is, yeah, we just need, like, qualifiers. All right, so I'm going to say and intro played, or we'll say, this is weird, past intro. And if we're not past intro, this is very strange stuff. Variable past intro, Boolean, and we're gonna set it to false. And then once you do this once, past intro becomes true. So that way you can't keep spamming that. So I'm spamming it right now. Multiple yeah, it should definitely work. And then, you know, I just have to organize these. So like, let's say, you know, you go back. And what if I want to spawn skip? Shaking my head. I know. Boink. So there's more than I want here, but I do want to at least be able to wrap this up in a way that we can go back and play the game. So I'm gonna say, it's a little tricky, right? Because we're basically setting up, like, really this should all be handled via one animation. If I'm being honest, this should all be one animation. We shouldn't have this and an await and that. This should be a single animation. And at the end of that animation, it takes us to the next section. I think that would make more sense. So I'm gonna say make this an animation that runs a function at the end. And then for now, we're gonna await a little bit and then do messenger game begin emit. So there's still work to do here, but at least we can kind of tie it off with a bow. You know, obviously I'd want this to flash in better sometimes. There's that. We didn't even get the title of the game in there. Click it. Game starts just aggressively, immediately. Oh, we got problems. Game is not quite loading. It's trying to update the paths, but it's not working. Oops. Must be because on the HUD, I changed what game begin does. Right, we play loading, it waits 0.6, and then it needs to say level 1. I'm a little confused. So wait, if I... Before, kind of the way this was going... was... a bit like this. Oh, right. So then I have to set up the HUD on here, which is ridiculous. On ready, variable HUD. Thank you, Colin. Yay, I'm so glad. It's coming together little by little. Very little. But little by little. I think up here we have a reference to it, maybe. Possibly. Maybe not. On ready, variable HUD. No. So I need to go back to the main scene. So we have to do it like this. This is sloppy town. I got a lot of problems with the way this is coming together right now. But that's okay. For some reason, it kind of reminds me of the style of like GameCube games. Nice. Not any particular one, just the style. Or like PS2-ish era. Yeah, I think I'm kind of going for that vibe. I think I'm kind of going for that vibe a little bit. Yeah, I want that. Especially, it's a nice way to get around having to make things too high fidelity. That's not how we reference it. I think it's just called the HUD, I believe is what that would be called. I've seen some hype on Godot, people reproducing PS1 graphics. Yeah, same. Yeah, it's cool. It's cool. Animation loading not declared. Oh yeah. So we want to say HUD dot. But this, I feel like this shouldn't make that much of a difference. I feel like there's something I'm missing. Like Arctic eggs you found out was made in Godot. I don't know what that is. It sounds cool though. Wow. What happened? Dang, I don't know why the game isn't loading. Sounds cool. I'd like to check it out sometime. What is the problem? This is unusual. I'm in danger. So before... No, not this. Before... This is frustrating. How was the game starting previously? On the HUD, do you want me to save it so it updates it? Give me some more to work with here, please. Hey, what's up, Qmerk? Welcome, welcome, welcome. I'm very confused. And also, I don't understand what is missing right now. Somewhere the HUD has been updated. I mean, I just updated it. What is going on? What is actually happening? HUD, right, HUD.gd. Why is that not even showing up in here? Is it? Am I? I'm very confused. Where's HUD.gd? What? I mean, I literally just made a change in the script. Yeah. Print nothing. Like, there's a change. Last fetch 23 minutes ago. Well, yeah, but in here, this happens right away. Okay, so there's HUD. Yeah. But I made a change more recently than that. Hey, Zombie Bowtie, welcome. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Just very confusing. I'm very confused. I don't know what's going on. I'm completely confused. Why is it not? Basically, I've been working on a main menu today. I changed the way the game loads temporarily, and now I can't get the game to load, and it's irritating me in an incredible way because yep, it's true. It's true. It can't update the paths. Why is it getting stuck? I'm so confused. And then I can't seem to see some of these changes that I've made that I know must exist. And that's confusing me even more. And so I don't even know where to look here, and that's bothering me a lot because it's like not like why, like the HUD has to have been changed recently, but I'm not seeing HUD.gd on any of these. And that's really, really confusing. What? Okay, but then, okay, so like, what? So like, I can't even find like where I first made this change. So I don't know. I'm kind of bugging. Like, I mean, I'm going too long right now. I'm streaming too long. I need. But like this is so frustrating because this should not be that complicated. So we created intro, menu, and preload today. We had game begin. So where else is game begin? I mean, I need to... Let me look up on GitHub. On the website. And search in the current thing. HUD.gd. Because this should be the version, the old version. So in here, on game begin, level update 1. Right. I am just very confused. Very, very, very confused. Yeah, because it's exactly the same. And then what if we go to main scene.gd in here? Because this should be back when the game was starting. On game begin. Do that stuff. That's literally all it did at that point. So where did game begin get emitted? Now I gotta remember how to search code on here. Do we do it here? I don't know if that's gonna work. Game... I feel like there's like some other place you have to go. Hey, Abo. Yeah, I'm still here. I know, I should stop. You slept and woke up and I'm still here. That's amazing. It happens. It really do happen. How do you pull up that sidebar thing? GitHub web search through code. There's like a key. It's some stupid thing you can press. No, not that. Where was it? It's so frustrating. Oh my god. Oh my god. I don't remember how to do it. How to search through. Whatever. I'm just gonna open it up. I'm so frustrated. I'm so frustrated right now. Oh my god. GitHub web, pull up code search. I swear to god, there's like some like key press that opens this thing. I am tired and I'm getting grumpy. I'm getting very angry. Honestly right now. Oh my god, where is it? I know I have found it before. And it was like I had to press like some kind of freaking shortcut or something. And it popped up this whole thing that frankly should have just been an easy button. Oh my god. How to search code in entire repo GitHub web. I swear to god, dude. What do I have to try it now? Just beat it. What the frick is this? Oh my god. How do you navigate in the 3D viewport with touchpad? I don't know, but I usually just use Shift F and fly around myself. What the frick is this? frick is this? What the heck am I looking at here? What is this? Oh, come on, man. But this is the same thing. This is just GitHub. I'm getting real frustrated by this right now. All right. Well, I just have to end on an L. I mean, I don't know what else to say. Like, this is making me super angry. Like, I'm so mad right now. I'm so mad. I want to watch your old streams because I know how you became like this and how this game was built. That's awesome. Yeah, the entire journey is on the channel. The entire journey of how I made this game, of how I started in Godot, and how I got to where I'm at. You can find that in all the live streams on the channel. It's all there. It's all there. Why? I don't know. I don't know. Dude, I'm telling you, I did this recently where oh my god. I just saw the video, what's up Paperbat, of you working on the menu a few days ago. It looks like it's progressed a lot since then. Thank you. Yeah, it has. It has. Yeah, I just locked myself out of loading the game up, and I'm a little tired after working all day today. And I probably should just stop and come back tomorrow, and I'll be like, oh, this is how we do it. Ah, yes, of course. I should have known that. Yeah, I will. Thank you. Yeah, you're right. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Paper. I really appreciate that. It's really kind of you to say that. Yeah, definitely making progress. Definitely getting somewhere little by little. I just somehow locked myself out of starting the game, and it's just like not like something I expected to bump up against. And then, you know, in terms of like debugging how I got here, I felt like I'm feeling a little like frustrated trying to look through the code of a past version, and I don't understand why, because I've definitely gotten there before. I just don't remember. Yes, I want to search within this repository. Okay, this actually looks better, more like what I want. We want the next game to be survival multiplayer. Yeah, we'll see about that. We're absolutely getting somewhere. It's looking awesome. Thank you. Definitely too tired to assign my brain cell to anything. That's me. I also relate to that. Dude, I'm telling you, there's some like shortcut that you can press, and it like pulls up this amazing thing. Search within thank you, Paper. It's really nice of you to come through and say that. Search within repository. GitHub web. I swear to God. Will I participate in GMTK? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. I do not like long game jams. They stress me out so very much. So much. Can't stand them. Search all Git repositories. Yeah, that's not really what I'm saying. Yes. Yes, this is what I'm talking about. I'm forfeiting my eligibility for any fake internet points. It's okay. Oh my god. It's period? It's the period key? Are you serious? Are you very serious right now? I just have to press the literal period key? I swear to God. There it is! Oh my... Why, GitHub? Why? Why is it not a button? Why is it not a link? Why do I have to press the period key? Why would you do that? It's like, it's so annoying, like this secret, top secret button press. And it opens up this like awesome editor, and I can search code within an entire project, and it's dope. I need to bookmark this immediately. GitHub.dev. Okay. Game code. I don't know. I need to bookmark it, and I need to come back here. Oh, it's got a different icon. Oh my gosh. Alright, now what I wanted to look for. It's not long, it's only 4 days. No, that's long. For me, I like doing a 1 hour game jam, Abo. This is just me, alright? I'm a weirdo. But I don't like doing long game jams. When I say a long game jams, yeah, exactly. It feels long, but like, for me, when I'm doing a game jam that is longer than a couple hours or something, I don't handle myself well. It causes me a lot of stress and anxiety and discomfort. So like, you know, I think about chores, taking care of myself, eating, sleeping, all of those things, I don't handle them very well. So like, let's say I'm working on a game and I'm like, should I work on my game or should I not eat? Right? And so I skip eating or something. And just that whole negotiation of managing time over anything longer than a very short amount of time is really stressful to me, and I don't like doing it. And I don't think it's healthy to do if you don't have to. So I don't do it. I like very short things where I know I'm sitting down for the specific amount of time. I can get up and go live my life after that. So I hear you though. It's a cool game jam. You should get involved with it. Everyone else should like jams that are long. I don't. That's just me. For me, it's the opposite. 4 days feels like 2 minutes. Wow, that's interesting. I know it does for me too. It's both. Like it's a long time in the moment and then it's short. I don't know. It's all confusing. I don't know what I think anymore. Who am I? I think I know who I am. Do I? Petition for 1 hour and 30-minute game jam. I mean, it kind of is that if you know how to play your cards right. I need it to either be extremely short or extremely long. Interesting. All right, so anyway, so I need to find the game begin emit. Where is this in the version that's actually been pushed up here? Please tell me this. Title. Okay. Camera 3D. Okay, that's where it was. Was on camera 3D. And this just worked? Are you using OBS while streaming or Streamlabs? OBS. Don't use Streamlabs. Streamlabs is just reskinned OBS. And it's not as good. It doesn't get the same updates. Don't use it. Use OBS. Do not use Streamlabs. Do not use OBS. Love yourself. Yeah. So, and that worked. So, okay, so if that worked, wait, where'd it go? Here. If that worked, what kind of things would that do? So I gotta look everywhere this goes. OBS gang on King David? What is that? What do those words mean? King David. Let's see. Here on the cam target, that shouldn't matter. That just does tween stuff. Here on the terrain controller, that just changes the velocity in the camera. On the world environment, I have my own browser. I have the Hyper Google Deck browser. Yeah. Yeah. That just changes the visual look of everything. Alien for menu, it makes the alien visible on the player. It makes the player visible and it unlocks the controls. And on the HUD, so what's different? I mean, it must be what I've done with the block script. That has to be what it is, because that's the only even remotely relevant thing that I've messed with, is this. For the game menu, it just says, but it just makes things visible or not. I haven't played a lot of games lately, but sometimes I play games. Reset block objects, but lately I just want to make games. Sometimes I research things, but mostly I just like to make them right now. I don't understand. And I haven't even changed anything on here, right? Block. What do we change here? We added visible false. I got rid of this process function, but it was commented out, so that doesn't matter. Project.Godot, we messed with the boot splash. I'm just so confused about why this isn't working anymore. That's very frustrating. Global's tried updating paths. Global's tried updating paths. Controller tried updating paths. Just stuck in a loop. I don't think I do know that game. Once Human. I don't think I know it. Why is the path not updating? I guess I should pull up... Okay. This is so weird. This is so weird. So it just starts trying to load in the level, but it gets stuck. On globals, it says the current level is 1. That's correct. It also says the current level is 0. Well, it should be trying to move to level 1 from 0. And then it should be updating all these paths here. I mean, I didn't make any... What changes did we make to the terrain controller? Something like random and stupid? We added a connection. That's it. We removed... What is that? Nothing? We removed a nothing. We added a terrain velocity change. I mean, if anything happened somewhere, it would have been in here. But I mean, this doesn't even look like... What is this? It does make me wonder if something didn't get messed up in here somehow. The only change that happened was setting the velocity to 0. That's it. So I'm gonna try something here. I'm gonna save my Godot project. I'm gonna close it. I'm gonna come out here to GitHub, and I'm going to discard the changes to this particular thing. Then I'm gonna reload the project. It's a survival multiplayer game, and it is trending now, but not survival like Rust or Minecraft. It is like State of Decay, but there's not zombies. There's something called deviations. Sounds cool. Let me know how it is. Sounds interesting. Someone mentioned a game earlier that I thought was interesting, but then I got sucked into a vortex of problem solving and frustration. That has nothing to do with anyone else. Just one of those things. Alright, so the train controller should be back to normal. It shouldn't stop anymore. So it's probably going to be moving when I don't really want it to be moving. But that's okay for right now. I don't really care. Skip. Click. There, see, it keeps moving. I didn't do anything. Dang. Because that's pretty... If there was going to be like a random problem that got added, that's where it would be. Wow, I have no idea. I genuinely don't understand. And I don't particularly want to revert this save. If I'm being honest. Wow. That's frustrating. I hate to end the stream after like breaking things. I don't want to just like walk away and be like, well, I'll solve it tomorrow. Because like that means I'm gonna start working on a broken game. I hate that. It bothers me. And I know how frustrating it is. You know, I've watched those live streams. I've watched those VODs where someone is just like banging their head against a desk and it sucks. It can be very frustrating because you don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. How do you even help somebody in this case? You know, you kind of can't. But it's more content. Oh man. So weird. It's more likely you can figure it out better. I know. I take it. Alright, fair enough. Yeah. Oh man. So confused what broke it. Because I didn't mess with any of the level loading stuff. I mean, I just delayed it. I'm just moving where it happens. So it's very confusing why all of a sudden that doesn't work. It's very mysterious. Because some of these things just haven't even been changed. The globals receives the current level, and it says globals tried updating paths. It's weird that it keeps... I wonder if... I wonder if it's it shouldn't even be trying to... It shouldn't be running that so many times. Input event... I wonder if something is being called way more often than it should be for some reason. And so it keeps loading infinitely. It's just infinitely loading something. And so we get stuck in like a boot loop, more or less. Is it because I played with too many awaits? Is that why? I got dangerous with awaits? So I need to find some function in this chain that is being called more times than it should be. I think is the thing that needs to be dealt with here. Some indentation mistake somewhere, right? It's something really simple. Game intro emit. So I need to, okay, so the hierarchy is game intro, game menu, game preload, game begin. So like if I comment out the game intro thing, we don't even get down the line. Nothing happens. It's just going to like be a black screen, basically. Or it's gonna fade in, but it's gonna just sit there. So it fades in, it just sits there. I can still enter into everything. So we can actually bypass that entirely, which is interesting. I need more concrete states, honestly. I need to set up a state machine. 100%. I have to. It's too important now. Game intro connect. I should spell it correctly. Game intro connect. I spelled it wrong twice? Dang, I am tired. Game intro connect. Thank you. UI top. That just handles that. So it's not actually a state, one thing after another. Okay, understood. Got it. Game intro is first, and then game menu. Game menu emit. It's the spaghetti. It's the spaghetti curse. 100%. That waits for input event key. If you press anything. Pressed intro true. We have this boolean that becomes true, and then that shouldn't work anymore. And so it's going to emit game menu right there. Game menu is actually connected on its own thing, but that's the velocity and the Y offset. What else does it do? Game menu connect. On the blocks, if the type of block is menu, it makes them visible. I mean, that doesn't sound like a bad thing. That sounds fine to me. What's so bad about that? Nothing, right? I could try cutting that out. I mean, I don't know why that would make any difference. It's also connected on UI top. All that does is stop an animation message and hide a container. And then in the main scene, as we already... Wait. In here, it changes the velocity. It does camera stuff. Nothing major. Okay. The next thing in the hierarchy is game preload. Game, that seems fine. Game preload emit on the camera. When we click on one of the aliens, it emits that. Game preload connect on the terrain controller. That just sets the velocity to 0. I mean, technically we're not playing the... Maybe we need to, like, start... No, because we already did that. If you don't figure it out by the time you decide to end the stream, I'll take a look, see the code later, too. Alright! Good luck. Good luck to you. It's very kind of you to offer. Aliens for menu. Very kind of you. Is hoverable, set collision, animation player, or animation tree, animation exclaim, HUD animation loading play, and then it does game begin. That's where we're doing game begin. But I moved game begin, and it still had that problem. There's definitely a lot going on here. But moving this didn't really make any difference, as far as I could tell. But game begin, it's confusing. And that's not emitting multiple times, it's only once. Game begin, connect. Lots and lots and lots of places. On the HUD, that puts out the level update. I just don't understand. I don't understand why. Well, go back to where that was. Go back to game begin emit. Alien from menu. Is this running multiple times? On game preload. Is that running multiple times? Game preload emit. Camera 3D. Maybe. But, I mean, I only click on that once. It's like, that should be a one-time thing. I mean, if we think about it, I could say game begin right here. Sorry, game emit. Game begin emit. And then game preload is never being called in the first place. You know, what if we take it back to there? Where does that get us? Oh. It's because I pressed the enter key while I was hovering over this play scene button. Okay, press any key. Click on this. And then it works. Well, at least I'm back in the game. Okay. So on the raycast, when I call preload, when I emit that, somewhere this is causing chaos. Somehow. And this is where we're doing emit. What if I comment out some of these things? And we try this again. It's very strange. And just in general, I mean, game preload, we're not loading that multiple times anywhere, right? No. Okay. So it's something about doing game begin from this script that's confusing it. And it's causing it to get stuck in some infinite loop. There's the infinite loop. Just keeps calling it over and over and over again. Like, I wonder if I put a print in that function, am I gonna see it print it over and over and over again? Is a question that I have. Yeah, look. Oh, look. It's running loop over and over and over. So this function itself is getting run multiple times. How? Why? How strange. I don't quite understand that. Like, is this running multiple times as well? So I'm gonna move the print. I think I moved it. I'm pretty sure I did. I hope I didn't put it in two places. I'm gonna double check that I didn't. The other place was on here. Okay, I did take it out of there. Okay, so click on this. So it's not looping it there. Did I not put it in the ready function? I did. What? Why would this be looping? Is it all these awaits? Is this why you shouldn't use awaits? What if I get rid of literally 100% of those awaits? Set collision layer 15 to false. Is hoverable to false. Animation alien stopping. Like maybe the await on await on await is causing some kind of weird like feedback thing. No. I'm gonna literally comment out all of this. 100% of all of that. Oh, I did leave that one await in there on accident. I meant to get rid of all of the awaits. No awaits, and I just zoomed out, which means I have to carefully zoom back in, and it's gonna take forever to load. I don't know why it always takes so long to load the zooms, but it does. Okay. On my other computer, it doesn't take as long. Okay, so I need to try it actually commenting these out first. So every await there is gone before emitting that. But for some reason, emitting that is causing a feedback loop, which is really weird. Okay, there's the feedback loop. I've never had a problem like this before. It's very interesting. I don't think it's to do. To do doesn't secretly do anything. It's just a comment color. But at this point, I'm gonna try everything. I'm trying it all. I mean, I know how to get around it, but I don't understand why it would cause this. All right, then I'm gonna comment all of this out. It's like I'm using a signal to run a function, and then we're doing another signal, and then that's calling another signal. I'm assuming that maybe something being emitted restarts the function. That's what I would think, but you know, when I go to search, I can't see it. I mean, yeah, that makes the most sense. I just can't see where that loop is. And it's not game begin, because if I do game begin on the camera, it doesn't happen. It only happens if I do it from game preload. So game preload is only emitted one time on the camera, which is the same place that I was emitting game begin. So like camera isn't causing the loop. Is to try to updating paths a print thing in the code, or is that just something the engine tells you? That's something in the code. I set that up. Yeah. It means that it's loading the next level, basically. And it just keeps loading it over and over and over again. And so it gets stuck because it's just stuck constantly trying to reload the level over and over again. And so it's just like that function. I mean, it's only called that one time. On game preload is not called multiple times. It's called one time. But if I put like print loop in here, it's going to print it over and over again as if this function is being called over and over again. Like, why? Why is it being called over and over again? Look at all those loops. Well, that was weird. This is even weirder. So the function on game preload itself has a loop in it. This is being really weird. Print loop. I'm even more confused now. Yeah, it's really weird. And it's interesting too, because I guess I didn't realize that signals could be volatile like this. So see, when I put it below the awaits, you can see it comes along with each of them. And then at first, it spawns a crap ton of them. The thing on Git is an old version of the project, right? Like from a couple hours ago? Yes. Yeah. I mean, I'll push it soon. I'm kind of putting off pushing. I mean, I kind of know where the issue is at this point. But yeah, it's a little older. I could push it. Because I can always still revert it. Menu setup continued. Bug when starting the game causes infinite loop of level loading. Has something to do with game preload being emitted. So something else that I'd want to try. Set up exclamation point stuff, timing of the menu, etc. Something else that I'd like to try. Wow, I got through all the music that I have. No, I didn't. Just kidding. Okay, so I did push it. Something else to try is to see what happens if I call preload somewhere else. I still don't understand why it would matter doing it somewhere else, but it could be interesting to see if that does make a difference. Yeah, see if you can figure it out. Thanks. It's really thoughtful of you. Appreciate it. I've never had a problem like this before. So if I don't call it here, so we'll just say pass for now. And let's say back on the main menu in the main scene, what if we have it happen right away? Just do it right here. Does it get stuck in the loop again? So this will be like immediately after the fade out or the fade in or whatever. It should start trying to load the levels. Summarize it. So oh, it gets stuck again. For some reason, emitting this single signal, apparently wherever I try to emit it, emitting this signal, not this one, this game preload signal, leads to a function being called more than once. I feel like that's the most simple thing. Simple way to describe it. Is that for some reason... Oh, wait, I get it. I get it. Guys, oh my gosh. Y'all. Yeah, I figured it out. I know what it is. I know what it is. So, you know how, like, there's a frick ton of aliens? Yeah. I'm calling that function on every single one of these aliens. That's why it's looping so much. Because it's running the function for every alien that's there. What am I gonna do? What am I gonna do? How am I gonna realize that? How do I... Oh, man. How to solve problems, ask a person to describe their problem. Yeah, totally. Wow, yeah, for sure. Yeah, I should definitely throw some credit y'all's ways for helping me get through that stressful moment. We'll put that straight up in the debug section. I don't even know what led to that glorious realization. But y'all were there for it. Colin and then Sable. At least. So what I need to do is I need to abso-frickin-lutely not run this function on here unless it's relative to every single alien. Then yes, if you want every single alien to have something happen on it, please run it there. For example, all of this stuff 100% needs to be on every single alien. This stuff absolutely does not. That stuff, well, actually, some of this does. The exclaim animation stuff does need to be on there. The rest of this, absolutely not. Put that on the HUD where it friggin' belongs. Or something. In here, I don't care where you put it. Just not in any of those places. This is where your flowcharts would do wonders. That's true. I mean, in this case, I didn't end up needing it, but if I had some kind of flowchart that was like always up to date, that's the biggest problem with those is like, you know, they're not always up to date. I think I want this on the HUD. I'm putting this on the HUD. Since you reminded of that, I'm doing everything both program plus flowchart now. What? You mean like when you update your code, you update a flowchart? I completely forgot about charts until I saw you do it. Oh, that's cool! That's so cool! I'm honored to have inspired. What? Messenger game preload, connect on game preload. Man, that was really frustrating. So I just have to remember when I'm running things on scripts, make sure it's not running. This is not the first time this has happened, but it's never been quite so consequential. Make sure it's not running on multiple things. If I'm ever noticing something looping or happening more times than it should, it's probably on a script that's on many things. Thanks, Sable, and thanks for your support. You and Colin, I appreciate it. Game begin. We want to put it over here. Func on game preload. We are on the HUD, so I don't need to say that, and we don't need to say that. Okay. Show me the game beginning. Assuming there wasn't something else I plucked. Actually, there probably was. I probably didn't put things back on the camera. Yeah, so let's put this back on the camera. Bring that back. Wow. Yeah, it's a celebration. No, it's nice. It's good. It's good. It's good. Alright, skip that. There's still some weird lighting stuff that happens there, but we'll figure it out. Click on this, exclamation points pop up, and the game starts. Now, it's not exactly the pacing that I want, but at least it kinda, sorta works. It's good, but we're cooked. Dude, I am so friggin' cooked. Oh my gosh. Right, that's why I wanted it to be here. Right, that's why I put this await here. We also have cooked. That's right. That's essentially correct. Yeah. I guess I'd want to say, I mean, all these awaits are killing me. But I'd want to say on the HUD, before you go loading everything, even before doing all this, wait a second. Oy, oy, oy. It seems kind of pointless to do that, doesn't it? I should probably just do it on the camera. Bam. Game loads. We also have cooked. Imagine if the alien would slightly turn on the side to watch the camera. What? You mean in the main menu intro? That's interesting. Yeah, I've definitely been thinking some more interactivity with the alien. Mucha qualidad spaghetti tas. Yes. All right. I think that is all I can bother to achieve today. There's some funkinesses. There's some definite funkinesses here. All right. But now when we start the game, it's a black screen that fades into what will be a cutscene, right? So right now there's no cutscene. It's just filler. But in theory, we could add stuff in here and have an animation play and have a story and all kinds of exciting things. Then you press any key to skip, it fades out and it fades back in, and here we are. We've got the main menu. The title would go right here, which we decided today. You guys helped me figure out to friggin' day. Thank you. Abduct and Run is the game name. So it's gonna say Abduct and Run right there. Bam. And then you pick your alien. Now I want to set up a lot more stuff. I want there to be like an orb that descends down and teleports the alien that you choose. I'm gonna work on that tomorrow. But I can click on these things and they go, huh? And right now, the game just starts right after that and you play the game. But I want to do a lot more than that. What? Okay. Okay, don't do it. Don't do a 1 second timeout right there. Don't do it. It's dangerous. I don't know why that was happening. Oh man. They would jump, surprise, and slowly turn to watch the camera, increasing the creepiness of the limb-eating heads. That's a fun idea. I don't know if I want to break the fourth wall in this game, but I like where you're going with it. I was actually thinking that they jump and they turn to the alien that you click on. Oh no, it's not loading correctly. We got problems. Oh, do I understand? Oh, it's not making them visible. I kind of actually know what might be happening. Okay, so we don't like awaits. It's not that. There's something else. So I am adjusting the visibility of the blocks, and I think so it's supposed to make them become visible if their type is that. But you know what I need? I need a static. I think I know what I need. We need to do a variable, a static variable is visible, Boolean true. Or I guess we want to say, well, that's a little tough because we have to make it only be a static variable only for certain types. So that's a little tough. So we would want to say menu is visible, and then we somehow have to say that it's actually a little confusing. We'd want to start this off as false. There's some work to be done here. Menu is visible. Set it to false here. And then come down here. Menu is visible. Set it to true. And then I gotta make that matter. I've never tried to wait in Godot yet. Only on JavaScript. Can't tell if they're good or not. I've heard that they're risky, but it shouldn't be for the problems that we're dealing with. But yeah, I've heard they aren't good for the engine in general. Like there's hang-ups that Godot can have. I don't really understand it, but it's a thing. But I like them. They're so useful. The menu is visible true. So I need to say that if on, we need to say on ready here. It's a little confusing because why would it be loading those in? It might also be like deleting the ones that it's, I'm actually not entirely sure why it's happening. So I think I think I should deal with this tomorrow. But a similar thing happened with the aliens before, and I had to set up a static variable. But what might also be happening is it's removing the chunks, the menu chunks, too soon. So there, it did them all just fine. Right? And it was actually very quick, which is weird. There's some oddities to solve here. Okay, it's working great now. Look, yes, I created a static variable, but I assure you I did nothing with it. So I have to chalk this up to coincidence. I wonder if it's like time. Like if I wait a long time and then I press it and I wait and then I press it, then we get these gaps. But the ground is still there. It just isn't visible. And it's longer. What the heck is that? That is weird. Because if the ground wasn't there, we'd be falling off the edge. At least it works. Yeah, it does. It certainly does work. I must be spawning them in. So this actually might help it. Actually, I think this would help it. So if it's this, well, I don't want to make menu visible false on ready because that's gonna make it go away. That's what's gonna make it disappear. Don't do this. Don't do that. Do not do that. I mean, I do want it to not be visible. This is actually a little tricky. I'm gonna be honest with you. This is a little tricky because I can't like. We could say if menu is visible. If menu is visible, visible true. Which is definitely friggin' weird. Else, visible false. And then that only becomes true if we're on the game menu. And otherwise, it starts out as false. I wonder if that fixes it. That's why you can never be sure if I'm really ending the stream when I start the outro music. Okay, so I'm waiting a long time. I probably should have waited longer before when it was stopped. Oh, we are so back. Did you know you don't need to return break the line when your if statement has only one instruction? You know, I didn't know that. But like, I didn't like internalize it because I was like, it doesn't look better that way. You're getting overcooked. I'm totally overcooked. I'm beyond overcooked. Now it's long and they aren't disappearing. So I need it to not be getting longer if we take longer to load the game. Like, that's ridiculous. That's incredibly silly. That, for some reason, do you see what I'm saying? Like, the transition to, so if I go really fast here, if I hurry up and I click into the game super quick, look how quickly level 1 loads in from the black area. How wild is that, right? Now, if I restart it and we cruise a little bit, check up with chat, Sable's crazy stupid idea. So we're just gonna hang out here, give it a second, marinate in the cutscene that could be but currently isn't. Right now, there could be a whole cutscene. We're gonna skip the cutscene that isn't there. We might skip it when it is there. We probably will. We're definitely gonna skip it right now. We're gonna see these great aliens coming in. Look at like this bouncy arrow. Wow, look at that arrow bouncing. Look at all those aliens, they're coming for me. It's a little scary. Give it a second, let them bounce around as they wish. Take a click, at those exclamation points. And now when it loads in, look how much longer it is until level 1 appears. So like, that's kind of weird, right? That shouldn't happen, but at least now they're not invisible, and that's a clue, right? I had to tell them to statically make sure that you keep them visible because it is so silly. It was loading them in as for the first time. It was readying them. And they were set to be invisible, and so that's why they weren't appearing. So kind of weird stuff, but as you see, the menu works. It's still a work in progress, and I'm gonna be back tomorrow to explore the work for that progress. I don't have a very up-to-date member and Patreon scroll, but we do have a Patreon, we do have a YouTube membership, and a lot of great people who are supporting over there. Thank you to all of them. Recently, Cam Wynn joined up on the YouTube membership, and I appreciate that so much. We had Milo join up recently on the Patreon. Thank you guys for supporting this channel. It means the world. I really appreciate it. It has been my pleasure, Colin. Truly. And Overcooked, like, oh, I honestly haven't even played Overcooked. Oh dear. but with programming skin. You can choose to make components faster, but it will increase the spaghettiness of the code. That sounds awesome. Like you have an action similar to the cutting in Overcooked with different checkpoints. Whoa. The longer you type, and you can use not fully processed code, but will increase instability. Honestly, even though I haven't played Undercooked or Overcooked, it sounds like a lot of coders would find that hilarious. Why is there a house? Whoa. Why did a house spawn in? There's not supposed to be any houses. Whoa. That's supposed to be off screen. We got bugs galore. Since when is there a house over there? Now that's just silliness. That's just ridiculous. What in the world is even going on? I did put an Easter egg out here. Out here. Not supposed to be in here. It's supposed to be out there. Why is it loading terrain blocks in further over? Oh my gosh. Why is it this happens? Games get more complicated, more things go wrong. Anyway, if you're watching it after the live stream, don't forget to hyper smash that thumbs up button. You made it this far. Thank you for watching this long. What are some other, what is this? What does this even mean? How does this even happen? The more we cooking tonight, the buggier it gets. I know. Wonderful people who are watching it after the live stream. I really appreciate you guys. Thank you for being here. Hit that thumbs up button. If you want to keep watching more of these devlogs, you can tap or click in the bottom left to see the last one that we did. What's this house doing here? I don't understand. If you're watching it after the live stream, tap or click in the bottom right to see the next one. And I hope I see you there. I hope I see you there and I solve this problem. I'm gonna keep working on it. I am so confused. I mean, it seems like it should resolve itself, but I don't even, I'm trying to figure this out, but I don't know where to start. I mean, I'm gonna keep doing it, but like, what else is it gonna be? I don't know. I'm sitting here, I'm trying to